Chapter 79, An Oath to Keep. Shizun cursed as the bleeding injury sprayed wet warmth over her chest, crimson staining the dark fabric as her patient continued to gasp raggedly for breath. His body was beginning to go into shock, twitches sporadically moving his fingers and eyelids. She wasn't sure what caused his injury, if she had to guess a kunai, or another small knife had been stabbed into his shoulder blade, and dragged all the way down, almost to his kidneys. His comrades had managed to grab him, and drag him back as they fell back to the next defensive line. Defensive line. She could almost snort. More like stalling lines. People were still trapped in the streets, civilians, women, children. Either being cut down or taken as prisoners, she didn't know. But she could still hear them screaming in the distance. The smell of smoke and burning wood and plaster faintly reached her nose, and though she wondered just what exactly was going on out there, she dared not look. Night had fallen hours ago, and dawn was now approaching. The fighting had been going on all day, their attacks were never ending, and their defenders were thinning further and further. Exhaustion and weariness beginning to show their effects much earlier than in their considerably more numerically advantaged enemy. They were on their last legs. Only two defensive lines stood now between their enemies and the hospital. And only the hospital stood between them, the Kage Tower, and the docks. Evacuation procedures were already underway at the hospital, but this was impossible. Especially in the small time frame they had. She could only pray that they could hold out long enough for Zhuge Liang and Tsunade to return. If they returned at all. A naval battle wasn't a ninja's battleground. Had they lost that battle too? The thought caused her stomach to churn with unease. No, that couldn't be. They had to at least have won that. The half-open door to the room was swung wide open, and Umbu, mask half broken, cloak torn and bloodied, entered the doorway, two others shortly behind him, making Shizun pause in her work as her attention turned to the three. Wa-dash. Shizun-san dash, the Umbu interrupted as he rushed forward and latched onto the medic's upper arm. We have to get you out of here immediately along with the rest of the medical personnel. We're falling back to the tower. The tower? But the patients, we can't just dash. We have to. All combat personnel is retreating to the tower, and any civilians we can save are being brought to the docks for evacuation. But the wounded we dash. We can't. We have no time. Now what would give you that idea? Shizun's back stiffened, a cold chill creeping up and down her spine as the cold edge of a kunai was held against her throat, the tiny pinprick feeling more painful than any other sensation she'd ever felt before. The three Umbu recoiled, bringing their weapons to the ready as they glared at the area behind the medic. Shizun's head turned slowly, dreading to lay eyes on the person she knew the voice belonged to. The slowly spinning, three-tomoed Sharingan of the copy ninja met her gaze, the chilling sight of the blood-red eye diminished only by the slumped attitude of nonchalance that hung about him. Kakashi. She whispered. Ah, how nice, Shizun-chan. You remember me. His tone was jovial, his eyes were not. The sound of a bell rang out clear through the air, piercing through the walls of stone and brick. Kakashi's eyes trailed across the room, ears twitching at the sound as he saw Shizun's face light with a spark of hope. The watchtower. He heard her whisper. The copy ninja mused. Only one reason to have hope in a situation like this. Ships. A voice cried from outside. The ships are coming. Help had arrived for them. His eyes turned to Shizun, who brought her eyes to him as he could tell her mind was on the same thought. Either way, it's a bit late for you though. The hanging candles illuminated the deck of the ship with flickering orange, as the moon highlighted silver light over withering shadow. The harsh beat of the waves swayed the mass of wood to and fro. Fellas, what you recon these things be? One of the crew members questioned, interrupting whatever conversation three of his fellow pirates may have been indulging themselves in. In the man's hands were several small slips of paper, each with identical symbols. Curious, the other men stepped forward, taking some of the slips in their own hands to examine them. Just look like regular paper to me with some doodles on it. Where'd you find these? One of them said. On the bodies of those Dr. Ninja. It was just lying there along with some of their knives and weird medicine. As he answered, one of the men placed the paper on the side of the ship. Oi, this thing sticks. Think it's some kind of special bandage? As the questions and speculations ran rampant amongst the group, one of the men drew the slip of paper closer to his face, while also bringing the candle closer, so as to better illuminate the markings. Wonder what these little, doodle things may a-dash. A hand clamped down on the wrist of the hand that held the candle, startling him. But the grip was firm enough to keep the candle almost completely immobile. Turning to face the owner of the intruding appendage, he found Captain Ishio standing there. An irritated expression over his face as he pulled away the candle. Note to self. The pirate captain said to himself as he yanked away the candle. Find a smarter crew. He snatched the paper out of his hand before he lit it aflame and threw the tag overboard. ignoring the confused looks of his men for a few moments before the tag exploded, showering the upper deck with seawater as the ship lurched to one side due to the blast, the startled cries of the sleeping crew members below deck echoing up above the floorboards. "Oh, quit you belly aching and get back to sleep," Ishio yelled, stomping a few times on the deck before turning to the men behind him. Marching up to each of them, he proceeded to take the tags away from them. "They're called exploding tags, you morons. If you would have bothered to pay attention to the ninja when we were at the docks of Wave rather than drink yourselves sick, you'd know that instead of bumbling around like a couple of buffoons, looking like children who'd just been reprimanded by their parents," the men hung their heads, with one whispering a contrite, "I'm sorry." Ishio rolled his eyes before looking off to the island in the distance. "How much longer before those idiots get back with our emergency supplies? The sail to Suna is a long one. And I'd rather make it there without being on the verge of starvation so we can sell that damn white-eyed princess, give back their half-dead blonde and get out quickly. Can't stand ninja. Arrogant the lot of them. Soon, Captain, they left nearly an hour ago, so their ship should be coming back soon." Up on the crow's nest, none of them noticed their now dead crew mate, or the person standing over him, watching them through dark blue eyes before he slowly faded from view. He needed to find and secure both Hinata and Temari. Then he could kill the captain and drag this ship back to the mainland. "Good, just like that. You've almost got the basic movement down packed at this point," was the voice of Kankuro, as the puppet user towered over a kneeling Kiba. The Inuzuka male was currently sitting on the deck of the ship, his face scrunched up in concentration as he focused on moving his newly created prosthetic arm with chakra strings. The arm was more skeletal than anything. With such little time, Kankuro had barely managed to put the frame together with the joints and pivot points functional, let alone any armor platings or armaments like kunai compartments or poison cartridges for claws. It had 4 digits, 3 as fingers and 1 as a thumb. The wood wasn't as sturdy as the material he'd used on his own body armor, but it'd be able to give a few jaw-breaking punches. They both hoped it'd last long enough for them to get back to Suna, where he'd be able to build Kiba some proper equipment. Of course, it'd help if Kiba would be able to grasp the concept of chakra strings quick enough to actually use his arm. The Inuzuka was impatient. He supposed he had reason to be. He'd started teaching him just 2 days ago when Zhuge Liang and Gaara had announced that they were returning to Kumo. They were already sailing alongside the coast, and the small gulf that led into Kumo's docks was only minutes away, and Kiba had only just begun to grasp the first tiers of the puppeteering art. His impatience, though understandable, was a pain in the ass right now. He knew enough to get the arm to move, but it was still a conscious effort. It wasn't natural. "All right, that's enough of that for now," Kankuro said, waving him off with his normal hand. "For the next step, dash. Smoke! Smoke to the north!" The cry was up from the crow's nest, and all crew eyes turned sharply towards the northern horizon, where they could see a dark smog rising into the night air, blocking out the still faintly glowing stars. The rising sun had set the sky to a grayish hue, almost fading into blue, but not quite. It provided just enough light to see the smoke, but not enough to block out the faintly orange glow that soon greeted their eyes as they leaned over the edge of the ship. Their view of the village was blocked out by the massive rock faces that acted as a natural fortification into the village harbor. It circled around the bay, leaving only a narrow choke point as an opening, excellent for defense, not so much however when allied ships needed to arrive fast. As Kankuro looked over everyone's heads, his attention was diverted behind him by the sound of footsteps, catching sight of Gaara, Yuing, and Zhuge Liang as the 3 marched up behind the men assembled along the edge of the ship, everyone with tension and anxiousness rolling off them in waves, hoping to be able to assess what condition the village was in. And hoping to the gods it wasn't too late. Zhuge Liang in particular held his breath with trepidation as the ship picked up speed with a sudden gust of wind. His heart thrumming loudly within his chest as he swallowed thickly, hoping against hope that the defenders had managed to hold off the invaders until now. This hope was shared by many. By all the men and women that had joined him on these ships. But as the ships approached the entry to the bay, the sight that greeted them dashed any aspirations they held of their fellow ninja holding off the Konoha invaders. Flames seared the edges of the buildings, black smoke rising to the air as rubble and debris collapsed, spilling out onto the streets. Blood coated the crumbling walls like badly spilt paint, cascading down the white cobblestone. The main gate of the city, visible from this distance, lay broken, torn into pieces, allowing more of the invaders to pour into the city streets. No. The village dash. How could this happen? No and oh. These were only some of the words that escaped the lips of the Kumo ninja that now watched their village with ever-mounting panic, fear and anger. Emotions ran rampant through the air as even some of the Suna ninja allowed themselves to feel sympathy for their allies. Yu Ying's eyes were wide, brown hair slowly swaying to and fro as she shook her head. This is not possible. Gaara's face twisted with anger as he released a grunt of frustration, fists tightening until his knuckles cracked. Gather your weapons. He suddenly barked, startling those nearest to him before he turned to the helmsman. Get this ship on the dock now. The helmsman nodded, gulping down the lump of fear in his throat as those teal-green eyes fixed themselves upon him. But soon another voice cut through the air, stopping his movements. Stay those orders. Incredulous, questioning gazes turned themselves onto the lone form of Zhuge Liang, face etched into a deep scowl, the lines over his face seemingly carved into his features as his lips curled in distaste as he took a deep breath. Turn the ship around, we're leaving. What? Reikage-sama. No way. He can't be serious. Amongst the outcry, Gaara's voice was strong and clear as he turned to the Reikage. Zhuge Liang? The sleeping dragon, posture weary and weighed down, turned his attention to his fellow shadow, already anticipating the question about to spill from his lips. What are you doing? The silence that awaited the Reikage's answer was almost oppressive in itself. I'm giving the order to abandon Kyuubi. Gaara's response was a mixture of disbelief and anger as he gestured back to the city. There are still people in there. Zhuge Liang nodded, annoyance beginning to form over his features as he snapped back. You think I don't know that? Gaara seemed to struggle for words, his voice becoming increasingly heated with every syllable that escaped his lips. You cannot honestly expect us to abandon innocent dash. Exactly. Civilians. For many, it was the first time Zhuge Liang had ever raised his voice, but it didn't hold just anger, no, it was also laced with frustration, disgust, and even helplessness. Civilians which we would exhaust whatever little resources we still have available to us trying to save, something that we cannot afford to do. The Konoha forces cannot possibly be expecting us. We can win this, we can drive them back. With what men? Liang yelled, marching right up to Gaara, staring down at the slightly shorter redhead as he spoke. Half of the men we left with are wounded, the other half still exhausted from battle and manning the ships. And not to mention the sizable portion that's now feeding the gulls out in the open ocean. With what force do you hope to win this battle? Certainly not by yourself, because the only man that could possibly drive back an army by himself is the one leading them. Gaara stared into Liang's eyes, unwavering at the man's understandable anger as he spoke. Not this time, he isn't. The dock has yet to be overrun. We can draw a line there and hold back these forces long enough for the civilians and wounded ninja to board the ships. Then we can all retreat safely back to Suna. Liang shook his head, growling with distaste as he began to walk away from Gaara. Such a child. Gaara closed his eyes, taking a moment to calm himself as he took a deep breath before he spoke. Liang, get off this ship. The sleeping dragon paused in his stride, confusion marring his brow before he turned around. What? Get off this ship? Gaara repeated. Because I am going into that village to help those people. With, or without you. Liang sighed slowly. Listen, Kazekage do dash. No. Gaara barked, interrupting him mid-sentence. You listen. He straightened, standing to his full height as he repeated the words he'd only said once before. I swear, if by my life or by my death, I can serve my people or those in need of my protection, I will. Liang and those around them listened to those words, immediately knowing their meaning as well as their significance. That is the oath we took. Gaara continued, embers of determination smoldering behind his eyes as he approached Liang. The oath that all Kages before us, and after us, have taken and will take. But somewhere along the line you've lost sight of that. I haven't and I don't intend to. So leave if you want. Liang raised his chin an inch or two, eyes meeting Gaara's before the Kazekage looked to the helmsman, speaking in a tone that broke no argument. Bring us into dock. And as if a dam had been broken, a cheer suddenly erupted from the men and women around them. Liang watched the faces of the ninja, now filled with hope, rather than despair. With righteous anger, rather than reckless vengeance. His eyes returned to Gaara's back, as if viewing a new and interesting puzzle. Sabaku no Gaara. Could it really be? Atop the wall Kimimaro stood, skin covered in black markings, bone sword in one hand, bone whip in the other. A squad of ninja behind him as they watched the ships approaching. They are here then. He stated. It doesn't really matter at this point. Came the voice of Hatake Kakashi as the copy ninja emerged from the stone floor of the wall, coming to a stop to Kimimaro's right. The Kagaya gave no reaction to his sudden appearance, merely continued watching the ships. The city has already fallen. The copy ninja continued. If they want to throw away their last bit of energy in a futile attempt to drive us back, well, I'm not going to stop them. Kimimaro seemed to ignore the statement. Turning his head to look over his shoulder to the men behind him. Take a unit to the docks. Kill all in your path. As the men vanished, Kakashi turned another page in his book, eyes scanning over the parchment. Chapter 80, Escape. The ships cut through the waters of the bay, plowing their way through the currents and tides towards the docks. The heat of the flames that ate away at the city stonework a stark contrast to the cool sea mist of the early morning breeze. At the sight of the ships waving the Kumo banner high in the air, hundreds of people rushed across the docks, injured and soot-covered. This group included children of all ages, some even genin. But Gaara could not fault them for their fear. They were still young, still just children. Regardless of rank, sex, ability or age, they all scrambled across the wooden platforms in a panic, with several people being thrown over the edges of the platform and into the beach. Those that weren't tangled in the seaweed continued their desperate run to escape by swimming for the ships rather than wasting time trying to get back onto the docks. Gaara's eyes took in the chaotic scene, the fear etched onto the faces of the people, as if it had been carved there. The terror that shined in their eyes, and desperation hung over them like a miasma. His gaze snapped over to the gate that served as the choke point from the dock to the city, where now, a swarm of Konoha ninja charged through in place of civilians, cutting down all stragglers that could not outrun them. It didn't matter if they were women, elderly or even just children. They killed them all efficiently, murderously. Rage boiled within him, twisting around his heart like a snake, coiling, searing a path, leaving its mark at the brutish actions of these ninja. Jumping over the railing of the ship before a sand platform materialized beneath him, carrying him to the front of the beach, with the men fit enough to fight trailing behind him on the water's relatively shallow surface. The sand platform shifted with a swift jerk of his left hand, the grains cupping themselves in front of him, guarding him against the kunai that were thrown in his direction. With a swipe of his left hand, a sand claw rose from the beach, smashing away the leaf ninja like a giant club, sending them crashing into the stone gate and across the beach. Through the gates. Gaara yelled as the Suna and Kumo ninja caught up before rushing right past him, engaging the leaf ninja at the gate, while others scaled the walls to enter the city. Send these slaves back to their master in pieces. Gaara hissed through his teeth as more sand rose from the beach at his back. The wooden hallway of the ship seemed to groan and creak with every shifting movement of the hull, the candle light only providing the barest minimum of light necessary for humans to see. Naruto skulked through the hallways in silence, avoiding patrols and still awake crew members with ease. He could kill them at any given moment. But he did not want another massacre, not tonight. The only men that need die here were the captain, and any man that was guarding Temari and or Hinata. The others he could force to man the ship to take them back to the mainland. Then he could kill them all for their utter stupidity in crossing him. Even if they had succeeded, and vanished, once he won the war he would have Hinata's death investigated and would have sent his Umbu to hunt down these men for their transgression. Doors were opened and closed in silence, rooms invaded and vacated without disturbance, their sleeping residents all but unaware of his presence, as they should be. Finally he found one of his targets, within the lower deck of the ship, 2 guards hovering over her bed. Their poise lax and careless, not believing any enemies could reach them, nor that their charge could threaten them in her current state. Foolish. He dropped from the ceiling, landing between them. Barely an intake of breath from the two before one was dead, the other, merely silenced by the inability to breathe or exhale due to the hand over his throat. He squirmed and thrashed, hands clawing at Naruto's wrist in panic. Naruto leaned in close enough so he would hear his voice despite its low volume. "Stop moving," the Jinchuriki stated, freezing the man in a second with the sound of his voice alone. "I will release you. When I do not attempt to call for help. Should you do, I will kill you before the breath enters your lungs. Do I make myself clear?" Face turning red from blood pressure and lack of oxygen from the man nodded quickly, and Naruto released the strength of his grip enough to allow him to breathe, but only just. "Now. Where is Sabaku?" "LL lower deck, I think. Main storage hold. We changed it around a bit, took all the junk out. Put a nice cot in there. Sauka is in there with her. He's the only one who knows anything about medicine on the ship. Just in case that cut on her neck starts bleeding again." "How did you incapacitate Hinata?" "Cap'n Dash," the man paused, swallowing thickly before he tried to take another breath. "Cap'n had a drink with her, some kind of experiment type poison that only affects you ninja types. I don't know anything else about it, I swears." The cogs in Naruto's mind turned slowly, deducing the possible target such a poison would hit first if it were following the chakra coils of the body. Perhaps the 8 gates were a guidance. He'd have to think on it later. The fact that the poison only targeted ninja severely depleted the chances that the captain would actually be smart enough to keep an antidote. Without another word, Naruto snapped the man's neck with a quick crunching sound, feeling the bones shift and grind together beneath his gauntlet fingers before he set him down on the floor. The sound was low, too low to reach past the closed door and wooden walls. But it still caused a stir in the woman within. Naruto's eyes shifted to her, once healthy skin now a sick pallor of pale, hair matted down and slick with a dark sheet over the cot she laid over. Ghostly lavender eyes opened, breath labored as her pupils sought him out in the darkness, body shivering with fever. Finally, she saw him, and when she did she stared with non-recognition for several moments until he knelt at her side. Her eyes closed as a small smile tugged at her lips. "You came for me." It was as if every type of relief and gratitude a human could feel was poured into those 4 words. And no longer was she ill, with fever and possibly dying. She seemed to glow for those few moments before her head slumped against the small mass of cloth that acted as a pillow. Naruto stiffened, leaning a little closer while channeling chakra to his already sensitive ears, listening for a heartbeat. When he heard it, it was still strong. She was only unconscious, her energy sapped from the poison. He reached down, hands reaching behind her knees and cradling her neck and upper back before he lifted her off the floor. She groaned at the movement, hands unconsciously reaching for her stomach. The poison was affecting the chakra coils around the stomach, or was it affecting the 5th gate? Damn it! With the Hyuga cradled in his arms, he marched through the groaning wooden halls, his steps just as silent as before as he made his way down the hall towards the lower deck. His nose took in the scents, trying to filter out the heavy stench of alcohol, sweat and the pirate's general body odor, cringing slightly at the foul stench. But soon he found hers, eyes traveling towards a door on the other side of the hall, where the flickering orange of a candle light filtered through the lower cracks of the door. There she is. The red-robed ninja thought to himself before channeling chakra through his ears, listening for any movement in the room. Hearing 2 distinct heartbeats, he pinpointed their positions in the room after a moment of concentration. Assessing her to be the one unconscious, her heartbeat was identified as the slower one. So he naturally zoned in on the faster one. But just to make sure, the Kage stepped forward before lightly tapping his foot against the door, just loud enough for the occupants to hear it. "Yeah?" The voice was male. And it was all the confirmation he needed. A wind blade was manifested, the razor edge passing through the door with virtually no sound before it pierced the man's heart through and through. A thud was heard within the room, and Naruto adjusted Hinata in his arms quickly before opening the door and slipping in. Hinata groaned and hissed at the movement before Naruto readjusted her, finding Temari's equally unconscious body in the room. Naruto put the Hyuga on the floor as gently as possible. Temari suddenly groaned, and Naruto's still sensitive ears quickly picked up the sound of her increasing heartbeat. Quickly deducing that she would more than likely not keep her mouth shut, possibly in some panicked delusion that the pirates would be able to harm him, or distract him long enough for her to harm him, Naruto quickly marched across the room, cold metal gauntlets quickly covering her mouth. The cold metal jostled whatever sleep was in Temari's system right out of her, her eyes shooting wide open before her 2 hands wrapped around his wrist, clawing at it. "Stop moving." Temari froze, eyes adjusting to the darkness as she caught sight of him. He could practically feel the rising panic already swelling up from her body. It did not take a genius to figure out why. "If you believe your near-death experience on that ship is my doing, you need only remember that if I really wanted you dead, you would be dead." She seemed to calm minutely at that, though she was still breathing heavily through her nostrils. Though the statement allowed her to calm down and not make this situation more troublesome than it had to be, it also allowed her to think clearly. And thinking clearly was just as dangerous as panic. Already he could see the cogs turning in her mind as she formed her conclusions. He was keeping her quiet. Now, he'd do that normally, but not in this way. He'd either just tell her to shut up, or he'd launch enough killing intent at her to keel over a horse. So since he was silencing her like this, then that meant he wanted to do it without making a scene. And if he didn't want to make a scene, that meant that whoever was on this ship wasn't a friend of his, and if they weren't friends of his, that meant they were probably friends of hers. Noticing the path her thoughts had taken, Naruto spoke. "If you are thinking of making a racket so that a would-be rescuer will come to save you, then don't. There's not one person on this ship that can threaten me. The only thing these worthless pirates can threaten is Hinata. As well as yourself if they get truly desperate," he said, gesturing the Hyuga behind him. It was then the Sabaku noticed her. The sickly visage making her eyes widen only slightly. More surprise over her condition than actual presence. Undeterred, the blonde continued. "If however you still wish to make an attempt to call for help, know that the only one of these fools with even an iota of intelligence to his name, I killed 3 minutes ago." Ishio sighed as he read over some of the maps, plotting the best course to take to arrive at Suna, as well as where they should dock once they arrive. He rolled his eyes before reaching for the alcohol bottle at his side, tilting the opening to his lips. When none of the warm liquid entered his mouth, however, he stared at the bottle with a disappointed growl. "Why is the rum always gone?" He sighed before standing and making his way to the door. This ship had 3 sake, wine, and rum cellars, one of which just so luckily happened to be right outside his room. Clicking the lock to his room open, he opened his door, only for a hand to reach out of the darkness, the metallic claws slashing the side of his neck wide open. The pirate captain gasped, choking as his legs carried him back, stumbling over his desk, blood pouring over all the maps in the room. Eyes wide and disbelieving, he knocked down several of the candle stands along the side of the room, their lights flickering before regaining their strength while some turned off entirely. He reached the end of the room, eyes wide as his back slid down the wall, hands clutching the side of his open throat, staring up at the Kage that now stood over his dying body. Naruto watched as the blood slowly flowed across the floor. It reached his boots, before he heard the thumping of footsteps down the hall, along with the curious shouts of "Captain" from the men that now came closer. Naruto turned from the dying man, facing the men as they entered the door, freezing at the sight of him and the dead captain slightly behind him. "This ship," Naruto began, "belongs to me now. If you value your lives, you will sail this ship back to the mainland immediately. You will also provide me with the antidote for whatever poison was used on Hinata. If none of you know, then you will show me the poison." Before anyone could respond, a low, grating sound rolled into his ears and Naruto turned, eyes finding Ishio's face. A smile, taunting and smug, tugging at his lips. Then Naruto's eyes found their way to the man's hand, where a single explosive tag, one of the 4 dozen or so he'd taken from his men along the upper deck earlier, lit a flame, about to detonate. The Kage vanished in a cloud of smoke before a bright flash of light. The real Naruto's eyes snapped open, acting fast as he stood fully, ignoring Temari's startled gasp. His hand extended towards the far wall, a shock wave of pressurized wind blasting the wooden obstruction wide open. Since they were in the lowest deck, water soon flooded into the compartment. "What the hell are you doing?" Temari yelled as she scrambled to her feet. Naruto didn't allow her to reach her feet on her own, hooking an arm along her waist and lifting her with a single arm as he made another clone to grab Hinata before the water could wet more than her sleeve. Rushing through the hole in the wall, the heat of a deafening explosion nipping at his heels. He marched along the shallow surface of the ocean, stumbling like a drunk as he tried to keep himself standing over the rapidly shifting currents. He spared a moment to look behind him as an explosion tore the ship apart. If everyone wasn't dead, they would probably drown, and if they didn't drown, he'd kill them himself once they reached the shore. With no ship, they were useless to him. He felt Temari's nails digging into his skin and brought his gaze back to the heavily breathing Sabaku, the sudden adrenaline rush causing brief trembles, along with a slight flush to her cheek. "What the hell just happened?" she questioned, glaring at him before looking over his shoulder towards the now sinking ship. Naruto ignored her question as he looked to the clone holding Hinata. The clone nodded, indicating she was still all right, for now. Turning his gaze back to Temari, he spoke. "It appears we will be in each other's presence for quite a while, Miss Sabaku." Before he began to make his way back to the island, Gaara hissed as he willed another wall of sand to rise from the earth, blocking a fire jutsu from striking the civilians that were currently making a mad dash to the docks. They were several yards away, but they weren't the only people he was guarding. It was as if the Kazekage had made it his own personal mission to guard as many civilians as he could, often sacrificing even his own defense to their aid. Much to the frustration of his older brother, who had taken it as his mission to protect Gaara. They had managed to push into the city streets from the docks, pushing back the enemy enough to link up with the remaining defenders in the tower, where they were now proceeding with the evacuation. But now, with their forces spread through the city rather than as a single concentrated force, their advance had been ground to a halt and they were now being slowly pushed back. The fire and the determination that had spurred them on at the beginning was now slowly dwindling, leaving weak, faltering, fearful soldiers in place of men and women driven to save their families. "Gaara!" Kankuro yelled, launching several shuriken from his wrist launchers as his left arm opened up into a wooden shield, marching up next to his brother, the T-shaped visor of his head armor turning to face the young Kage. "We have to go. We've saved as many people as we can. Now we need to get out of here before we're all killed." The Kazekage did not even hesitate in his answer as a quick, firm "no" escaped his lips. "There are still civilians in the city. We can't save everyone." Kankuro yelled, moving to grab his brother before looking to the side. "Chuji, Sakura, Ino we dash." Gaara wrestled from Kankuro's grip, blocking an incoming kunai before he launched a sand spear at his attacker, killing him before he raised himself to his full height. Kankuro's words long silenced. "Get the women and children out. Get them out." Gaara yelled at the top of his lungs at the ninja fighting in the street. His voice was as loud as a thunderbolt, ringing clear through the ears of all who heard it, spurring them on to fight, reminding them of just what was at stake other than their lives. Several hundred feet away, a single, spinning Sharingan eye stared at the red-head Kazekage as he rallied the men at his side. Troublesome guy that. Sabaku no Gara. Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shikaku. Has extensive control over sand. Defense near impenetrable. Offensive capabilities, slightly above average. Kimimaro recited his intelligence on the Kage. At the side of the copy Nin and Bone Wielder were Jirobu and Tayuya. Sakan, Yukon and Kidamaru were busy assaulting the Kage Tower. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for you three to deal with. The copy ninja stated. You're not coming? Tayuya questioned. No. Kakashi said, waving her off as his eye traveled towards the Nina fighting in the tower. I have a date with a certain dragon. Which I would just hate to miss. The three nodded before they leapt from the edge of the building, making their way toward the battlefield. Kakashi ignored their absence as his eye continued to scan the battlefield. Come out wherever you are. He sang to himself. Chapter 81, The Fall of Kumo. The Kage Tower of Kumo burned, the normally awe-inspiring structure, a gleaming white over the horizon that was viewed by those in and coming to the city, now merely a smoldering husk of stone, metal and plaster. The desperate Kumo ninja did their best to hold back their attackers along the 7 levels of the tower, with the highest level, the roof and office of the Kage himself, being the final refuge for the citizens that had fled here. Kidamaru, skin lined with black markings, watched and listened as his men continued the attack on the tower, picking off any individual Kumo ninja he could see through the window with his bow and arrow. The 4-limbed member of the elite guards of Konoha turned to face his fellow ninja Sakan/Yukon as the ninjas leapt next to him. Everything is on schedule. Gotta say. Kakashi really knows how to aim for the nuts, doesn't he? Blowing up the tower will decimate their will to fight. It's not blown up yet. Kidamaru responded. So don't get too cocky just yet. Besides, the messengers say that the force that arrived from the docks are making their way here. Probably to save the tower or some such idiocy. Yeah. Sakan/Yukon waved him off. Doesn't matter anyway. We have so many men in reserve, they'd need a miracle from the gods to fight us off. There's that ego again. Kidamaru responded with disdain shortly before an explosion to his right sent several Konoha ninja flying over his head, decimating a former Kumo barricade in the process. Kidamaru, Sakan/Yukon watched as dozens of Kumo ninja poured into the courtyard, jutsu, kunai, and shuriken flying through the air as the Konoha Nina rushed to meet them. They glanced at each other before they each leaped off to a nearby rooftop, eyes scanning the crowd as they sought out their target. Bodies and weapons were a blur, faces becoming distorted and unrecognizable in the haze. Kidamaru spat out a new arrow for his bow, the hardened, chakra-bound webbing as hard as any steel, notching it into the bow string. Sharp ears caught the sound of an approaching enemy. Amateur. He thought, turning swiftly before launching the arrow. It sailed through the air for barely a second before striking seemingly empty air with a hard thud. There was a cough before the air became hazy and a body soon formed as the genjutsu slipped, with the man falling dead, arrow in his chest. There. Sakan/Yukon yelled and Kidamaru turned his sights to where the brothers were pointing. Pulling his radio from his belt, the spider ninja spoke. Hataki. We have a confirmed sighting, I repeat, we have a confirmed sighting of Zhuge Liang. The sleeping dragon was currently marching through the courtyard, face scrunched up in concentration as he worked on creating his genjutsu over the Konoha ninja, causing disorientation and chaos among those caught in the illusion with neither the skill nor knowledge that they needed to escape. Kakashi's voice crackled through the radio. Roger, on my way. Do not engage Liang until I arrive, I repeat, do not engage. Understand? Kidamaru growled, glancing over the battlefield as he watched the Konoha ninja being cut down like wheat, unable to organize or retaliate under the influence of Liang's illusion. Negative. He replied. Negative, if we don't at least distract him all our ninja will be killed. Kidamaru dash. You're breaking up, out. The spider ninja growled before switching off the radio and putting it back into its holster. He could already feel the tongue lashing he would get from Kakashi and his superiors later. Forming another arrow, he notched it into his bow, pulling back with all his might before firing the deadly projectile at insane speeds. Too fast for normal eyes, the clan, arachnoid/spider better, ninja watched as the arrow approached the yondaime raikage, headed straight for his neck in a downward motion. If it hit, it would certainly kill the man. He held his breath, believing for a moment that the attack would connect before a hooked spear knocked the arrow out of its trajectory with a loud clang before his world went dark. He glanced around, panic momentarily taking over as he stared into complete darkness. The silence oppressive and deafening within the void were deafening before he realized he was under a genjutsu. I never even saw him look at me. The spider ninja said to himself before he shut his eyes in concentration. Dark chakra coursed through his body from the curse seal, spreading like a disease, the sick feeling of evil, countered only by the incredible sensation of raw, unbridled power that accompanied it. He reached up, grabbing his forehead protector before ripping it off, revealing his third eye. Sound and color returned to his world with the chakra fluctuation, and he quickly shook off the disorientation as he looked around searching for his target. He found him a moment later, white robe soiled as he skidded across the floor, apparently having been knocked there by an explosive tag. Quickly looking to seize an opportunity, Kadamaru again notched his bow and drew back the string, ready to take the shoot. Just as he released the arrow, however, a hand swiftly clamped down on his wrist, yanking it to the side, throwing off his aim and the arrow's trajectory. "I thought I told you to wait," came the somewhat irritated voice of Hatake Kakashi. Kadamaru's gaze snapped up to meet his, finding the spinning Sharingan bearing down on him. Shoving the spider ninja behind him, Kakashi's Sharingan glanced over the crowd, placing his hands in a seal. "Kai!" he yelled as a single bubble of chakra burst from his body, washing over everyone, dispelling the illusion before he looked to an adjacent rooftop where the real Zhuge Liang stood, Ewing, Shikamaru, Kiba and Hana at his side. "Form up!" Kakashi barked. Seconds later, Leaf Ninja took up formation near him in a standard offense formation as the Kumo Ninja did the same. Kakashi's Sharingan spun slowly, "Don't you mean rapidly/fast if it's blurry?" In his eye, the black tomos almost blurring together. Liang would have cursed if it was in his nature. Hatake Kakashi was one opponent he did not want to face. Hell, any Sharingan user was an opponent he did not want to face. His genjutsu was his greatest strength, and though he was more than adept at ninjutsu and decent at taijutsu, genjutsu required so little chakra his reserves were somewhat below average for a Kage-level ninja. Getting into an all-out ninjutsu battle with a ninjutsu specialist like Kakashi was not on his to-do list. Looking to Ewing and the others behind him, he spoke. "We need only hold them off for a few minutes, the tower is already being evacuated." Some of them nodded, each readying themselves to take on the Konoha ninja across from them. Kakashi blinked languidly, his chakra spiking as dozens of possible strategies passed through his head in seconds. "Well now, Zhuge Liang, let's see just how well you can fight without your famous genjutsu." Kankuro grunted, using his massive arm to block a sword strike while bashing the ninja with his other arm. The force sending him across the courtyard like a rag doll, his bones shattered by the suit's strength. As Kankuro regained his bearings, he was suddenly assaulted by a searing heat at his back. Stumbling forward, he ignored the flames that now sought to sear his suit. Turning to face his attacker, he launched several shuriken from his wrist launchers, which by his count were beginning to run low on ammunition. 3 of the sharpened stars hit with dull thunks in the man's chest, killing him. With his attacker dead, Kankuro quickly worked through the chakra channels in his suit. Pushing chakra through the intricate exoskeleton, he focused it on the key converter seal. He turned his chakra from its natural earth element into water, which quickly worked at spraying the suit with water through tiny holes throughout the suit, extinguishing the flames. With his attacker defeated, and his immediate peril of being roasted abated, it wasn't long before his worried mind returned to Gaara. He called, glancing around frantically, having lost sight of his younger sibling. He felt a brief moment of panic before finally catching sight of him again. The Kazekage sand shield rose to his defense, blocking a sword strike before it shifted again, blanketing the attacker before crushing him in its grip, blood spilling onto the cobblestone street as it seeped through the sand. The shield of sand came to his aid again, blocking several kunai. With a wave of his hand, the Kazekage made his own kunai of sand, launching them in retaliation. The ninja threw his kunai again, this time aiming for Gaara's sand projectiles. The metal cut through the grains with relative ease, the sand losing its shape and firmness. It dissolved into nothing but dust in the wind for a moment before Gaara swiftly reformed the scattered grains into a single long spearhead, piercing the man through the neck. Kankuro moved forward, his massive suit pushing everyone out of the way due to sheer size and strength. The puppeteer began before something latched onto his shoulders and, unbelievably, heaved him upwards, tossing him through the air. Earth met sky as the hulk of wood and iron spun wildly. When he crashed, it was on a rooftop, the half-ton bulk easily plowing through the tiled roof and second story, coming to a halt in the first-floor dining room. Though the padded interior did wonders to absorb the impact of the landing, Kankuro's head was still spinning when he began to stand. He would have clutched his head, but with the suit on it would have done no good. Looking up through the T-shaped visor opening of the head protector, he saw that now, standing among the crowd, was a massive, red-skinned, humanoid. He wasn't sure if that could be classified as human. Before any more could be said, the red-skinned attacker charged forward, smashing through any Suna ninja that got in his way, and any Konoha ninja foolish enough to stumble into his path. His footsteps sent tremors through the earth. Soon as puppet user braced himself, the hydraulics of his suit hissing as he locked the mechanisms. When the red-skinned giant hit him, Kankuro swore he'd been hit by a stampede of horses. The chassis of his suit dented, the hardened planks of wood cracking beneath the strain as his feet dug into the ground, grinding him to a halt. Grabbing onto his attacker, he shoved him down to the floor, driving an elbow into the back of the man's neck. Jirobu grunted, lashing out with his fist, smashing it against Kankuro's knee joint. The suit lurched as the mechanisms failed, but Kankuro didn't allow himself to waste any time. Grabbing Jirobu by his hair, he smashed the former sound ninja's face into his knee before punching him with enough force to send him smashing through the wall at his side. Jirobu lashed out with his foot, kicking the suit's chest piece again, sending Kankuro out of the building and into the street, the debris and shrapnel tearing into the people around the blast site. "Kankuro!" Sakura yelled, her attention brought to the dust-clouded street. She reached for the scroll at her back, ready to summon her own puppets to aid her older friend when a shadow fell over her. Glancing upwards, she saw a massive troll-like beast climb over onto the roof of a building, before 4 others came to her line of sight as they rounded different corners, clubs and massive fists swinging through the air. The beast grabbed a huge chunk from the building, looking down, almost in confusion as it could not truly distinguish friend from foe in the melee. Frustrated, it roared before throwing the 2-ton stone into the crowd. Sakura's eyes widened, looking to Ino, who was busy dispatching her opponent. She rushed forward, tackling the blonde woman to the ground as the stone flew overhead, tearing people apart with the force the massive stone had been thrown with. The 2 kunoichi didn't even have time to stand up before one of the creatures landed in front of them. Glancing up, they saw the beast's face, grotesque, black skin with reptilian warts spread across it. Its breath was vile and nearly made the 2 want to throw up as it roared at them, raising its club in preparation to crush them. A massive fist suddenly smashed into the beast's side, sending it sprawling across the courtyard as Sakura and Ino's attention was brought to Chuji as his hand turned back to its normal size. The Akamichi wasted no time. Looking down to the 2 kunoichi, he quickly moved to help them up. Come on, come on!" He hurried, pulling them to their feet. Another troll creature rushed up behind Chuji, club at the ready. As it swung, a wall of sand rose up from the earth, stopping the strike dead. The 3 looked to Gaara, who only gave a brief nod before bringing his attention back to his own surroundings as the 3 leaped away from the courtyard, looking to regroup somewhere before they looked to take on these monsters. With Gaara, mere seconds after he turned away from Ino, Sakura and Chuji, the Kazekage's automatic defense rose to his left. This didn't surprise him. It was well known that his sand acted to defend him of its own accord. What did surprise him was when a single bone-like tip actually managed to pierce the sand shield. If not for mere reflex more than anything else, he would have been killed. Instead, the fatal blow that would have sliced open his jugular instead cut open his upper shoulder. Latching onto his attacker's wrist with his sand, the Kazekage yanked him away, forming more sand to wrap around the man's entire body. "Sabaku Kyu!" Gaara yelled, tightening his fist. A hand emerged from the sand, grasping at its surface as the owner pulled himself out of the suffocating grip, dark eyes glaring at Gaara in defiance as black lines glowed on his skin. "What in the hell are you?" Gaara hissed through clenched teeth. Tsunade panted heavily as she rushed through the halls of the now ruined hospital building. Now stiff, cold corpses littered the hallway floor. She paid them no mind, face covered in dirt, grime and sweat as she threw open the doors, chocolate brown eyes searching frantically for one particular person. "Tsunade-sama!" One of the Kumo Jounin yelled out behind her. "We have to leave, our perimeter can't hold off the enemy any longer, we have no time to waste." Tsunade ignored the man as she continued throwing doors open, ignoring the cut-open bodies of the patients that had been executed. Every logical aspect of her mind was screaming at her. That if she was still here she had been killed. Or that she'd been taken prisoner and would instead be killed later. That she had to leave. To escape now in order to fight another day. But another part of her just wouldn't accept it. She couldn't be dead. She had to be alive, she had to be here. And she had to get her back. "Tsunade-sama!" The man called again, chasing her down the hallway. She could hear the battle raging outside. The screaming, the explosions, the cries for help, to retreat, to attack. But she paid none of it any mind. Simply continued opening doors. And finally, with a resounding bang of steel knob to wooden wall, she found the right door. And the sight sent her to her knees. Short raven hair, standing out in stark contrast to the white-tiled floor, obscured her face from her view. Blood stained the floor around the area she laid upon. Dry to the point of being almost black. The Kumo Jounin rushed up to her side, hurriedly grasping her shoulder as he pulled her towards the exit. Tsunade-sama dash, he began only to be shoved away by the woman as she stood rushing to Shizen's side. Her hands shook and her features trembled as she reached down, hesitating as she grasped the younger woman's shoulder. Her breathing quickened, tears coming to her eyes before she rolled the dead woman over, removing the hair from her face, fully revealing her features to the Sannin. A scream of pain and just, sheer anguish tore through the man still outside the door, freezing him on the spot. Tears fell freely from Tsunade's eyes, broken sobs choking her as her head fell onto Shizen's chest. Tsunade cradled the young medic in her arms, crying as she rested her head over hers, sobbing into her hair. "I'm sorry," the Sannin said as she kissed her head. "I'm sorry," she repeated through her sobs as she kissed her again. Over and over the Sannin repeated the two words, as if they held the power to bring Shizen back, her voice growing fainter and fainter. As if the strength was being leached from her very bones. The Jounin at the door felt pity for the older woman. But he knew that they had to get out of here. Their speed and advantage of surprise is what gave them the ability to even reach the hospital in the first place. They had hoped that there would still be some survivors here, but their hopes had been for nothing. Everyone was dead. Ninja, civilians, even the patients were dead. They couldn't remain on the defensive for long, and if they did they'd be cut off and would share the fate of the occupants in this hospital. So walking forward, hesitation in his steps, he tentatively reached out towards her, grasping her shoulder. He felt the woman stiffen. "Tsunade-sama, please, we must leave. We don't have much time before Konoha breaks through our lines, please." Her sobs continued, changing into harsh hisses through clenched teeth, bloodshot, tear-stricken eyes, gleaming with nothing but raw hatred as her shuddering breath continued to tremble. She stood so suddenly she startled the Jounin. Marching to the wall of the hospital, she ignored the man's confused questioning as she reared back her fist and with a single great heave smashed the wall to bits, sending chunks of brick and plaster falling down towards the city streets below. With a scream that held all the pain, anger and loss she felt tearing through her insides, the legendary medic grabbed onto the wall at her side, tearing it off before she launched it to the street below. "Look out!" The cry from below vaguely reached her ears before the deafening, resounding smash of stone drowned it out. She leaped from the 5th story of the hospital building, landing with a crash. She wasted no time in rushing headlong towards the first Konoha ninja she saw. The poor man never even saw the hit coming. "I'll kill you," the Sannin hissed under her breath, her words barely audible over her own heaving breaths. "All of you!" Her scream pierced the air like 1,000 knives scraping against glass, sending chills down the spines of friend and foes alike. Kuchios no Jutsu. Kakashi coughed up blood as the wind blade ran him through, the red liquid staining the entire front of his vest and mask before he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Zhuge Liang's eyes narrowed, hissing in anger as he craned his neck to look behind him as Kakashi exploded from the ground behind him, kunai in hand. The sound of metal slicing flesh and scraping bone was accompanied by the thumping of Zhuge Liang's body before the body exploded in a great fireball, consuming Kakashi with it. On the other side of the street the battle continued, with Zhuge Liang grunting as he blocked a fierce spin kick from the copy ninja. Instinctively trying to form a genjutsu over Hataki only for the illusion to be cancelled almost instantly. "No good?" Kakashi questioned almost mockingly before he drew two kunai. It was good that Sakan, Yukon and Kadamaru were keeping Yuang, Hana and Kiba busy, despite the fact that he was nullifying Zhuge Liang's greatest strength, his illusions. It was taking almost all of his skill and concentration to keep up toe-to-toe with Liang. Though the signs of Liang's exhaustion were beginning to scarcely show, Kakashi couldn't really risk engaging in a battle of attrition with the sleeping dragon, despite the fact that it may assure him victory. He wasn't sure how strong Sakan and Kadamaru's opponents were. If they managed to get the upper hand in their fights, then that would almost certainly signify his death if he was too exhausted to fend them off. Kadamaru for his part was, for now, doing a magnificent job of keeping distance from Shikamaru and Ewing with his webbing. He hadn't scored a direct hit on either of them with the sticky mass, but the stall tactics were doing wonders for him to get more shots off with his bow. They had been on the receiving end of several close calls with the deadly long-range weapon. One slip up and the spider ninja wouldn't hesitate to kill them in a second. All he needed to do was tire them out. His webbing used ridiculously small amounts of chakra. He could go on for hours. The only thing he really needed to be careful for was that Shikamaru's shadow. As if reading his thoughts, the black sliver approached him from behind, just barely catching it from his peripheral vision. The spider ninja spun around. "Kikken hata!" he yelled before a bright flash of light emerged from his eyes, driving back the shadow, giving him time to leap away. As he landed on another building, he quickly needed to use his bow to block Yuang's hook spear. Twisting, under the weapon he drove an elbow into the woman's stomach. Twisting back into an upright position, he notched an arrow into his bow, drawing back the string as he aimed it, the tip glinting right in the older woman's eye. He released the string as she fell onto her side, a small gash just above her eye to show her close call. Expecting this, Kadamaru leapt back as he spat out a mass of webbing towards the woman, who rolled back, getting to her feet and then backpedaling enough to avoid the sticky mass. Notching another arrow into his bow, Yukon turned his sights onto Shikamaru. As for Sakan and Yukon? Come on! The brothers yelled, their dual voices creating a screeching sound, like nails on a chalkboard. Kiba and Hana both rushed the brothers, snarling with the Hashimaru triplets at the elder Inuzuka's back, ready to help their master. Haha! The brothers laughed, with Yukon rushing out of Sakan's body, an after-image left in his wake, almost see-through but not quite, the background distorted with the colors of Yukon's clothing and hair. It connected the two, and Yukon rushed behind Kiba and Hana. Noticing his movements, Kiba paused in his charge, turning back to face Yukon, but Hana continued onwards. The second Kiba turned his head, he was met with a fist to his jaw, and a knee to his stomach as Hana lunged with a tsuga at Sakan. The former Nin chuckled before his body was seemingly yanked to the side at insane speeds, dodging Hana's tsuga and her dog's fangs as his body merged with his brother's again. Adding his own strength to the taijutsu assault. Kiba raised his now prosthetic arm to help block the assault, but with the strength of both ninja against him, even the hardened wood could do little to stop him. Yukon leaped over Kiba, the same afterimage as before left in his wake. Hana, having seen the technique before, swung at Yukon this time, fully expecting to hit him, and Sakan once he was yanked to the spot, claws ready to tear through flesh. Instead of Sakan, Yukon was the one yanked back, once again joining his brother's body, and leaving the way clear for Hana's claws to tear into Kiba's back instead. The Inuzuka male screamed bloody murder as 4 harsh gashes were carved into his lower back. Hana herself barely held in check her own startled, horrified scream as she realized what she did. His strength, again doubled, Sakan used the distraction to deliver a crushing spin kick dead center into Kiba's solar plexus, driving the air right out of the Inuzuka as if he'd been hit with a sledgehammer. He flew back, into Hana, sending both of them tumbling to the ground. Sakan moved to chase after them, but the 3 dogs quickly moved to intercept. Kiba groaned, clutching his chest as he struggled to his knees, blood dribbling through tightly closed teeth. "Are you all right?" Hana questioned, worry clear in her voice as was her apology. "Damn it!" Kiba hissed. "Could you be more clumsy?" He snarled as his hand moved to his bleeding back, reeling from the burning sting that raced up and down his spine at the simplest of contact. It was an accident. The older sibling tried to explain as Kiba brushed her off. "Yeah, whatever." He snarled, getting to his feet. Hana sighed through her nose, deciding it would be best to apologize later once the adrenaline from this battle had worn off and they were both out of harm's way. A massive cloud of smoke suddenly blanketed the village, blinding everyone in the vicinity. When it dissipated, the gigantic form of Katsuyu could be seen towering over the village. Liang reached for his radio. "Tsunade, do not commit yourself to this fight. There will be people who will need your help later." Nothing but static greeted his ears in response. Looking back up to Katsuyu, he realized just where Tsunade was and his suspicions rose. The hospital? Did they get Shizu Dash? His thoughts were cut short as his attention was brought to his back as 7 enormous dogs emerged from the ground, fangs dripping with drool as they reached out, hoping to hold him in place. Forming a seal, lightning exploded from his body, sending the dogs reeling with a yelp before vanishing in clouds of smoke. The technique dissipated, allowing Liang to take a breath. Scanning the area, he didn't find Kakashi and took the moment to pick up his radio again. "Yujido." "Yes, sensei." The kunoichi responded, the struggles of battle apparent in her voice. "Are you near the hospital?" "Yes, but we're falling back. The leaf ninja are swarming over us here, we can't hold them much longer. Let the men fall back. But I need you to get to Tsunade." "Why?" "Because I think something may have happened to Shizune. We cannot afford to lose Tsunade here. Get her out of there. Use whatever means you deem necessary. You can't ask me to attack her. It may come to that. But make sure, both of you get back to the ships. We've lost too many men this day already." Silence was his answer, until a hesitant "Yes, sensei" greeted his ears. The sleeping dragon put the radio back in his pouch, but just as he did, the ground in front of him exploded, dust and debris pelting his face and chest, but it was a minor thing in comparison to the lightning-shrouded palm headed for his heart. The spinning Sharingan caught all the gorish splendor of the Chidori as it pierced the sleeping dragon's chest through and through, blood coating his right hand completely as it stained the Kage's pristine white robes. Liang's features froze, shock etched onto his face as his skin glowed a pale blue, cracking in places before he exploded in a massive lightning ball, the shock even going as far as hitting several of the nearby ninja, Leaf and Kyuubi alike. Kakashi flew through the air, righting himself mid-fall, his clothing singed with electrical burns. Skidding to a halt, he scanned his surroundings with the Sharingan. The soft, almost undetectable sound of a foot landing on the ground directly behind him had Kakashi spinning around in an instant, kunai in hand, which he used to block Liang's own kunai slash, aimed for the fourth lumbar of the spine. Twisting the kunai in his hand, the copy nin drew another in his free hand, swiping at Liang's face only for the sleeping dragon to block his swing by catching Kakashi's wrist. Kakashi again switched the grip of his weapon, plunging it into Liang's forearm. Watching as blood seeped from the injury, and that there was no sudden puff of smoke, Kakashi could only assume that this indeed was the real one. Liang's face scrunched up in pain as Kakashi twisted the blade, but he never released his grip on the copy ninja. In fact, the hand with the kunai suddenly released the weapon and latched onto Kakashi's other wrist. Stabbing this limb as well, Kakashi could tell that Liang's strategy was to hold him in place for something, and so focused on inflicting as much pain and damage as he could on Liang's arms. The sleeping dragon took the pain, however, using chakra to dull the pain receptors in his arms while simultaneously increasing his strength to hold Kakashi firmly in place. Shimmers in the air around them alerted Kakashi to the wind blades currently taking shape as they hovered in the air. "You are good. If our motivations were switched, you may have beaten me." Liang spoke, sweat lining his brow as he breathed heavily. Staring into the Sharingan eye that stared straight back in defiance. The shimmers in the air solidified, becoming vaguely crescent-like in shape as they spun in the air. Kakashi's arms shook with effort as he tried to pull out of Liang's grip. The spinning crescents increased their rotations, almost forming a solid circle. Damn! Suddenly the crescents faltered, slowing before they faded completely. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, feeling Liang's grip slacken over his wrists. He wasted no time in slipping free and leaping away. Landing on one knee, Kakashi watched as Liang's entire body trembled, his hands moving slowly to grip his chest. Is this some type of trick? But it was no trick. Liang's vision blurred, the world spun, pain racked his body, knees and limbs growing numb and weak, fingers trembling as his eyes grew heavy. Blood burst from his lips with a retch, heaving over. He didn't even have the strength to hold himself up, collapsing on the ground face first as his body shook and spasmed violently before finally falling still. Kakashi checked several times for genjutsu. This was just too convenient. Deciding not to take any chances, he threw one of the kunai in his hand, aiming for the top of Liang's head. "No!" was the scream that pierced the air as Kakashi's kunai was batted away by Ying's hook spear, standing protectively over her fallen husband. "This really isn't a trick," Kakashi concluded, still somewhat dumbstruck by the notion that he had been saved by some freak disease. An arrow suddenly struck the back of Ying's shoulder. The woman screamed as she fell forward, clutching her bleeding injury, one hand feebly clutching her spear. "The rakeage is down!" With that yell from one of the nearby ninja, the Kyuubi all showed up as if they crawled out of the rubble around the tower, converging around Liang's body in formation. Shikamaru leaped into the crowd, forming his shadow tendrils to hold back as many of the ninja as possible, his chakra draining like a water tank with a fist-sized hole in its side. "Fall back!" he yelled. With an explosion, more Leaf ninja suddenly poured into the courtyard, cutting down Kyuubi ninja like wheat, cutting off the rest from their escape route. Kiba and Hana made their way next to Shikamaru, guarding him from any wayward kunai that were thrown by the ninja Shikamaru couldn't catch. "Damn it!" Kiba cursed, "We can't run." "The tower!" Hana yelled over the mayhem of battle. "Hurry inside. It's our only chance." The ninja all rushed to the wooden fortification, blocking and throwing kunai in desperation. The gates to the tower were thrown open and sealed shut with a resounding boom. Kidamaru, Sakan and Yukon were soon at Kakashi's side. "We got him trapped," Sakan said with a smirk. Kakashi nodded. "The advantage is ours again. But don't underestimate them. We haven't won yet. Secure the perimeter again. And then burn the tower down." The three nodded before they leapt away from the copy ninja, ready to carry out their orders and seal Kyuubi's fate. Gaara's hissed as he used a sand shield to block Kimimara's bone sword, forming a spike over his right hand. He plunged it into the bone wielder's chest, only to feel the sand give way beneath the extremely dense bone armor under his skin. Kimimaro grabbed onto Gaara's robe, swinging him over his head and slamming him down on the gravel-covered road. Gaara's sand formed beneath him, cushioning the blow before Gaara's sand formed around Kimimaro's throat, lifting the Kagaya into the air before slamming him against the building, and then yanking him out of the rubble and into another building. Sabaku Kyu! He growled out those words for seemingly the 100th time in this fight. The sand tightened and tightened, hard enough to crush even the most tempered steel like a tin can. But Kimamaro's bone armor held fast against the crushing force, extending a bone lance from the top of his wrist straight down towards Gaara. The Kage of Suna sidestepped the attack, the lance morphing into a clone of the Kagaya bone bullets shooting out of his fingertips towards Gaara only for the sand to again come to the Kage's defense. The clone Kimamaro shot forward, rushing as close to the sand shield as possible before he exploded in hundreds of bone spikes which took shape around Gaara, forcing the Kage's sand to cocoon him as Kimamaro's own bones formed a cocoon over the sand. Kimamaro, from his still hovering position, molded his bones, making them grow spikes on the inside, pressing against Gaara's sand with increasing force. His attempt was to distract Gaara with the bones. The cocoon was airtight. That meant that the only sand Gaara had available to him was what was already committed to his defense. And that soon his oxygen would give out. All he needed to do was keep Gaara distracted with the spikes, and by the time he realized his oxygen supply was running out, it'd either be too late or he'd set his sand to lash out, and thus expose himself to one of the deadly spikes. And it was working. Gaara could feel the spikes pressing against the sands with increasing, almost crushing force. He focused entirely on making his sand as hard as diamonds. He tried to focus the sand outside of this cocoon but could feel something holding it back. That meant that whatever surrounded him was enough to cut off his air. That meant he needed to get out of this now. Gaara was a natural earth-type chakra user, as was Shikaku. Though Shikaku also held a slight affinity for wind. But not the wind most ninja used, which is for cutting. Shikaku focused on highly pressurized air as a weapon, something Gaara hoped could prove useful here. Pulling his body into a tight ball, Gaara focused his sand and formed a dense wall of pressurized wind into a tiny, almost marble-like sphere between his palms. This was his only chance, since this technique used up any oxygen left in this cocoon. Nayamayaku no Jutsu. The bones around him groaned and cracked, snapping in places before exploding outwards, the sharpened bone shards injuring dozens around them. As Gaara emerged from the rubble, 2 spikes could be seen protruding from his upper back, with one digging deeply into his right hip. The sand armor cracked with the impacts and stained with blood. The Kage of Suna took deep breaths, pain burning through his back and leg. Kimamaro, who had slipped out of Gaara's grip with the sudden loss of concentration due to the pain, walked up behind the Kage, bone sword in hand. Pitiful. For you to even hope to fight Naruto-sama is an insult in itself. He didn't bother to swing his sword, knowing that Gaara's defense was still very much active. This fight would be won by exhausting Gaara, or bleeding him white. Both of which Kimamaro could do. His bones only consumed chakra to move, and they were long in place. Gaara swallowed thickly, the coppery taste of blood in his mouth. You know the worst thing about sand? The Kazekage asked rhetorically, smiling a little at his thoughts. It gets everywhere. Your sandals, your clothes, your hair. Everywhere. He turned his teal-green eyes to face Kimamaro then, glinting with danger. Even the air we breathe. Kimamaro's eyes widened in horror as he realized just what the Kazekage meant. Sabaku Kyu! The Kagaya suddenly clutched his chest, blood cascading from his lips as he hunched over, eyes wide in disbelief as he wheezed and gasped, trying to suck in a breath, falling onto his knees. Gaara struggled to his feet, yanking out the bloody bone spike from his hip before reaching back to pull out the other 2 with a small yell. Kimamaro's eyes suddenly became bloodshot, his breathing, raspy and weak as it was, growing heavier as the curse seal spread, bones snapping and reforming themselves, denser, stronger than before. Gaara eyed the now dying sound ninja with trepidation, watching as he pushed himself onto unsteady legs, glaring at Gaara with all the anger and hatred in his being, blood still dribbling from his lips. A spiked tail sprouted from his tailbone, skin became a charcoal gray, bones sprouting from his back. Breaths coming in wheezing pants, he rushed forward towards Gaara, 3 bone spikes appearing on each arm. The Kazekage only had a scarce amount of time to raise up his defenses again, but this time his sand shield gave virtually no resistance to the enraged Kagaya, the bone spikes smashing into Gaara's chest and stomach, cracking his sand armor as it threw him back, with enough force to bowl over several dozen ninja in Gaara's path before the Kazekage plowed through a wooden wall. Kimamaro rushed through the crowd like a bull on a rampage, his tail lashing out with crushing force, breaking bones like twigs as he rushed Gaara, blood dribbling from his lips. Sabaku Kyu! Gaara yelled as he emerged from the rubble, his hand tightening to a fist. Kimamaro stumbled only once in his stride before he picked up where he left off, his breaths now harsher and more strained in their efforts. Gaara's eyes widened before he used his sand to lift a massive slab of solid rock between himself and the incoming Kagaya. Again the bone spikes plowed straight through the slab, but did enough to weaken the blow for Gaara's sand to stop him fully this time. Using the moment to smother his opponent with the millions of tiny grains, Gaara moved to push him away when Kimamaro's hand shot out of the mass, wrapping tightly around Gaara's throat. His sand came to his defense then, holding back the 3 spikes that had sprouted from his forearm. But then Gaara felt the pinprick of something pressing against his Adam's apple, and the Kage soon realized Kimamaro hoped to drive the spike straight through his throat from his palm. He focused as much chakra as he possibly could into that single point in his sand armor, using his own hands to try and pry free of Kimamaro's rock-solid grip. The bone spike pushed forward mere centimeters against the hardened sand, the minuscule crack spreading like a spider web around the sides of Gaara's neck, up to his jawbone and nearing his eyes as it spread across his cheeks. Another centimeter, Gaara could now feel the tip poking his bare skin. Teal-green eyes widening with panic and fear as he felt the ninja's grip tighten with impending victory before it suddenly slackened. Gaara pulled himself away from the man's reach, rubbing his throat as he felt the victim's strength fade from his sand prison, his body going slack as his heart slowed, his already struggling breath having been cut off, having long since fallen silent. Gaara's heart pounded in his chest, eyes wide as his sand craped away from the body, dark skin was returning to its pale complexion. The bones did not recede, however, the white organic armor protruding from the fallen ninja's waist and back. Gaara glanced around, realizing that the battle had brought him closer to the dock road rather than the defensive ground around the plaza. His eyes traveled to the 5 giant troll creatures still rampaging through the courtyard. One of the creatures was fighting another, and he could see Chuji with Ino's limp body draped over his shoulder. She was using her technique to control one troll and fight the other, while Sakura and her 2 puppets distracted another, and the mass of Suna troops held back the other 2 as best they could. His eyes then moved to Kankuro as his brother stumbled out of the rubble of a building, one arm of his suit torn off, half of his armor torn away, revealing his face and a good portion of his right side. His opponent seemed in no better condition, back riddled with Senbon, kunai, and shuriken. No doubt tipped with lethal poisons, all of them. But still more leaf ninja were arriving in droves, as if the floodgates of their numbers and the flood was ready to wash them all away. There was nothing more they could do here, they were being overrun. The civilians had long since fled onto the ships. Now it was their turn. Fall back. Back to the ships. Gaara yelled, channeling chakra into his voice box, to carry it over the crowd. His men needed no repetition, fleeing the battle immediately, dirty and bloodstained. There was no way they could have stood up to the fresh troops now pouring into the plaza. Gaara. Kankuro yelled, his breathing heavy as he stopped at his brother's side. Come on. We've done everything we can. Gaara nodded and moved to leave when another voice suddenly yelled out. Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama. It was a Chunin, a Kumo headband tied around his head, eyes full of panic and fear as he pushed his way past the rushing crowds towards the Kazekage. Please. The man breathed, almost collapsing with exhaustion. Rairakage-sama, they're cut off, at the tower. Please, they'll all be killed. You need to help them. Zhuge Liang? Gaara breathed, shock clear in his voice. Kankuro quickly saw the direction his brother's thoughts were taking and gripped his shoulder. Gaara, no. I can feel your chakra. You're exhausted as it is, you can't dash. Get to the ships. Gaara interrupted him as he spun back around to face the charging enemy shinobi. Clasping his hands together and spreading his legs apart, the earth rumbled and shook beneath their feet. Sabaku Nadar. The Kazekage yelled as a sheer wall of sand rose up, towering over the village, and even Katsuyu in the distance. The wall of sand rippled like water, spreading forward and outwards, an ocean of earthen brown crashing over any ninja in its path, crushing them beneath millions of tons of sand. Buildings and monuments torn down in its wake. Gaara panted, his knees growing weak as the chakra drained out of him before he channeled a little more of Shikaku's chakra. Turning to face gaping Kankuro, he yelled. Go! But you can't! You'll be killed with the dash. Not waiting for Kankuro to finish his sentence, the Kazekage rose into the air, a platform of sand beneath his feet. Get to the ships, sail out of the docks. Keep the civilians safe. I'll join you with the others soon. Before anything else could be said, he rushed towards the Kage Tower, flying over the burning ruin that was now the Kumo village. Burn it. Kakashi's words seemed to awaken the flames from their slumber, spreading upwards from the first floor, to the second, then the third, the fourth, the fifth, leaving only the last 2 levels of the citadel, panicked screams reaching their ears in the courtyard below as the black smoke darkened the sky, blocking out the sun. There was a screech of agony that brought the copy ninja's attention to Katsuyu, as the great summon was lit aflame. the searing fires blistering whatever skin was near it. The creature split apart, its single massive body becoming several hundred smaller ones. Now this was odd since such extensive damage would drive a summon to explode in a cloud of smoke. But this one was splitting apart, it wanted to remain here for a while longer. That meant it was either carrying a message, hoping to stall some of their forces or something else. Whatever it was, it didn't really matter. Kyuubi was already in their grasp and nothing they could do could possibly change that now. As if to validate his thoughts, several pieces of rubble crashed down over the courtyard grounds, the plaster and cement loosened by the building's increasing instability. Ewing cradled her husband's still form, only the wheezing breath and slick sheen of sweat showing that he still held some life in him. Several medics used their diagnostic jutsu, scanning his body, eyes filled with worried panic as they tried to figure out what was wrong with their Kage. Liang's eyes opened slowly, his eyes squinting in pain against the light before they rose to find Yu Ying's head of soft brown hair. "Ing?" he rasped. She ran a hand through his raven black hair, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Yes. It's me," she said. "Chakra poisoning," one of the medics said, suddenly bringing Ying's and the other medics' attention. "But how?" another of the medics stated after a brief moment. "Chakra poisoning this severe, he would have needed to fight someone with Tsunade-sama's level of chakra control. And with an unbelievable amount of chakra to boot. The output would have been unbelievable as well. We never sensed anything nearly as large as it would need to be." Even through the disorientation of swirling lights and fading sounds, Liang still heard and understood what they said and understood. His mind sluggish as it was made dull connections as the answer came to him. "This is my hour." "Naruto," he wheezed out. Was it a fortunate accident on his part? Or, worse yet, something done consciously, a plan of his? His thoughts remained unresolved before consciousness left him again. He was fortunate because only a few seconds after he fell into darkness again, the black, thick smoke of fire began rising from the first floor, sending the people into a panic. "They're going to burn down the entire tower," one of the ninja yelled. "Damn it." Kiba cursed, latching onto the ceiling with chakra before he began hacking away at the wood with his claws and wooden arm. Hana soon joining him. Shikamaru walked next to Ewing, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Come on. We need to go to the roof. If we stay here, the smoke will kill us long before the fire does." She nodded, and soon, both Shikamaru and one of the Umbu lifted Zhuge Liang's limp body, leaping through the hole in the ceiling and onto the platform rooftop. The fires spread through the building's floors like ants swarming over a carcass, rising higher and higher. Files, records, desks, and wooden floors consumed by the searing flames. The heat was now becoming apparent to all of them. "Move! Move! Get onto the ships!" Kankuro yelled, ushering all ninja and whatever civilians were in the crowd onto the ships, pushing them along. "Come on, move!" he yelled again. A near 10-foot-long slug suddenly trudged its way up and around the edge of the dock platform. Kankuro quickly recognized the slug as Tsunade's summon, Katsuyu, and before he could question the massive creature, it suddenly spit out an unconscious Tsunade and a half-conscious, disoriented Yujito. They were covered in green gunk and stuff Kankuro didn't even want to name. "Leaf Ninja." Yujito coughed as she struggled onto her elbows from her face-down position. "Swarmed over us," coughed Tsunade dash. "We got you," the puppet master said, reaching forward and grabbing Yujito by her arm, pulling her to her feet as two other ninja grabbed Tsunade, dragging the legendary medic onto the ship. "Raise the anchor." Kankuro yelled as he got onto the ship, the last of the ninja right behind him. "We are leaving." The fires were licking at their feet now, spreading through Liang's office and the final floor beneath them. They didn't have long. They were surrounded on all sides, and the few people that had tried to leap from the side of the building had been picked off by kunai, or Kimamaro's arrows. "Almost there now," Kakashi said to himself as he watched the flames rise. A shadow suddenly loomed over all of them and brought Kakashi's eyes skyward, finding a floating platform of sand. Gaara willed the sand to extend down towards the roof, thousands of little brown grains creating a bridge. "It's the Kazekage. He's come to save us. Get on." Gaara yelled hurriedly, watching as the ninja rushed up onto the platform like rats fleeing a flood. Below them, the copy ninja's eyes lit up with something akin to fury. "No!" he yelled before looking to the dozen or so Umbu. "With me. Zhuge Liang dies today, and so does this war with him. The Umbu nodded before each of them leaped onto the side of the building, running up and through the flames, avoiding the ones they wouldn't survive. Kakashi turned to face Kodomaru. Take any and all shots you get, do you understand me? Nodding, the sound ninja notched another arrow into his bow as he leaped onto another rooftop to get better shots off. Kakashi leaped onto the side of the building, fires burning through the walls and windows of the building. The heat was almost suffocating in itself, but he pushed through. Zhuge Liang was in his grasp. He could end this war right now. To just leave him alive without even trying to assure the man's death was a crime in itself. He jumped over the edge of the rooftop with his Umbu, rushing across the wooden platform. Several Chunin and Jounin rushed to meet them, including a young woman he recognized as 2 Inuzuka due to the facial markings, and the 3 dogs that followed them. Then, his spinning Sharingan found him, clad in white robes and being carried by the ninja guards onto the sand platform. There was his target. Gaara held his stance, struggling to hold the sand platform afloat with the increasing weight. There were nearly 70 people rushing onto this escape platform. About 200 pounds per person with equipment and all. That was about 14,000 pounds, and that was pushing it by a lot. His chakra was draining out of him with increasing speed. They needed to hurry. 2 kunai were in Kakashi's hands, cutting down any and all ninja in his path, eyes fixed on Liang's unconscious form. Finally, for an instant, there was a clear run and Kakashi seized it, hand lighting up with a chidori. He rushed forward, the end of the war in sight. Their reactions to his approach were fast, but not fast enough. They would never be able to get him out of the way in time. He reared back his hand, determination visible in his expression even through the mask. Tsuga! The female Inuzuka slammed into his side like a sack of bricks, claws digging into his flesh and sheer force sending him towards the edge of the building. Kakashi righted himself with a backwards roll, legs quickly finding the ground and stopping his backwards motion dead. Hana's claws were soaked with blood, panting with exertion as she stared at Kakashi, glaring at him. The Leaf Umbu were quickly cutting down their exhausted Suna/Kumo counterparts, the splatter of blood becoming an all too easy sound to hear for the remaining ninjas' liking. Seeing that Liang was now safely on board the sand platform, the rest of the ninja turned tail and ran, the last lines only working on stalling the Umbu as the others rushed past them. Kiba rushed past Hana, one leg on the sand platform before he looked back. Hana! He yelled, watching as she kicked one of the Umbu in the face, shattering his mask and sending him reeling from the blow. The ninja already on the platform threw kunai and shuriken, doing their best to stall the Umbu as the last of their comrades rushed onto the platform. Hana gave one last glare to the copy ninja before turning and rushing towards the platform, her dogs in front of her as Kiba ushered her forward. Come on! Her feet hit the platform and a feeling of safety and security washed over her. It was over. They'd survived. She saw Kiba, hand extended to grasp her own. Gaara in the center of surprise, watching her, waiting for her. He'd come back from all of them. She'd kiss that man for being so noble once they got to the ships. She reached out toward Kiba when a sudden, stabbing pain raced up her spine along with the feeling of something pushing her ribs. She gasped, her legs slowing. They felt heavy. Why did they feel so heavy? She looked at Kiba's face, which was now twisted in shock and horror, then to Gaara, who carried a similar gaze. She looked to her side, finding an arrow lodged into her side. Strange, it didn't hurt. She stumbled, her 3 dogs whining behind her as she collapsed. They grabbed onto her clothing with their teeth, pulling her gently but firmly closer into the sand platform. Snapping out of his stupor, Kiba moved to rush forward. His sister's name on his lips. Shikamaru, sensing his intent, moved his shadow and connected it with the Inuzuka, freezing him in place. The 3 dogs dragged the fallen girl closer and closer. Gaara drew back his sand, raising the platform higher before pulling it back, away from the city. Let me go! Let me go! Kiba yelled, struggling with all his might against Shikamaru's shadow bind technique. With the danger no longer present, Shikamaru released his longtime friend, his own eyes shedding tears for Hana, which he struggled fruitlessly to hold back. He knew anatomy. The arrow had hit her at an upwards angle, judging from its position. It had probably pierced her liver and right lung, having slipped through the exposed area beneath the rib cage. She wouldn't survive another 20 minutes. And if she did, she'd be eating out of a tube for the rest of her life. Kiba rushed to her side, collapsing onto his knees next to her. He rolled her onto her back as gently as he could. Hana? He questioned, swallowing the lump in his throat. She looked at him, then a smile gracing her face. Hey, you look like crap. He tried to smile back, but it was a forced, fragile thing. You don't look so great yourself. Don't make me kick your ass. She breathed. You can try. He choked out. You can try all you want, once we get back to Suna, I promise. She smiled again, this one bittersweet. I think, I'll have to take a rain check on that one, baby bro. Kiba's face scrunched up in pain, tears falling from his eyes freely now as he choked back a sob. No. No, you don't. You're gonna be just fine. One of the medics moved forward, hands glowing with green chakra. Two others soon emerged as well, one ushering Kiba away while the other two worked to save her. Gaara watched the medics work, only half of his mind focused on keeping the platform intact and levitating, having already gotten used to the weight. The medics worked to the best of their ability, one wounded himself. But it was a hopeless case, they all knew it. Only Kiba held onto that sliver of hope, clinging to it, denying its fading shimmer with desperation. When one of the medics stood, his face easily displaying his growing pity for the younger ninja, Gaara knew the words before they even came to his lips. I'm sorry. The words sent Kiba visibly reeling, his breath left him as if someone had punched him in the gut. The hope he'd allowed himself to hang on to fled his eyes, leaving nothing but a broken man in its wake before the hope came back. No. No, not hope. Just denial. A desperate denial that would hurt him more than help him. No. No. Kiba shook his head, pushing his way past the medic before he knelt next to her, grabbing Hana by her shoulders, shaking her lightly. Hana. Come on, Hana. Wake up. I know you're alive, wake up. He was beginning to scream now and Gaara could take it no more, he wouldn't let Kiba destroy himself with this. Stepping forward he walked up behind the Inuzuka. Placing his hand on Kiba's shoulder he brought the Inuzuka's attention to him. Kiba. He said softly. Stop, she's gone. Kiba's face scrunched up in pain before it twisted with rage, gaze fixed on Gaara before he stood, rounding on him. This is your fault. He yelled, grabbing onto Gaara's clothing. Gaara did nothing to stop him, knowing that Kiba needed this. Kiba he began only for the Inuzuka to interrupt him. You brought us here. You gave the damn order to attack. You killed her. Kiba, you know I never wanted this. Kiba's fist reared back and though the sand attempted to raise itself to his defense he held it back and the fist hit him full in his jaw, snapping Gaara's head to the side. Kiba moved to hit him again but before he did Gaara rushed forward wrapping his arms around the Inuzuka in a comforting embrace. And that simply opened the floodgates and whatever emotions Kiba had been holding back were just let loose. Sobs escaping his throat as he weakly punched Gaara's back, sobbing into the Kage's shoulder as his legs grew weak and he fell onto his knees. Gaara said nothing, his own eyes glistening with tears of his own as they looked onto Hana's corpse. Kakashi walked to the docks, watching as the ship sailed away over the horizon. Eyes finding the still body of Kimimaro, Tayuya and Sakan looming over him. He's dead. Tayuya said, pain in her voice. Though hidden beneath her facade. The Kazekage crushed his lungs, suffocated him. Kakashi sighed. Get him onto a cart, we will take him to Konoha. Bury him there. He's earned that much. They all fucking escaped. Tayuya growled, her anger at Kimimaro's death directed at the ones responsible. They only have one place to go now. Kakashi responded. And now that their two-pronged attack has been dismantled, we can focus everything at Suna. Hours later on one of the ships. Liang lay in the bed made for him in one of the ships, the best medic they currently had on hand attending him. Tsunade had been deemed unfit for medical duties hours ago. Her exhaustion and current state making her more of a medical liability than an asset. Sir, the chakra poison is terminal. From the tests I've run, it's progressing, and the progression is only accelerated every time you use chakra. Liang took the news with a flat face. His reaction hidden beneath his apathy. How long? 6 months, if you use no chakra at all. But, after that, your organs will begin to fail. One by one until it reaches your heart, sir. Liang sighed. Naruto planned this, he must have. With this, I have no time. No time to continue my plans. No time to fight a war of attrition. He's hoping I will become desperate. That I will make a mistake. But no. Why would he? If he did this on purpose it meant he never had any intention of killing me during the battle over the Jianling. But why wouldn't he want to kill me? It makes no sense. Could it have really just been a fortune on his part? Sir. The voice of one of the Kumo ninja drifted in from the doorway. Sir, the Kazekage is here to see you. Should I send him in? In a moment. Liang responded before looking to the medic. Go, but tell no one of this. You are sworn to silence. Yes, sir. The man said with a bow before he turned and left. When Gaara walked through the door Liang thought he was looking upon a man who just spent 3 days climbing a mountain. Though he supposed he looked no better himself. Feeling better? The Kazekage questioned as he closed the distance between them. A little, I suppose. He answered. What was the diagnosis? Anything, long-term? Heart attack. Liang answered. The medic suggests I take it easy, but obviously that will not be an option. Gaara nodded, pulling up a chair before he sat down, the look on his face showing that he had something to say, so Liang waited patiently for him to speak. I should have listened to you. The Kazekage said suddenly, head bowed as if he was ashamed. What? The Raikage questioned. I made the wrong call. Gaara clarified. You were right, we should have left. We never should have gone into the village. He said, swallowing thickly, averting his face so as to hide his tears. There was silence between them for a few moments between the two Kages before Liang shook his head. No. The Raikage said. No. You were right. Gaara's eyes met his then, a sort of strange pleading within those teal depths. We are Kages, the burden of protection and of leadership falls to us. And this time, our plans have ended in a day of great sacrifice. Kyuubi and its warriors lie shattered in the wake of the greatest battle of our lifetime. But without you, without your bravery, your leadership Gaara, our plans would have ended worse, much worse. What people forget is, that one does not rule. One leads. And you lead these people to victory today. What victory? Gaara yelled in response, standing from his chair as he began to pace the room. The fires that burn Kyuubi are still visible to us on the horizon. Tsunade-sama is devastated by the sight of this woman Shizun's dead body. Half of my soldiers and all of yours are wounded. And one of my best friends, a woman I could have considered a sister to me, we just recently had to throw overboard so as not to risk disease spreading through the ship. At the last sentence Gaara threw the chair across the room, shattering it against the wooden wall. Liang remained unfazed by his anger. But the sleeping dragon continued. You saved them, Gaara. Silence. You saved all of those women and children. Hundreds of them. They will see the new day's dawn because of you. That is your victory today. Gaara took a breath walking next to Liang's bed. Then why do I feel as if there is no hope now? Liang smirked. Because you are the hope. The hacking, raspy cough that came from the sleeping dragon's laying form as the words left his mouth made Gaara cringe in pity for the man. He moved to help only for Liang to stay his movements with a weak hand gesture. His breathing was heavy, as if he'd just run 1,000 miles, cold sweat matting his hair to the sheets and his forehead. I can see now. Liang rasped, eyes closed in discomfort before he opened them to gaze straight at Gaara, coal black eyes piercing the Kage from Suna. You are a man, to be feared, Gaara. And, just as I see it, Naruto will see it. I don't understand. The young Suna Kage said in confusion. Liang took several deep breaths and Gaara decided that for the time being, he would stay his tongue despite his questions. Speaking was exhausting the man too much and he needed his rest. The sleeping dragon's next words, however, would remain with the Kage of Suna. For a very long time. Naruto will fear you, Gaara. Liang rasped, coughing several more times before he fixed his gaze on Gaara's teal-green eyes. He will fear what you may become. Chapter 82, My Enemy. Temari listened to the gentle caress of the ocean's waves against the bleach-white sand that covered the beach, the outline left behind clearly marking the tide's limited reach. The crisp ocean air caught her wild and untamed hair, rustling it slightly as gray, near silver-colored eyes looked out to the horizon, her knees hugged tightly to her chest, a few wisps of the sun's bright rays seeping through the shade of the palm trees that leaned over her. She had woken up this morning late, near midday if she had to guess. Her body, still weak from its previous injuries and exhausted over the late night's events, had needed the rest, and apparently even the infamous Devil King had recognized such and had allowed her to indulge in the extra hours of sleep. He'd indulged her so well that when she woke up the ninja was nowhere to be found, only a smoldering fire pit in the center of the cave, several supplies and equipment. Whether his or Hinata's she had no idea, nor did it really make a difference. And of course the last ornament in the cave was the sick Hyuga herself. Temari had to gasp at the Hyuga's features. She hadn't seen Hinata at all and only received a few clipped, measured responses from Naruto as to what was wrong with the unconscious Hyuga when he had carried them both back to the island. Her normally porcelain skin, a faint hue of healthy pink, was now a sickly pale, blue veins actually visible beneath the ghostly flesh. Her hair, normally a luminous sheet of black that shined with even the faintest light, was now dim, wet with sweat and matted down onto her forehead. The bed she had been laying on, made with a mixture of dry and green leaves, grass and twigs, no doubt made by Naruto, was cold and did little to improve her condition. But considering the lack of resources, there was nothing that could really be done. When she had finally gathered herself enough, noting that her clothing was still with her, she had left the cave, placing a few pieces of dry tinder into the fire pit to keep it burning strong while she went to get some fresh air. Now, several hours later she sat just beyond the mouth of the cave, at the gnarled, root-lined beach border, the rotting remnants of wood and palm tree skins littered around her. She was really more shell-shocked than anything, here, stuck on this island with now, nothing more than her previous jailkeeper, and worse yet her jailkeeper's boss. Everything just seemed like a blur. 1 second she was standing across from Gaara. The next, everything had gone to hell and she was here. Where had it all gone? Her freedom was right there. It had been so close she could almost taste it, almost feel the blazing, warm, wonderfully inviting heat of Suna on her face again. She sighed, the sound, miserable, laced with exhaustion as she let her forehead fall and rest against her knees. Why me? She knew why her. She knew it very well. Because she was the sister of the Kazekage. Because she was Sabaku no Temari, Wind Master of Suna. Because she was the one thing that the Kage of Konoha could wield that would force her brother to submit without a fight. He wanted Suna's surrender, he wanted Suna under his rule. He would get it one way or the other. The fact that Zhuge Liang had given him tinder to stoke her incentive to actually consider cooperating was merely a bonus in his eyes, nothing more. A shadow suddenly fell over her, and the crunch of sand under a boot became apparent to her ears. Bringing her gaze upward to the silhouette of Naruto, the sun overhead shining in her eyes so she couldn't get a good look at his face. She caught a glimpse of his hair, wild and untamed as it swayed in the breeze, indicating his hood was off before she adjusted her position beneath him, placing herself so his head cut off the sun's harsh glare, allowing her to see that he still had the metallic face mask covering the lower half of his face. The imposing, dreaded visage he normally wore, the one he used to terrorize any that stood in his shadow, severely diminished at the sight of bare skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair. A rumble sounded above the two and Temari brought her eyes up, eastward where she saw a thick, black cloud looming over the mountainside, thunder rumbling as lightning flashed through the moisture that made up the clouds. I would suggest, daughter of Suna. Came his flat voice as he turned towards the cave, his strides easily swallowing up the distance between himself and their temporary shelter. That you come inside lest I am forced to deal with two deathly ill kunoichi while I'm on this island. She turned back to look at him, noticing only now the 3 bird carcasses held firmly in his grip. Their heads dangling. I'm surprised. She suddenly called after him, making him pause at the mouth of the cave. You don't have me shackled to your wrist. And you're letting me walk around without an escort? My God, the world's coming to an end. You need no escort here, daughter of Suna. He replied, looking over his shoulder to meet her gaze with his own. This island is only a few dozen miles wide. My clones are spread throughout. And believe me, they will see any help that by some miracle may come for you long before you do. You are trapped here. His words spoken, Naruto turned away from her, the swoosh of his robe dying away as he entered the wind-shielded cave. Temari sighed pitifully again, her shoulders slumping before she picked herself up, wiping away the sand on her backside before she forced herself to march back into the inky shadows of the cave. As she made her way into the cave behind the blonde, she saw him set down his kills for the day, drawing a kunai to cut them up as he began pulling out the feathers. Temari made her way to the side of the cave, the same side she'd been sleeping at earlier. Well, this spot was as good as any really. She curled up, hugging her knees as a cold draft made her shiver. She noticed Hinata shiver as well, and watching the Kage of Konoha stop mid-yank she knew he had seen the same. He set the half-feathered carcass down, surprising her as he walked over to the Hyuga. Kneeling at her side, he undid the clasp of his cloak, allowing the red material to ripple for a moment on the floor before he grasped it with a firm hand and placed it over the Hyuga, hoping the extra layer would work well enough to shield her from the cold now seeping in through the open end of the cave. His task finished, he turned away from her, knocking a few more twigs into the fire to make it larger before he turned back to the birds. Temari's eyes widened just a little at the sight of him without that cloak, surprised by how much less imposing he looked. She had always seen him with it, or at the very least the white Kage robes, which in itself made him seem much more broad-shouldered than he looked right now. He was surprisingly slim, nothing at all like the legendary Demon King. No wonder he wore it to battle. The Suna female had to wonder with that thought if there was any damn aspect of this man's life that didn't revolve around war and death. Naruto knelt down once again next to the birds, continuing to yank out the feathers dutifully. Temari watched him, trying to think of some subject of conversation that wouldn't get her larynx crushed. Surprisingly though, it was not her but Naruto who broke the silence. You have something on your mind, Sabaku? Though it was toned as a question, she knew it was an observation. The deep baritone only enhanced by the mask he still wore, bringing her attention straight back up to him. Finally registering the question, she slowly shook her head. Not really. She said before chuckling, the sound dry and lacking humor. Just trying to find a way to start a conversation with possibly the worst conversationalist in the country. Naruto, not pausing from his task, set aside one bird and began a similar process on the second. And what is it you would like to talk about, princess? She rolled her eyes, shoulders shrugging with an irritated air. How the hell should I know? Naruto raised an eyebrow. You are the one desiring conversation, are you not? Yes, it's just ugh, she groaned, eyes closing in irritation as she rubbed her temples. What the hell am I going to talk about with you of all people? Not gonna tell you anything about my past, God knows you're not above using it against me or Gaara. And you're certainly not going to tell me anything about yours. The war is the last thing I want to go into right now, but it's probably the one thing you can discuss civilly with another human being. Her tirade finished. Temari breathed heavily through her nostrils, glaring at the apathetic Naruto, who seemed to actually shrug before turning away from her and bringing his attention down to the third bird, where he began to yank out its feathers as well. She sighed as she lowered her head again. Several bleak, oppressive moments, filled with nothing but the faint sound of rain and the crackle of fire to echo around them. Finally, she broke the silence again as Naruto skewered the three birds onto a wooden stake, putting them over the fire. Will you at least tell me what you'll do, if you win? If I win? Naruto questioned, a hint of incredulousness in his tone, never turning his eyes away from the task at hand. By now, Hataki's forces are marching onto Kumo's doorstep, the main Kumo force, and your brother's reinforcement, still out at sea, too far to affect the outcome of the battle. With Kumo defeated, only Suna will remain. And as we've seen, your brother is willing to surrender for your sake. Temari's lips curled back in a quiet snarl, hating how certain of his victory he sounded. Well, what will you do then? When you win? She stated, drawing out the when in an obviously sarcastic manner. What are your plans for after the war? The lands must be kept in order. Governors and overseers will report directly to me. Rebellions and dissenters will be put down and silence. Order and peace will be maintained once it has been properly established. Order and peace? She questioned with disbelief before snorting. With all the blood on your hands, to think you have the arrogance to talk of peace. You'd oppress people until any shred of self-thought and resistance is drained from them. That's what you would do. And that dash, he responded, is enough for me. Temari could only stare with a slack jaw and wide eyes, shaking her head slowly as she closed her eyes. This, just how callous could one man be? A shuffle to the side brought both their attentions towards the lone Hyuga, her shivering intensifying enough to make the heavy cloak visibly shake with her movements. Naruto stood from his spot again, dutifully making his way closer to the Hyuga, his sharp hearing catching the sound of her slightly more accelerated heartbeat. He knew she was awake before he even got there. Temari watched as he knelt at the woman's side, his black-clad form obscuring her upper body from view, allowing her to look only upon the crown of raven-black hair. She would have moved from her spot, but she doubted the Hyuga, if she was even awake, would want to see her. Naruto's clawed gauntlets gripped Hinata's chin firmly, moving her face so that she would see him when she opened her eyes. Hinata. He called, his deep voice resonating in the disoriented Hyuga's ears. When her eyes opened, Naruto could actually feel himself stiffen. The normal pale lavender was now lined with dark, sickly-looking blue veins. Was the poison going to affect her eyes? Eyesight was everything to a Hyuga. Would she be able to manage without it? Would she lose her position as clan head? His thoughts on this new development was cut short as her voice, weak and raspy, reached his ears. Naruto-sama, I am sorry. Teitima dash. Naruto, realizing what she wanted to say, quickly moved to interrupt her. Sabaku is fine. He stated, shuffling his position a bit more to the side, allowing the Hyuga girl to catch sight of his fellow blonde. Not knowing what else to do, the Suna ninja quickly spoke up, her tone hurried and somewhat uncertain. Yeah, I'm fine. Naruto nodded. You have done your duty well, Hinata. You need no longer exhaust yourself. Rest for now. Recover your strength. He said slowly, nodding gently at the Hyuga beneath him. Temari stared at the scene with something akin to wide-eyed disbelief. No correction, it was wide-eyed disbelief. Was he comforting her? Hinata's lids grew heavy, the shivers that raked her body not relenting in the slightest. But there was nothing he could do to change the temperature, and he did not know how this poison would react to the proximity of Kyuubi's chakra. Or even if her weakened body could fight away the toxic effect of the chakra. The warmth it could provide was far too risky considering the gain. He could only hope she was strong enough to at least weather this cold out. Tomorrow morning he could begin to work out a proper wind barricade at the mouth of the cave. He began to stand, ready to move away from the Hyuga so he could move the birds over the fire, when Hinata's hand shot forward, grasping his arm in a feeble grip, but strong enough to give him pause as he looked back at the Hyuga. The Hyuga gasped, her mouth opening and closing for several seconds as if the words were dying in her throat before they could reach her lips. Temari watched the strange scene unfold before her eyes, feeling as though she were intruding, which she probably was. Hinata's eyes glimmered with something akin to shame, breaking away from Naruto's searching gaze. "Hinata?" he questioned, the chilling edge of his voice, provided by the mask, not making her next request any easier. Could you just stay until I fall asleep again?" The Hyuga's face scrunched up with embarrassment at her vulnerability. At her weakness. She hadn't gotten sick in so long, and the last time she had gotten sick Hanabi and Shino had mothered her so much she didn't even want their comfort anymore. But, here. In this cold, dank cave, with this miserable feeling of weak muscles and twisted insides. She realized just how much they helped her and how much that help meant to her. Naruto, for the first time in several years, was caught completely flat-footed, and his expression, shielded by his mask, was only minimally less extreme than Temari's slack-jawed one. The Sabaku, for her part, couldn't believe what had just reached her ears. And she openly stared at the two, eyes locked onto the blonde-haired ninja's kneeling form. Dear Lord, what would he do? If even half the stories about him were true, then he would kill her on the spot for even having the audacity to entertain the bloody thought that he would actually stay there and cuddle with her? What would he even do? Naruto's eyes seemed to narrow, looking down on Hinata's head as she pointedly avoided his gaze, the piercing ice pick seeming to pierce straight through her. "Why?" he questioned, his eyebrows slowly raising. Hinata seemed to open her mouth to speak before weakly shaking her head. "No. Never mind, it was just the poison talking." Naruto nodded, standing from his previous location and walking back to the fire. Temari's eyes on him the whole way, half relieved he didn't kill the Hyuga, and half disgusted with how he so callously brushed off the Hyuga's plea. The fire crackled merrily in the center of the cave between the three, its orange glow making the shadows quiver at the edges of its reach. Temari watched Hinata carefully, observing as the Hyuga's eyes closed and her breathing evened out with shuddering gasps. Falling into a fitful sleep, she turned her blazing eyes onto Naruto, watching as he lifted the birds from their place above the fire, examining them. "You're a cold bastard, you know that?" she muttered, more to herself than anything. But the echo of the cave did nothing to shield her voice from him. Naruto paused before looking at her. "What are you babbling about now?" Temari shook her head, disgust at his actions rolling off her in waves. "You treat your own officers like trash and you expect the world to just fall in line at your word. Yeah. That's gonna last a long time." Naruto looked back to the fitfully sleeping Hinata, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest as she took in shaky breaths. "She is fine," he stated simply. "I do not know what stems your anger, Sabaku." "You don't know?" she questioned before gesturing towards the sleeping Hyuga. "In all the time I've seen Hinata, this is the one moment I can say little Miss Tough as Nails has shown any kind of vulnerability, and you just brush her off like she's just some brat who's just whining because her thumb hurts. Her emotional state will pass. And she will come to her senses soon enough. A physical comfort is not only unnecessary, it would also delay me from getting other things done to finish securing this cave so as to ensure her survival." Temari shook her head. "Haven't you ever been sick? Don't you remember that helpless feeling of just vulnerability that made you want your mom, dad, or anyone to just be in the same room with you? Because of the Kyuubi's chakra within me, I have never been ill. So these feelings you describe are unknown to me." Naruto stated simply, eyes blinking open and closed with a languid, lazy air about them as he stared at her. The Sabaku stood from her place at the side of the cave with an angry air about her, staring at him with such contempt it rivaled the expression his sister had worn upon their meeting when he assaulted Kumo. "Whatever," she scoffed before making her way closer towards the Hyuga and kneeling at her side, brushing a stray strand of hair away from her face and grasping the pale, sweating hand in her own. Though Temari reminded herself that they were enemies, and that if the Hyuga did die here it was a one-up for her brother and her, she also had to remind herself that if Hinata did die it'd just be her and the sociopathic nightmare with delusions of grandeur and world conquest. So yeah, it'd be best to help the Hyuga stay alive. Naruto seemed to pause, watching the Sabaku as she knelt at Hinata's side, curiosity, an emotion not often seen, shining behind his bright blue orbs. Interesting. He couldn't help but think before he set the birds down over the fire again. Shifting his position, he brought up his left gauntlet, undoing the clasps that held it tight to his wrist and forearm before pulling it free, setting the metal armor down with a soft thump and the clocking of metal joints reaching their limit as the fingers fell and bent limply. The sound brought Temari's eyes back to him, watching as he did a similar process with his right hand. Only difference is, that when the clasps were undone on his right hand, a virtual stream of blood was released, trailing down his arm and dripping onto the cold stone floor of the cavern, and Temari had to gasp at the sight. Naruto ignored the sound, though, pulling away the gauntlet, revealing a hand that was covered from wrist to fingertips in horrible burns, several areas of it charred black while others had burnt all the way down to the bone, the stark white a sharp contrast to the glaring red and sickening black. Good God, the pain, it must be excruciating, and he had worked with that hand all day? What the hell happened to you? She nearly shrieked, the high pitch of her tone resonating through the cave. Naruto paused, looking back at her before he turned his eyes back onto the hand, a kunai being drawn by his left. In the battle 2 days ago, your brother transformed into the Shikaku. In order to defeat him I had to use a combination of the Rasengan and fire elemental chakra. The largest I've used to date. The resulting damage was thus, burning away my hand and breaking most of my arm. I was able to control its movements with a thin layer of chakra so as to dull the pain and maintain the illusion that I was uninjured. But God, what the hell, you just kept on using this hand like that? The pain is manageable, he responded, and Temari nearly retched as the man suddenly slid the kunai over his hand, literally scraping off the rotten and burnt skin. A shudder passed up and down her spine, making her shiver and twitch with disgust. She'd seen some pretty messed up things. But the sound of that kunai scraping off that skin, and worse yet, scraping bone, was enough to make her sick to her stomach. Don't. She paused, swallowing so as to compose herself. Don't you have healing or something that manages that? Naruto nodded. Yes. But it cannot replace or reanimate dead tissue, and so I need to take it off myself. He paused before looking back to her. And do not think that your false concern will grant you any sympathy from me should you attempt anything once we reach the mainland, Sabaku. Temari sputtered in indignation, her face growing red with anger. Never mind the fact that in a few more hours she would have possibly deduced such a plan herself. But the fact that he had suggested that now, when she felt nothing but morbid curiosity and even a tiny bit of sympathy for the guy, was enough to make her hackles rise. Well, his hand could rot for all she cared now. Several minutes into the process, however, it soon became apparent that ignoring him was a task easier said than done, especially when the only sound in that cave was his kunai scraping over his skin like he was scaling a fish. It became apparent very soon that the extent of his medical expertise extended no further than this grim self-mutilation display. Apparently all he was gonna do was cut himself free of the dead tissue and leave the rest to be fixed by the red chakra. No doubt what he had done the other day as well. If he had used proper medicinal techniques, then it may have already been healed. So? She swallowed again. How long should it take to heal? Considering the extent of the damage, 1 or 2 more days. 1 or 2 more. Standing up, Temari marched right up to him, bringing Naruto's attention towards her. She never noticed his free hand tighten on the kunai before she knelt at his side. There was no way that she was gonna listen to that grisly orchestra again 2 more times. Quickly grasping the cloth of his sleeve, she pulled the appendage towards her. Naruto watched, incredulous, as she looked at the nearby bag, sifting through it where she found some bandages and healing balm, along with a small vial of alcohol disinfectant. She pulled out the alcohol first, eyeing him warily as he merely looked back at her with an air of indifference, not saying a word. This was an unnecessary act, really. But the Sabaku was agitated, and allowing her to see this moment of vulnerability may allow him to more easily pry information from her in the future. She'd been right. He wasn't above using her past against her. The alcohol spilt over raw skin, white foamy bubbles hissing angrily throughout his entire hand like acid before dying away. Temari could only imagine how much that hurt. But his face never even twitched, though that could be related to the mask still on his face. The bomb came next as she took some in her own hands and gently rubbed it over his. Naruto ignored the slightly cool sensation, a stark contrast to the previous sting, before Temari slowly began the process of bandaging his hand and individual digits. Nearly an hour later, the Sabaku sighed as she finished tying up the end of the bandage. Done. Opening his eyes, the blonde flexed his fingers, spreading them out before tightening them into a fist. Adequate, he remarked before standing slowly and making his way, once again, towards the exit of the cave. You're bloody fucking welcome, the Sabaku muttered to herself as she went back to Hinata, having enough sense to pull away the roasted chickens from the fire, lest they burn. She could only pray that somebody would show up soon. Otherwise she may be accused of being the only person crazy enough to attack the Devil King in a completely one-on-one fight. Chapter 83, The Horrors of War. Naruto's eyes slowly opened with something akin to a languid air, clear crystal blues meeting the coal-black ceiling of the cave above, a niche of hardened stone and dirt cradling his body. His gaze turned to look between the stalagmites that slightly obscured his vision, finding Temari and Hinata still nestled near the fire. Hinata, shivering from her illness and still quite weak, looked no better than she did yesterday. In fact, the cold of the night seemed to worsen her condition. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Standing up, he clasped his discarded pieces of armor on once again, donning his gauntlets and mask as he made his way closer to the sleeping women, his steps silent, barely causing even the air to stir it would seem. He knelt at the Hyuga's side, first eyes scanning her sickly pale skin before he pulled away the warmth that was his cloak, watching her shudder with startling force and feeling just how cold the cloak was, wet from her sweat. Her eyes moved rapidly behind her lids, but it wasn't REM. It seemed to be more erratic twitches more than anything. Just what was this poison doing to her? Bringing his hand forward, he lightly tapped her face. "Hinata," he called, his grating, deep voice seemingly vibrating through her chest. The Hyuga groaned in something akin to pain before he tapped her face again, a bit more forcefully this time. Watching as her vein-lined eyes opened to look upon him, the Kage nodded. "Do you remember your name?" She looked at him strangely for a moment before she answered. "Hinata Hyuga," she said, clearly expressing in her half-asleep tone just how ridiculous she thought the question was. "Do you remember who I am?" he questioned. Though indeed this line of questioning seemed mundane and unnecessary, he had no idea how this poison was affecting her. And twitching is a neurological symptom. If it was affecting her mind, it may be affecting her memories or even her simplistic motor functions. "Naruto-sama," she answered, her eyes drooping slightly as sleep threatened to take her again. Naruto nodded, deciding that was enough for now, allowing her to sleep before he stood, marching around her to get to the sabaku. Kneeling at her side this time, he easily noticed that she too was shivering, goosebumps traveling over her skin, and he could actually begin to see the hint of blue tingeing her lips. Not that he blamed her. With only a fire and little to no other protection against the cold other than the clothes on her back, it was no wonder. Placing one hand to hover over her body, red chakra began to seep from his claws, the mist-like fog descending over the sabaku like a blanket. The heat it gave off was not unlike the fire, enveloping the blonde woman whose shivers almost immediately ceased, a contented sigh escaping her lips. It would not do to have her die of hypothermia in this cave. Suddenly, however, she groaned, her features curling up in pain as her hands clutched herself, moving lower towards her stomach. Naruto, realizing what was happening, pulled the chakra away, allowing it to fade into nothing, but it was already too late. Temari's eyes snapped open and sudden heaving. Dry coughs escaped her lips. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder, using a quick shunshin to vanish from the cave, reappearing outside. The sensation of the technique, coupled with the sudden, blinding white and this bout of sickness, did nothing to help, and she was soon rolled over, on her hands and knees, vomiting the poultry she consumed the other day. Naruto watched her, resting on one knee, hand slung casually over the higher leg as he watched her begin to recover from the chakra-induced sickness. Cough wheeze. Sensing rather easily that her question would take a great deal of time to get out of her lips in her current state, he spoke. "I apologize," he drawled. "It appears humans are less tolerant of the Ninetales chakra than what I previously thought." Temari coughed and wheezed for nearly a full minute as she tried to recover her breath. "What the hell were you trying to do? See how fast you could make a sleeping woman vomit? Congratulations, you hold the fucking record." Anger and sarcasm was almost palpable in her tone as she glared at him, sighting down as she panted for breath, lips curling at the taste of vomit in her mouth. And she thought morning breath was bad. Oh God, this was gonna be a horrible day. "You were cold," he answered simply. The first stages of hypothermia were beginning to set in. And the heat of the day would not reach us for at least another hour or two, risking further damage. "So you decided that churning my stomach and making me throw up was a better option?" "No," Naruto replied calmly, seemingly uncaring to her anger. "As I said, your human physiology is far more vulnerable to the toxic feel of the Ninetales chakra than I previously anticipated. And my attempts at using the unnatural heat of the Ninetales chakra to stave off the hypothermia resulted in this after a brief overexposure." "Yeah," Temari replied, her voice uncertain as she truthfully didn't know how to respond to the relatively kind act. At least by his standards. "Well, next time wake me first and don't shower me in the stuff for 20 minutes or whatever time you did it. I'm sure just 1 or 2 minutes would be enough. I channeled chakra over your body for 17 seconds sabaku." Now that gave her great pause, to say the least. She was the sister to a Jinchuriki herself, and so she knew that demonic chakra was toxic to humans, obviously varying from each bijou, and though Kyuubi's was reported to be one of the most poisonous, 17 seconds was unbelievable. The few times Gaara had ever lost control or let it slip and his chakra had been around her, it had taken at 10 minutes for her to feel queasy. "How can your body be so used to that stuff?" she questioned, looking at him from the corner of her eye. If 17 seconds was enough to get her to throw up, then what could channeling's the stuff do to him? Obviously his body was more adapted to the chakra, but it had to do something. Naruto stared at her for a brief moment before he responded. It's not. The village of Kyuubi, its buildings still spewing black smoke as embers still clung to life, blackened, charred wood and soot-covered brick making the once pristine white village look like scarred broken ruins rather than the thriving metropolis it was only hours ago. He dead-lined the streets, red blood staining the cobblestones in a sickening macabre display. The Konoha ninja that now left this desolate and broken place paid these bodies no mind. Callously marching past them, leaving the dead city with a single lone Umbu squad to guard the place, remaining hidden in case any survivors emerged, or more likely than not, returned. Kyuubi would not rise again from this defeat, Kakashi would be sure of it. The copy ninja made his way at the head of the column. Behind him, several ninja, ranging from Jounin to Chunin, carried their fallen comrades in massive stretcher-like lifts, 4 on each corner. Any squad that was willing to carry their comrade was allowed to. Normally this was not done, but with their final enemy being Suna, they were far too deep in fire country to have an attack. And no remnant force of Kyuubi that may be hiding near the city would attack a column of over 1,000 ninja unless they wanted to die. The copy ninja turned his head to look over his shoulder, finding Tayuya, Sakan/Yukon, Kadamaru and Jirobu carrying Kimamaro's unmoving form. The Kagaya was paler than usual, his body stiff and the wounds of his battle unhealed, only adding to the gruesome display. Kakashi allowed his mind to wander. Suna was their final target, but just because they could focus all their attention and resources on it, that did not mean victory was assured. Suna was the only shinobi nation that could boast that no invasion force had ever marched upon the gates of its village. Even if one would be able to secure a stable water supply and weather the blistering heat and disorienting dunes, the patrols that marched across the sea of sand were loaded with puppeteers, an artistry of ninjutsu that held enough of an advantage in the desert that entire squads of enemy ninja had fallen to only one team of puppeteers, hidden among the sands. Then, even if all that were to be thrown aside or crushed beneath the boot of their war machine, there was one final, possibly insurmountable obstacle. The Kazekage. If with only a single relatively small stretch of sand here in Kyuubi he had buried nearly an entire sector of the village, what could he do in the desert? He'd crush the entire army before it was even 100 meters from the walls. Not to mention that Zhuge Liang escaped. The sleeping dragon's strategies would only add to Suna's deadly defenses. Or would it? The Raikage had practically keeled over during that fight of theirs. He may have failed to kill him physically, but the man was definitely ill. Maybe he would die on the trip to Suna. Now that would be a favorable outcome. Knowing their luck, however, it'd be unlikely. Kakashi sighed. Zhuge Liang, even with the edge Gaara's abilities gave them, was still in the eyes of many the backbone of the resistance. He should have been faster. He shouldn't have hesitated when Liang's illness crippled him during the fight. He should have done something. Anything. Though he knew brooding over it wouldn't accomplish anything, he couldn't help it. He knew that losses and casualties were a fact of life in war, but from this point out any strategy that Liang ended up using to counter them, and therefore all the lives that would be lost in those counter-strategies would be on his head, no one else's. The sound of footsteps at his side brought his attention to the right, finding Tayuya there rubbing her shoulder where the wooden platform had been resting. Looking over his shoulder he saw an Umbu had taken her place, possibly to give her a break. No doubt the others would need one soon as well. Looking at her, the copy ninja spoke with that similar nonchalant tone. Got something on your mind, do you? Tayuya closed her eyes. You're annoying. She stated simply. Why, thank you. You're quite charming yourself. He shot back, eyes returning to his book. They continued to walk, nothing else coming to either of them before Tayuya finally sighed. So what happens now? You think we're gonna have to fight Suna, or are they gonna surrender? Surrender? Kakashi questioned, almost tasting the word as he said it. The concept seemed to roll in his mind, brewing there for a moment before his lips curled in something that seemed almost like a mild distaste. Would they surrender? The concept in itself seemed almost wrong to him. For so many to die, for so much suffering to come to pass, for everything to just end so abruptly without their final enemy even trying to put up a fight, it seemed just so anticlimactic. Kakashi mentally shook himself. What was he talking about? So much death, it needed to be avoided entirely, but here he was, disappointed at the prospect of it never happening. Had he truly grown so callous? Had he become just as bad as Naruto? He shook the disturbing thoughts from his mind, deciding to answer her question. No. I don't think they'll surrender. Probably fight tooth and nail before they even begin contemplating it. You think so? I mean, they can't really have much left after this. Kyuumo doesn't have much left after this. Suna has barely wet its feet in the bloodshed. They still have many ninja to throw into the fight before they're done, and I can't think of any place more dangerous for an invasion force. Tayuya watched as Kakashi continued to read, or at least pretend to. His explanation gave her a foreboding feeling in the pit of her stomach. But we've got the fucking Devil King on our side, and that's gotta count for something. She stated, a smirk tugging at her lips. Kakashi's own lips curved upward. Ah yes? Now that was one advantage no one could get over. Temari shivered as she dunked herself in the cold stream, her teeth chattering noisily as the cold seeped down into her bones. Why oh why couldn't there be some kind of hot spring in this place? If she was cold last night, she was sure this swim wasn't gonna help. She made the process very quick, having ground up some herbs and flowers she'd found as makeshift soap. She scrubbed herself with haste before jumping out of the stream and finding her clothes. It was moments like this she would gladly trade her wind element for a fire one. God, she was freezing. Her clothes clung tightly to her body, her shivering increasing with a strong draft. The Sabaku hugged herself as she sat down at the base of a tree, hands rubbing her shoulders as her whole body shook, knees up to her chest as she tried to curl herself into a perfect ball. God, that water was freezing. The fleeting thought that maybe she should go find Naruto and have him do that thing with the chakra again passed to get some heat back into her system past her mind. It took a moment, but soon enough her mind fully caught up to what had passed through it. And the conversation that had happened only hours ago came rushing back, along with his admission. Or well, statement. Either one fit considering his nonchalant nature. He said his body wasn't used to the Ninetales chakra. What did that even mean really? In every battle she'd ever seen him in, hell even at times outside of battle he used the chakra, or she felt it at least leaking off of his body in small degrees. Did that mean he was in a kind of constant pain? The 17 seconds she'd been exposed to it had given her nausea that still had her feeling a little queasy. If he had to endure that all day every day. Ugh, no wonder he was so bitter and angry. She'd be pissed too, that was for sure. Still, that led to another thought. If it hurts him so much, then why would he use it to help her? That thought gave her pause. Even the hypothermia that he claimed was beginning to take her could have been staved off if she was just woken up and taken outside where the sun's rays were already hitting the earth and pushing away the cold of the night. So, why wouldn't he just have done that and instead have hurt himself just so she could sleep some more? Temari shook her head almost violently. Snap out of it, girl. This is probably why he did it, making me pity him or something with that lie that his body isn't used to the chakra. God, I'm such an idiot. Keep in mind who you're dealing with here. Stay focused. With her mind cleared and her body now mildly used to the cold, the Suna Kunoichi stood, rubbing her arms again for good measure before she began making her way back down to the cave where they were residing. When she arrived at the hollowed-out rock formation, the Suna Kunoichi was met at the entrance with something a little different than what she was used to. The entire mouth of the cave had been boarded up with dry leaves, twigs and tinder, a virtual wall of foliage to keep out the cold night air. Temari saw no opening point and so swiftly used a shunshin, reappearing on the other side of the barrier a moment later, eyes scanning the inside of the cave, finding only Hinata present within, the fire still crackling merrily at her side. The Hyuga was groaning in seeming pain, squirming in her makeshift bed. The Sabaku marched forward with quick strides, kneeling at the Hyuga's side. Hey, you alright? The Suna Kunoichi questioned, watching the Hyuga's vein-lined eyes flutter open. NGH. The clan head groaned with a mild shake of her head. So sort of. What does sort of even mean? The Sabaku stated with mild irritation. Hinata's face scrunched up, obvious discomfort and even shame was seen on her face. I need to use the bathroom. Temari's expression would have been comical to the Hyuga if she wasn't in this absolutely humiliating, degrading situation. The clan head was sure her dignity would never recover from this. It was a horrible, dreadful feeling being subject to this. Her legs and arms felt like jelly and she could barely muster the strength to roll onto her side. She was always sleepy or tired, everything just ached. If the Hyuga never got sick again, it'd be too soon. Temari glanced around almost in a panic. She was half tempted to be an ass and tell her to just do it there, if only because that was not something she wanted to help in. Unfortunately, her sympathy for the Hyuga's position and the knowledge that the only person other than her that could help, well, let's just say that was one situation the Sabaku wouldn't wish on her worst enemy. That is what even ninja should consider cruel and unusual punishment. Stealing her resolve, the Sabaku slowly knelt down, slinging Hinata's arm over her shoulder. All right, let's just get this over with quick, she said before she used a shunshin to head back out. Meanwhile, hundreds of yards away, Naruto sat on a tree branch, sky blue eyes staring into the horizon, west towards the mainland, almost searching for something. And at the same time, several hundred miles away, another Jinchuriki with blonde hair and blue eyes slowly returned to the world of the living. Chapter 84, My Responsibility. Oh, my head, were the words that scraped across Akina's throat as the pressure between her temples gave her the agonizing pulsing sensation of a migraine. Her eyes slowly opened to a beige ceiling and slowly rotating fan, its edges squeaking with every revolution. The young woman moved to sit up, pausing as a sharp stinging sensation shot through her stomach. In her mind, a vision of fire-laced red eyes and the feel of cold steel made her jump with a start. Naruto. Her hands, once she was fully upright on her bed, found their way to her stomach, recognizing that the clothes on her were not her own, and the feel of freshly changed bandages beneath the oversized shirt made itself known. The door to her room suddenly opened, revealing a woman in her late 30s or mid-40s. Judging from her look, she wore simple clothes and had black, waist-length hair. Oh my, you're awake? One moment, I'll get you some food. Before Akina could even open her mouth to say any kind of protest to her leaving, the door was closed and the sound of shuffling feet indicated the woman's departure. Akina closed her mouth before she glanced around the room. The door was on the other side of the room to the right, and the window was directly across from it to the left. A closet was directly in front of her. Dragging her legs over the edge, the young woman stood up, ignoring the renewed burning pain in her stomach. Why hadn't the injury healed yet? She'd have to examine it herself later. Walking to the window, she looked down onto the bustling market below. This woman lived in what was considered prime real estate, so she had quite a bit of money, or at the very least a stable enough income. Still, that's not what caught her eye. It was the fact that she didn't recognize this location, and that set her on edge. There were not a great deal of places in Kyuubi or Suna that she hadn't been to. In Kyuubi, taking missions as per her training had taken her all across the Lightning Country. And in Suna, her image as Suna's angel had taken her just as far as every outlying village and garrison in trouble had been begging for her to come to their aid against Konoha's raids. So, where was she? Considering where the battle had taken place, she could be anywhere on the northeastern side of the mainland, or, if her luck was really crappy, she could be on one of Kiri's islands. Sneaking on a ship here wouldn't be difficult. The problem was that all ships from Kiri that headed to the mainland docked at Konoha's sole port, Wave Country. And in Wave Country there were teams of ninja that checked the ship. Rumor had it the teams even had umbu hidden in their ranks to make sure nothing got past them. It would be difficult to get away from them undetected, and in a place like Wave Country, that had essentially only one entrance and one exit, she couldn't afford to be detected at the docks. Of course, she'd first have to discover just where the hell she was at in the first place before she could make any plans of escape. She'd have to ask that woman once she got back. Walking back over to the bed, her legs feeling unbelievably weak after the virtual nothing that was that walk. Just how long had she been unconscious? As she sat down on the edge of the bed, the woman entered the room again, this time carrying a tray with some reheated food. The smell of food seemed to shoot up her nose, and Akina became acutely aware of just how hungry she actually was. She swallowed thickly, hoping that she wasn't staring openly at the food as the woman approached. Placing the tray on the nightstand next to the bed, the woman smiled kingly at her. Here you go, eat up. The temptation to do just that was almost overwhelming, but she managed to hold back as she turned her eyes upwards towards the black-haired woman. I'm sorry, but how did I get here? Who are you? Ah, of course I'm sorry. My son, Inari, found you while he and his crew were out on their fishing ship. He brought you back here. My name is Tsunami. The woman said, smiling with a slow nod. You're in my house, obviously, in Wave Country. Naruto slowly made his way down the beach, the gentle caress of the waves, scratching the sands almost soothing to the chronically aggressive Jinchuriki. This would mark the 4th day he'd been on the island with Temari and Hinata, 6th since he himself had been there alone. Now here, away from Temari, Hinata and the world in general, Naruto was free to indulge his thoughts freely. With the almost certain fall of Kyuubi, only Suna now remained. He couldn't plan the invasion here though. He needed to gain a full assessment of his enemy's losses, along with his own, along with other factors that could shift the tides before he did that. No, his thoughts revolved around the future beyond that. The world of the ninja as they knew it was being torn away, villages and their various factions and warmongering ways becoming a mere thing of the past. This was his ultimate goal. This is what his mission entailed, but this was something the Jinchuriki found himself strangely unsettled by. He had grown up in this world, and this way of living, these wars, this constant need to keep on one's toes, it's what he knew, it was all he knew. Peace? It was a goal becoming more and more possible with each passing day. But at the same time, it became all the more imposing. Akina's words during the recent battle returned to him, her voice echoing in his mind. You want to end it here, like this, with this battle because you know some will escape and you know that when they do some may surrender, but many will continue the fight against you. You don't want the fighting to end, you want it to go on, because you're absolutely terrified of the notion of a world without war. A world where you would have no purpose. Naruto's eyes closed briefly as he let the memory play through his mind, so vivid the image was. It was as if it were happening all over again. Foolish girl. Whatever trepidations or uncertainties he may feel, whatever foolish feelings of unease plagued him, he would bear through it. Because it was his oath. His mission. His purpose. Continuing his silent march, the Uzumaki did not take long to find himself approaching the beach at the cave's entrance, eyes immediately finding Temari standing on the beach, arms crossed in front of her as the gentle breeze blew against her, catching her hair and fluttering her clothes. Making his presence known by allowing his footsteps to make a sound, Naruto marched towards her, watching as her attention was brought towards him fully. The Jinchuriki paused, glancing around for a moment before he spoke. Where is Hinata? Inside, still resting. Temari answered simply before she turned her eyes back to the horizon. Naruto nodded and, deciding that nothing would be of benefit by remaining out here staring at the horizon with the Sabaku, he turned towards the cave, ready to leave her to her own devices. Before he fully turned away, however, Temari's voice brought him to a pause. What did you mean yesterday when you said your body wasn't used to the Kyuubi's chakra? The question was simple. Almost as though its subject was an innocent, inconsequential matter. Quick and to the point. He never did take her for one to dance around the subject. Looking over his shoulder, his gaze finding the back of her head, he spoke. It's just what it sounds like, Miss Sabaku. Yesterday you insinuated that my physical body is accustomed to the Kyuubi's chakra enough to feel no ill effects. This is untrue. I merely corrected you. Do you feel pain every time you use even a little bit of it? The Sabaku questioned, turning to face him now. He nodded once, still not quite understanding where she was going with this line of questioning. Is it the same for all Jinchuriki? Ah, you are concerned for your brother, I see. Naruto commented with an air of realization in his voice. What is that supposed to mean? She questioned, hostility in her tone. Nothing at all. He stated with a shrug. It was the truth, it meant nothing to him, merely an observation of her motivations. I suppose? He continued. All Jinchuriki feel discomfort when they use the Biju's chakra. Though, based on the nature of the chakra, they should all feel distinct, or unique in their own way. Mere speculation though, I do not have two Biju and have never been in contact outside of a battle, so I have not engaged one in conversation. What do you feel? Naruto glanced towards her, an eyebrow raised in curiosity. What I feel? Odd, he realized. She was the only person to question him over how using the chakra of the Nine Tails felt like. Others all speculated, all had their theories no doubt. But none had ever fully questioned him, either out of fear, or respect to his privacy. It mattered not, for he cared not. No. No, wait, there had been another that had asked him, one other individual. Suddenly Temari's messy blonde hair was replaced by sleek black, stormy silver-gray eyes shifting to gentle blue before the vision vanished, as if whisked away on the breeze. Why do you ask? He found himself questioning. Temari avoided his gaze for a moment before she sighed and sat down on the sand, arms resting on her raised knees. I don't know, guess, because it's interesting, because you're like the only person to really talk to right now. I'm curious. Any answer I guess can fit right now. A silence descended over the two for a moment as Naruto stared down at the back of her head before turning fully and standing at her side. Do you perhaps feel as though you may understand your brother's burden better through me, Sabaku? Is this what stems your questions? I guess. She said after a moment with a soft shrug and another tired sigh. Gaara's always tried to be there for me, and Kankuro, you know. Always tried to be supportive and help us out. I guess he felt guilty about what he is now that I look back at it. But why would he feel that way? We never brought it up, never treated him any different, at least, I don't remember doing that, or tried not to. I don't know, I guess, I just want to be able to understand him a bit more. She snorted humorlessly. Kinda pathetic really, that I'm coming to you of all people with this. Naruto again continued to stare at the top of her head for a good long while before crossing his arms and stared out to the horizon. My experiences are different from your brother. As is my Biju, I cannot speak for him. He answered. Could you just tell me about your experiences then? She asked, and Naruto again turned to stare at her. Feeling his gaze searing into the top of her head, she turned to look at him, easily seeing the unveiled suspicion in his blue depths. What does it matter if you tell me? I can't use it against you. The weakness exists or doesn't whether or not you tell me, and it's not something I can exploit like a weak arm or sprained ankle. You operate perfectly with it obviously. Naruto continued to stare at her, raising a thin skeptical eyebrow. While it is true you cannot exploit this fact for your own benefit, just as it is true I cannot exploit your own brother's physiological weakness to his Biju's chakra, your sudden, apparently innocent interest in me Sabaku is enough suspicion in itself. Temari huffed, her head jerking to the side in an angry, dismissive manner. Oh, for fuck's sake! She yelled, standing up as she rounded on him. Now you look. I am cut off from any form of human contact by 10 trillion gallons of seawater. Stuck on a spit of dirt barely a mile across, and the only other form of conversation besides you that I have available to me is a woman that's unconscious 18 hours a day, so either you drop all this fucking suspicion or dash. You'll do what? He questioned softly, his voice vibrating through her as he turned to face her now, staring down into her eyes as he cut her off mid-sentence. Whatever words Temari was ready to release died in her throat as she apparently remembered just who she was talking to. But, nevertheless, she continued to stare straight at him, never breaking eye contact as she returned his glare full force. It was another brief silence that descended upon them, and Naruto's eyes once again seemed to see a woman that was not there, her hair and eyes shifting and changing before his eyes before they vanished as though they'd never been there. It burns. Naruto stated after a brief moment. Caught completely flat-footed, the Sabaku could only blink stupidly for a moment in response. Wa? The Kyuubi's chakra. It burns. Channeling it through the tenketsu, attempting to focus and harness it into whatever you want. It is like wielding a katan jutsu in your hand with no chakra coating your palms. It can be blocked out, managed. But it never truly leaves. I imagine your brother experiences something similar. Temari seemed to stagger for a moment, sputtering out incohesive sentences as she struggled to grasp a response. Finally, after pausing, and taking a deep breath, she spoke. Then why use it? Why do all Jinchuriki keep using it? Once again, you demand answers which I cannot give. I know not why others have relied on the creatures. I can only speak for myself. Then why did you use it, if it was so painful? Why didn't you just rely on your own chakra? It was my responsibility. He answered. To learn and master this chakra. Your responsibility? She questioned incredulously. My village would need me prepared if there was ever a war upon our capital. My training in how to control the Biju chakra commenced immediately after I passed my personal Chunin exam. Personal exam? But, you took the exam with us, I remember. You already knew how to use the Kyuubi's chakra by then. I know. I dash. Where we met was nothing more than a mission given to me by Lord Hiruzen, the Sandaime. He wished extra protection for the last loyal Uchiha and the Hyuga heiress. Sharingan Kakashi is known for his fame, and so any assassins or would-be kidnappers would focus on him. Not an as of yet unknown Umbu out of uniform. You were an Umbu back then? I would have thought that was obvious. Naruto stated. My skills were far beyond those of yourself, or your brother. Gaara was stronger than any genin too, but he wasn't. When did you take your personal exam? If I recall correctly, Naruto stated with a slow contemplation. I was 4, I believe. You were 4 years old? The Suna Kunoichi almost yelled, eyes wide and mouth agape. Indeed. He answered simply. Shortly after my training commenced, I received a Jounin promotion, and was soon inaugurated into the Umbu Corp. My training with the Ninetales continued until I seized control of Konoha. After that, formal training ended, and I merely had to learn from my experiences on the battlefield. Now that was a subject Temari didn't approach. His conquests and subjugations of the Central Plains were well known throughout the world. It was where he had gained his reputation as the Devil King. Not a subject she wanted to get into. So for my own experience, Naruto continued, it has always been a matter of responsibility. I always needed to master the chakra if I hoped to guard my village against its enemies. Other Jinchuriki, I imagine, feel the same way, or simply rely on the chakra because they feel as though it is the quickest way to achieve strength, then it becomes their only way to achieve strength. Temari stared up at him, mouth still agape, and only until Naruto turned to stare at her did she regain her wits enough to realize she was staring. Glancing away from him, the Suna ninja cleared her throat. I see. She said awkwardly. Naruto glanced out towards the horizon, realizing just how late it was becoming. He needed to return to the cave, prepare it for the chill of the night that would no doubt assail Hinata. Turning swiftly, he began making his way back to the cave, leaving Temari alone to her own confusing thoughts. Chapter 85, Rain. Halt. was the loud yell that brought the entire column of shinobi to a dead halt with a single resounding brum of thousands of footfalls before they all stopped. At the head of the column Kakashi stood, Sakan, Kidamaru and Tayuya at his side as they surveyed a rather disturbing scene in the rocky beach ahead. Spread across the expanse of land were several large craters and jagged trenches, small trees torn down, their branches broken or cut. But what truly caught their attention was the two bodies, already sickly pale, flies gathering over their decomposing bodies. Normally this scene would have caught their attention for just a brief moment and the column would have moved on. The armor on one of them and the unique blades that rested next to them were more than enough for Kakashi to call the entire column to a halt. This alone would have been enough even if he couldn't recognize the two faces, frozen and slightly deformed in death as they were. The copy ninja made his way closer, uncovering his Sharingan to regard this entire scene to memory, the other three following closely behind. As he reached an area between the two bodies he glanced at one. Jinchiko. Then to the other. Mika. The names were spoken in a contemplative manner as Kakashi continued to survey the scene. Finally, after a few minutes, Kidamaru spoke. "Orders, boss." Kakashi hummed for a moment. "Order the column to camp here for tonight, get the best trackers in the unit, along with those familiar with investigations. Bring them here. Then, get Jinchiko's armor, her sword and Mika's weapons. We'll bring them to Konoha for a proper burial. After that, burn the bodies, we can't risk any diseases spreading to the troops because of decomp." "Yes, sir." The three chorused before going off to do their duties. Kakashi once again allowed his eyes to trail across the scene of this apparent battle. Something was wrong here, this felt entirely too off for his comfort. Akina slowly made her way down and across the roads of Wave Country, using a minor genjutsu to change her facial appearance. It was more advanced than the henge, considering that it was more subtle, harder to detect. She kept her eyes peeled for any ninja house or small base. She found their checkpoints rather easily, mainly focused around the bridge and docks. The docks wouldn't be her problem, no, her problem was the bridge. That was the kicker to get out of here. Though the bridge had less security than the docks, they still had security that she wasn't sure she could bypass completely undetected, considering how many experienced ninja they could have hidden in the fodder of Chunin that manned the security. She would have to ask Tsunami's son. What did she say his name was? Inari? She'd have to ask how he got her through the dock checkpoint without the Leaf Ninja knowing, or why he would do it. Still, the latter was more moot than anything. She could use the answers to the first question in order to get herself past the bridge guard, maybe anyway. Of course she had to be careful. They may not know she was a ninja from a neighboring village and simply helped her, thinking she was a civilian that had been shipwrecked. She'd have to find a way to break the question without seeming too suspicious. If not, she'd just have to come up with a plan of her own. Speaking of Tsunami, the woman stated that she could return to the home if she wished, that there would be a place waiting for her. Akina hated to take advantage of this obvious show of generosity, but she found herself currently with no money, no food, no equipment to get food, and with the need to keep a profile so low it should be considered subterranean, so she'd have to swallow her reservations about taking their charity with a promise to pay them back someday. Of course, some part of her had to question just why they were doing this for her, and if their intentions were truly as innocent as they seemed, but that part she smothered down with the logic that if they really wanted her dead, they would have sold her out long ago. She diverted her eyes away from the cloaked sentries of Konoha as she began to make her way back to the house, arriving without incident only a few minutes later. Parting the open front door, she allowed herself into the house, hesitant steps taking her further inward, glancing around the decently furnished living room towards the empty kitchen, where she could smell the food already over the stove. Akina listened for sound of movement, finding it several seconds before the woman, Tsunami, entered through a door at the foot of the stairs. "Oh, Akina-san, you've come back," she said with a surprised but nonetheless pleasant smile. "If you would wait but a few minutes, the food will be ready." Sure, thanks," the Suna Kunoichi stated somewhat awkwardly, watching the woman walking towards the kitchen. You need help or something?" she added as the woman disappeared behind the kitchen wall. "Oh no, thank you, take a seat, relax for a bit, I'll be done in just a few moments," the older woman called from the kitchen. Akina sighed, shifting from foot to foot in unease. This thing of being a guest, and thus, not having to do anything, would be driving her up the wall soon enough. She'd normally have the right to go out and train to stave off her boredom, but here, where the enemy was quite literally just out the door, that would not be a good idea. No, she'd have to lay very, very low, so whatever entertainment she got would have to be here, at least until she figured out a way to get out. The Jinchuriki moved to the side of the room, sitting down on the couch, allowing a startled yelp to escape her lips as she sunk into the cushions. Damn, this was low. Shifting her position after a second or so, she managed to get herself into a more comfortable position. The clatter of dishes and running water was the only sound that reached her ears for several minutes, which she took to appreciate the decor of the living room. Painted a light beige, highlighted with dark oranges and darker shades of brown, it gave the room a very autumn look. Pictures hung on the wall like a collage, depicting the woman Tsunami, with several other people, a young boy, an old man, a few with the young boy as an older young man. Most likely that was her son. Well, at least she knew who to look for. There were a few more pictures, but she'd leave those alone for now. As she was about to stand up, however, the sound of a great bell rang through the air in great, loud clangs, the vibrations shaking the inside of her body and chest. Now standing, she walked to the window, looking towards the docks. In the distance she saw it was its bell that was ringing, the lookout frantically beating its bronze center weight against the metal that cocooned it. The front door to the house suddenly opened and Akina spun around, hands reflexively reaching for weapons that were not there, only to find the dark-haired young man from the pictures standing at the doorway, though admittedly in the pictures she had seen he was a bit younger, now sporting a bit more scruff around the beard. If she had to guess, he was about 17-18 years old, few years younger than her, or at most her age, but not much older. "Oh hey," the dark-haired man greeted as he took off his jacket, being mindful of the 5 or so fish he had strung up and held firmly in his left hand. His breathing was heavy as if he'd just run a mile or so at full speed. When he placed his jacket on a nearby hanger, Tsunami walked out of the kitchen. "Son, why are they ringing the lookout bell?" When he spoke, his voice held something akin to anxiousness. "It's announcing the fleet's return. The ninja that had left for that battle are approaching the docks." A muttered curse to his left brought his attention back to the blonde woman he and his crew had rescued the other day while on their fishing expedition. "Oh," he breathed, "sorry, I don't think we've been formally introduced. I'm Inari." "Akina," she answered, though the smile failed to reach her eyes at the news he had brought with him, eyes looking out towards the docks where that fleet would soon be arriving, a slow feeling of dread clawing at her stomach. These creatures surrounded him, they clawed, moaned, bit and scratched, grabbing fistfuls of his cloak, they reached out for him. He threw them off himself, hands burning a fiery red before seeking out his blades, igniting the edged weapons in his grasp. The creatures fell at his feet. The darkness that surrounded them was thick, and he could not see beyond his own hands even with the flames that danced over his blades, only barely making out the faint outline of the things that attacked him. They were humans, but slower, some even deformed, missing limbs or having them bent at awkward angles. He forced his eyes to pierce the veil of shadows, the eerie red glowing beneath his hood as more of the creatures approached him from all sides. He slashed, kicked and punched, but he could find no escape from them. Where were they all coming from? He leapt upwards, wondering vaguely if he would hit a ceiling above. His eyes glowed beneath his hood as he focused them fully on trying to find some kind of escape from this place. What he found were the outlines of these creatures, more, many more. Thousands. Hundreds of thousands. When he descended, his feet hit solid ground before he felt the sensation of one of these creatures jump on him, gripping his back, arms wrapped around his neck. His cloak obscured his vision but not his hearing. "Why?" it moaned in his ear before he threw him over his shoulder, allowing its body to hit the ground with a fleshy thud. They approached now, coming closer. He backed away, feeling his back press against a wall. The fire on his blades grew, giving way to only a glimmer more of light, allowing him to see these things' faces and forms. They were human, cut, bleeding, burnt. The injuries were many, but all decidedly fatal. "Why?" one of the creatures moaned before its counterparts chorused the statement. "Why did you kill me?" The voices came again, unorganized, at different volumes, some yelling, some groaning. He stood with his back to the wall, fire still dancing over his blades. He felt no fear from these creatures, no pity, no anger or horror. They were nothing but ghosts, ghosts who harbored neither memory or name for him, faces that melded together, meaningless to him. Light suddenly pierced the darkness, blinding him with its brilliance. The moaning of these creatures stopped, fading into nothing. He tried to open his eyes, to keep his guard up in order to see if one of these monsters approached to attack, but it was too bright. It actually physically hurt to keep his eyes open against the harsh glare. It died away with the same ease as which it appeared, revealing only one person standing there, the person he knew and remembered all too well. "Yoshino," he said, voice a slightly deeper octave as he lowered his arms, letting them fall to his side. She walked forward, marching up to him at a slow, languorous pace, her footsteps calm and steady as she stood only a few inches in front of him. He looked down on her, looking into her deep blue eyes as he'd done many times before her death. His hand moved of its own volition and soon the all-too-familiar sound of blades slicing through flesh reached his ears, the echoing splatter of blood falling onto the floor resonating around him in this darkness, red eyes staring eerily into those of his unflinching victim. A blade of her own was held against his chest, the tip pressing firmly upon the center. She could have struck, but she did not, and he could see now, crimson blood cascading down her clothing, staining it. As its essence eventually reached the ground, he saw more of her blood falling from the corner of her closed mouth. "Tell me why." His voice echoed around them, hollow and distant. She didn't respond as she continued to meet his gaze before slowly bringing her head down to rest against his chest, her warm blood still trailing down his hand, which still gripped the hilt of the weapon that had pierced her. She sighed, her free hand raising itself towards his face, her fingers a hair's breadth away, as if to give a gentle caress only for her to vanish from sight, her body dissolving into nothing in a sudden breeze, leaving him alone in this darkness with nothing but his blade and blood-stained hands. Naruto's eyes snapped open, his body giving a slight jump at the sudden arrival into the conscious world. The sound of a heavy downpour immediately assaulted his ears, the constant hiss of thousands of raindrops echoing almost deafeningly loud within the cave. He stood slowly, armor left behind, before he made his way to the cave's entrance. He parted the barricade of twigs, dry tinder, and grass he had made to keep the chill of the night out, finding himself immediately assaulted by water that seemed to be pouring down in sheets, the heavy impact of thick droplets as hard as stones against his skin. He paid it no mind, stepping out into the cold night air, quickly resealing the entrance of the cave, his gaze traveling skyward before his feet carried him forward. When Temari opened her eyes, it was to the howling of the wind, the hiss of the rain and the crackle of the fire. She sat up, a curious wakefulness reaching her as she glanced around the cold cave, pushing away the red cloak that partially shielded her and Hinata from the biting chill before she stood, eyes adjusting to the cave, blinking owlishly before she found that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Curiously, she found his mask and gauntlets still resting at their place next to his sleeping niche. The Suna woman glanced around, curious as to where he could have gone. As far as she knew, he hadn't left the cave at all during the night. She'd wondered if it was because he was worried about Hinata's condition and her exposure to the cold of the night. Regardless, his absence was something that she found odd. She placed her head back down, attempting to find sleep once again, only for the wayward state of unconsciousness to prove itself quite elusive. And so it was that after God knows how long that the Suna ninja sat up fully, getting to her feet, she began to make her way towards the cave entrance. She wasn't sure why she did it, God knows she wasn't gonna walk out in that rain by the sounds of it, but something was drawing her there. And as she made her way forward, parting the entrance barricade, her eyes found the man who was her enemy and her guard. Only it wasn't him. He stood alone, in the rain, clothes clinging tightly to his body, his hair, normally untamed and spiked, was now thoroughly soaked, falling limply downward. He was looking upwards, towards the black sky that poured rain over him. His back was to her, hands at his side. What the hell was he doing? Had he seen a ship? That's the only reason she could imagine anyone, even someone as nuts as him, standing in the rain for no reason whatsoever. He raised his right hand, bending his arm at the elbow so his forearm was parallel with the ground, right hand slightly to his side. Water trailed down his face and neck in several small streams, dripping to the cold floor or down to his chest. He looked down towards his hand, the angle allowing her to catch a glimpse of his face as he stood in the rain. She had to stifle a small gasp that rose in her throat at the sight. His sky blues, a normally sharp, razor-edged blue that could pierce the most tempered of people with their ferocity, and make the strongest of ninja turn away with a shudder, seemed vulnerable, open. Temari snapped the barrier to the entrance of the cave with a shudder, her breathing quickening in something akin to some kind of fear, a feeling, not entirely unlike guilt, worming its way through her stomach. She felt as though she'd been intruding on something private. It probably was very private to him, she realized. He probably wasn't someone to show his vulnerabilities to anyone, ever. She slipped back into the cave, the image of those eyes, his but, yet not, burned into her mind for the rest of the night, even after she fell into a fitful sleep. Outside, Naruto's eyes remained fixed on his open palm, never noticing his hesitant watcher over the roar of the downpour, watching as the raindrops pelted against it with harsh little pitter-pats that shook the flesh with the force with which they fell. Clear crystal water fell on his hands, the same water that trailed down his face, but to him, it was blood, her blood. It stained his hand. Stained him. Scarred him. He cared for none of the others, none of their fates, their faces, their memory, their names, they were nothing and they meant nothing. But no, not her. She stood out against the others, she meant something, her face, her memory, her name, she meant something, and it was not even his hand that had felled her. Raising his eyes back towards the heavens, he took a breath. Tell me why, Yoshino. Chapter 86, Grapple Point. Suzume sighed tiredly as she read through the dozens upon dozens of scrolls stacked onto the desk at which she sat. She didn't know how he did it, day after day, so stoically, not even cringing when she brought in more of the evil known now to her as paperwork. She's been at it for weeks. Weeks. And she was ready to tear her hair out in frustration and sheer boredom. And he'd been at it for years. No wonder he was always so pissed off. As she was about to reach for the next scroll, the door to the office opened, a ninja calmly stepping through the open portal with another stack of scrolls in hand before he gently placed them atop the desk's surface. Suzume felt a pitiful sob rise in her throat as she let her head fall onto the desk with a heavy thump, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to stop her weary emotions. The Chunin allowed himself a pitying smile before bowing shortly and taking his leave. Suzume allowed herself to indulge in these crocodile tears for several moments, weeping for the injustice of it all, and her lot in having to remain shackled to this desk by the administrative evil. Finally, she cut herself pitying short, reaching out with her hand, head still facing the desk she felt for the next scroll. Only for her hand to come into contact with clammy, cold scales. Jumping with a resonating yell. Suzume's temporary chair rolled back until it hit the wall, eyes landing on a tiny black snake resting on her desk. I bear a message, from the master, the reptile hissed, dragging out his words with its forked tongue. Suzume took a moment to compose herself, clearing her throat with a quick ahem as she stood and straightened her blouse, hiding her nervousness at the creature's amber-colored eyes staring at her, following her every move. What message? She questioned. He is isolated, on an island near Kiri. It is deserted. He demands a ship be sent out to get him. This is the message I bear, my duty is done. And so with a quick poof, the reptile vanished, leaving a slightly stunned Suzume standing in the office. Quickly marching to her desk and pressing the intercom, she spoke into it, getting a slight feeling of momentary elation as she realized that she was the one with a secretary now. Bring me the fastest ninja currently within the village. Jiraiya plopped himself onto the seat of a bar in Wave Country's red light district, propping his cane up next to the wall. He made short work of ordering some sake. When the rice wine came, the toad Sannin quickly served himself, and began to drink. The warmth of the alcohol trailing down his throat made him groan in satisfaction. He needed this drink. He was never one to be stressed out easily. His life as the former head of a country-wide spy network didn't really allow him to be stressed out. Stress meant that the situation was getting to you, and if the situation was getting to you, you'd make mistakes. He couldn't afford mistakes back then, or now really. But these last few days, with the battle, a missing Naruto, injured elites, and an, as of yet, unknown result regarding the Battle of Kumo, Jiraiya couldn't help the level of anxiety and stress that bit into him with the strength of any snake summon. Mind if I join ya? Came a voice from his left. Bringing his attention towards the direction at which it came from, the toad Sannin found none other than Yoshihiro Shimazu to be standing on the spot, in full armor regalia, his warhammer firmly resting on his back. Not waiting for an answer, the Kage of Iwa took a seat, unstrapping his warhammer and placing it to lean against the wall next to Jiraiya's cane, and ordered himself a saucer of his own. Jiraiya stared at the former Tsuchikage, not saying anything as Yoshihiro slowly served himself some sake, eyes remaining fixed on the toad sage. You know why I'm here. The Tsuchikage said after taking a long satisfying gulp before placing the saucer on the table. You need to find your precious Hokage. If he's even dash. He's alive. Jiraiya interrupted. Right. You say that because you know that he very well better be. Are you threatening something, Yoshihiro? Jiraiya questioned, a dangerous lilt to his tone. Yoshihiro sighed before leaning forward toward Jiraiya. Let's get something straight, frog boy. You and I both know that the fact of the matter is that the single reason your alliance with my village, and especially the villages within the central marshlands, is held strong is because of everyone's fear of Naruto. If you eliminate him from the equation, everything is gonna go to hell, real quick. I can only do so much to stave off my village's anger towards yours, and eventually, without Naruto around to bully them, things will blow over in open rebellion. And not just in IWA, in most villages you've bullied into submission. The only one you have any real strong standing in is Kiri, and don't think Suna will pass up that golden opportunity to finally knock you all down a peg or two. Jiraiya remained silent for several moments, taking a deep breath before he opened his eyes to stare at Yoshihiro. Again, are you threatening anything, Yoshihiro? The Tsuchikage smirked, a somewhat bittersweet tilt to his smile. No. Just warning you of the impending disaster you could have on your hands. He stated before standing up, taking another quick drink before he grabbed his warhammer, ready to leave the bar. And where do you see yourself standing in this whole, impending disaster? Another small, bittersweet smile. 6 feet underground feeding the maggots. Looking to Jiraiya he shrugged. If everything blows up, I side with you, I side with them. He paused, his face losing all hints of humor. Either way, I'm dead. A strained silence passed between the two before the Tsuchikage broke it again. My men and I will be leaving for IWA tomorrow. God knows your Aburame has gotta be pulling his hairs out in frustration. Turning to leave, the Tsuchikage said one more thing over his shoulder. Find the kid Jiraiya, unless you want this entire thing to be a waste and all these sacrifices to have been made for nothing. With those words said, the Tsuchikage made his way out of the bar, leaving the Toad Sage alone with his sake. Naruto stood over Hinata's unconscious form, bare hands checking her vitals as he ran a basic diagnostic with his limited medical knowledge. Temari sat close by, a worry in her eyes as she too looked over the unconscious Hyuga, though she left Naruto to do as he would without interruption. She didn't know any medical jutsu, and even if she did, she doubted he'd accept her help. Naruto, though donning his mask once again, could not hide the crease of his brow, or the hardness of his sea blue eyes. Her condition was deteriorating. She hadn't even been able to stay awake today, only reaching consciousness for a few minutes before slipping away. The poison had been slow for this past week and a half, but now it seemed as though it was either gaining momentum, or her body could no longer fight it off as effectively in these less than pristine conditions. Is she gonna be alright? Temari questioned after several minutes, eyes downcast. Despite the graveness of Hinata's situation, she still could not bring herself to look at Naruto in the eye after that rainy night 2 days ago. The thought that he of all people could look like that, so unguarded, so vulnerable, so human. As long as she had known him, even as children, this man had seemed like some omnipotent force of nature that could not be stopped. A living, breathing, walking nightmare that would destroy everything that stood in his path. To have actually seen something, anything that proved otherwise with her own 2 eyes had shook her more than she cared to admit. She knew about Stockholm Syndrome, she knew the symptoms, the process with which it could be achieved, and she had been disciplined against such things as best she could be, but she found the previously unwavering resentment towards this man faltering, its intensity ebbing away, like a blade hammered into dullness. She knew she couldn't dare let her guard down around him. He had proven on more than one occasion that he was willing to manipulate others. One only needed to listen to the rumors of how he subjugated IWA in order to find proof of such. And though that fear of all this just being a manipulation by him was there, she couldn't, in her mind, believe that that look could be faked even by him, especially by him. His voice brought her out of her musings as he responded. Her temperature is rising, her heart rate is accelerated, pupils seem dilated, but I cannot tell for certain due to the fact that she's a Hyuga. When she was awake, there was a severe decrease in her cognitive abilities, and she mentioned a nauseating feeling in her stomach. He paused, taking a deep breath. The poison is progressing, my knowledge in toxicology is limited. Temari looked to Hinata's sleeping face, the veins around her eyes, which could bulge with the activation of the Byakugan, were tinged blue, as if spreading from her eyes towards the rest of her face. Temari stood suddenly, marching resolutely out of the cave, Naruto staying behind, continuing to do all he could to help the Hyuga currently under his care. Meanwhile, somewhere on the mainland 7 individuals stood in a dimly, torch-lit room. Shadows seeping from the walls like tendrils, reaching across the empty space to envelop those within. Is everything prepared? Came Itachi's slow monotone, reaching out through the darkness to the others. The seals are in place, everything is prepared, we need only draw the remaining Jinchuriki to us, was the voice of Akasuna no Sasori. Which shall we target first, I wonder? The Nibi is the logical choice. She is the weakest of the remaining 3, and if we capture the other 2, their respective villages may just focus against us. You're an idiot, yeah, came Deidara's response. Let's capture the weakest, that way the strongest knows we're coming. And that way he's ready to fight us off once we do show up, yeah. Great plan, Bolt Brain. Let's beat down the middleman. Everyone's eyes shifted to a spiral-masked individual, a heavy pause descending on them before Toby again broke it. Toby is sorry, I just want to be different. Zetsu, the last Akatsuki member, melted away from the walls of the compound, his nearly 9-foot height, with the plant-like extensions that framed his shoulders, towered over the others in the room. The pale half of his face being only vaguely visible in the dim light. Kyuubi has fallen. The statement was blunt, was given no type of forewarning, simply thrown into the faces of all those present, bringing several amazed, disbelieving stares towards the Kusa nuke ninja. What was that? When did you hear this? Were the inquiries thrown given by Kisame and Pain respectively, to which Zetsu responded slowly. Kyuubi apparently fell 4 days to a week ago. Konoha's attack force left no survivors, and only now are rumors reaching our spies. I left to investigate myself, and indeed, the Lightning Village stands as little more than ruins and smoking rubble. A silence descended over the Akatsuki members, broken by Pain as the leader spoke. Then our plans will have to move ahead sooner than anticipated. Soon the final attack will initiate against Suna. We cannot risk the Kyuubi destroying the Shikaku or the Nibi. Looking towards Itachi, the blonde-haired man nodded in his direction. Organize your team, Uchiha. You will move out soon. So we're going after the Kyuubi first? Toby questioned uncertainly, which immediately initiated the previous argument Anka again, brought to a halt by Pain's voice once again. This bickering is pointless. But Pain-sama. Conan began. We need to plan our next strikes. All 3 of these Jinkyuriki, with circumstances as they are much stronger and will be much more well guarded than our previous targets. The ringed eyes turned to face her as its owner replied. As I said, the conversation is pointless, Conan. We will not be going after them one at a time. Temari once again found herself sitting at the mouth of the cave. Knees drawn up to her chest as she stared out towards the horizon, as she'd taken to doing several times during her current week and a half long stay on this island. Her thoughts were still running rampant across her mind, too quick, too jumbled to fully grasp and catalogue. She sighed, lowering her head so it rested at her knees. The crunching of sand beneath a book alerted her to the approaching Naruto. Maintaining her silence, she did her best to ignore his presence, however, an act that was only partially successful and, later, futile once he opened his mouth. You have been rather quiet of late, Sabaku. The Jinchuriki drawled, tearing his eyes towards her. She stiffened, but only minutely, shoulders tensing before relaxing once again. There's just been nothing to talk about, what with the princess in there getting worse and all. Her condition, or lack of topics, has not stopped you before, Sabaku. He paused before stepping closer to her. Do not believe either that my need to focus on Hinata's condition impairs my ability to observe either. You avert your eyes from me and attempt to avoid drawing my attention as much as possible when I am near. So whatever it is that keeps you silent is something pertaining to me. And I would know what it is. Temari allowed her annoyance to take over for her defense. Looking up towards him, she curled her lips in distaste. Unlike what your obsessive, socially crippling need to categorize and catalog others' actions would have you believe, not everything revolves around you, buddy. Not everything, no, but this, most certainly. And I do not like others keeping secrets from me. He drawled. Don't make me force it from your lips. He added at her continued silence. Temari's lips thinned, looking away from him before she sighed. I saw you. Saw me? He questioned with a raise of his eyebrow, watching as she nodded. Yeah, 2 days ago. You were standing out here in the rain. And for the first time since she had ever known him, the Sabaku saw him give a visible reaction to something someone had said. His back straightened, spine going ramrod straight, eyes widening and reeling as if he'd been struck by something. Somewhere inside her, Temari was torn in 2 different directions, one part of her actually gleeful that she'd managed to catch him off balance, the other part of her worried as to what his reaction would be once he got over his shock at her statement. Naruto, for his part, wasn't sure what he was really feeling, or if he should even be feeling anything at this turn of events. His indulgence that night 2 days ago was something he barely acknowledged himself. Furthermore, it was something private. He realized, logically though, that he had never expressed anything of the sort, and that Temari's witnessing of the event wasn't in any type of violation to such because she hadn't known that it was private in the first place. Whom he should be irritated at is himself, considering that he was foolish enough to let her sneak up on him. What were you dash? It was nothing. He interrupted sharply as he turned his back, beginning to walk away. Put it out of your mind, Sabaku. Temari balked, blinking before she shot to her feet. opening and closing her mouth for several seconds, as if fishing for words before she was able to find some kind of sentence. "Why?" I said. Naruto began looking over his shoulder, catching her eye. "Put it out of your mind." Before he proceeded walking away at a brisk pace. Temari watched him go, eyes narrowing, like something akin to a cat that had found a place to dig in her claws. Whatever that night had been all about, his reaction now was only more encouragement to find out what could shake up the Demon King of all people. Chapter 87, Pieces to an Ever-Growing Puzzle. Gaara pushed the doors to his office wide open with a grunt, marching resolutely around the desk. Baki, who had once again assumed stewardship of Suna in the Kazekage's absence, stood off to the side, watching as several others followed Gaara into the office, including the man Baki recognized as the Kazekage, Umbu Captain Daisuke, a woman with soft brown hair he did not recognize, and Kankuro. The puppeteer's former sensei almost shouted, marching forward, completely breaking office etiquette and protocol, proceeding to hug the younger male in the wheelchair. "Hey sensei, gettin' some gray hairs in my absence I see." Smiling, he pulled away before quickly shooting back his reply. "More like getting some peace. Glad you're alive, kid." "Ahem." Came Gaara's stiff interruption, making Baki remember just where he was. With a somewhat embarrassed face, the Jounin turned back to face the Jinchuriki. Forgive me, Kazekage-sama. I forget myself." "That you do," Gaara stated stiffly before turning his eyes to the Umbu commander. "Daisuke, gather every available Umbu member and Jounin fit for combat. I don't care if they're ours or from Kumo. You are to gather at least 24 squads and will keep heavy watch over our northern border. Kankuro, gather our puppeteer squads. I want these men ready in ambush positions around every watering location and oasis in the desert. If they somehow slip past Daisuke, they'll rot in the desert from thirst. Baki, gather Chunin and Genin, and direct the medical aid for the caravans of refugees that have just arrived with us. Commandeer one of the residential buildings for a hospital if you have to." At the last order, Zhuge Liang looked to Yuang. "Go and help in the processing." The Kumo Kunoichi gave a brief, short nod before she turned away and began following the others out of the office, leaving Gaara and Zhuge Liang alone. My. The sleeping dragon began slowly with a lazy drawl, a smirk tugging at his lips. "You take charge rather quickly, don't you, Kazekage Dano?" Gaara blinked, curiosity showing in his eyes. "You disagree with the orders?" "Not at all." Zhuge Liang responded with a slow nod, the smirk still tugging the corner of his mouth. "I am merely admiring how quickly you took charge and adapted to the situation. You obviously thought very hard over what you would do once you arrived. Your village elders chose well when they elected you their Kage. One question though, Kazekage Dano." Zhuge Liang allowed a brief lull in the conversation, allowing his previous words to sink in before continuing. "The truth is, that this is the last place where any who may seek to escape Konoha's reach may come. If they do come, what will you do? Turn them away, or welcome them? The borderlands between Konoha and Suna will be no man's land," Gaara responded without hesitation. "Those people, if we turn them away, will be killed for their defection. I will not condone the slaughter of innocents by my forces, even indirectly. They will be allowed passage into Suna. That is dangerous." Zhuge Liang stated, a warning, dangerous edge to his voice as he made his way to the balcony at the office's side. "Very dangerous indeed. Konoha could slip spies or forces within the caravans, even with screening teams checking for chakra levels, weapons, or anything even remotely suspicious. Some will get through. Just the same as I did not let your people be slaughtered within your village walls. I won't let those people be killed if they seek refuge from Konoha. Then you endanger us all. Even with 10 detection squads screening the dash. Then use 20, Gaara interrupted the rakage, allowing a thick, tense silence to descend on them before Gaara broke it, speaking in a firm, sure, however placating tone. "I know this decision doesn't particularly thrill you, Zhuge Liang. If you wish, you may personally assign the screening squads and execute the punishments against any we may find that try to infiltrate. And if you wish to take it even further, you may also assign the village guard over our key security areas. Either way, these people will be offered sanctuary within my country." Zhuge Liang stood a little straighter, gaze fixed upon the Kazekage, with an intensity most would have cringed back from as if burnt. It seemed as though he was searching for something within the younger redhead. Finally the silence was broken before Liang bowed once. "As you wish, Kazekage Dano." Before he turned around and made his way out of the office, the movement hiding the small, satisfied smile that spread over his features as he left the younger male to his paperwork, the cogs in his mind turning, slowly but surely. His heart and body may be failing him, but his mind remained. After all, he was still Kumo's sleeping dragon. On one of Kiri's islands? Yes, Jiraiya-sama. The Chunin messenger answered amidst his heavy breathing. It was one of his snake summons that delivered the message to Lady Suzume in Konoha. She sent me here to tell you. Jiraiya nodded. You did well, kid, I'll handle it. Tomorrow you can start making your way back to Konoha. The man bowed his head in thanks as he focused on calming his breathing. He'd run as fast as he could to get here. The normally 3-day run between Konoha and Wave had been a slow and arduous one, delayed by heavy rains that had turned the soft earth into a quagmire and the high trees into a slip-and-slide death game. And so on the last day, when the sky was relatively clear, to say he'd made a mad dash to the finish line was a massive understatement. Jiraiya turned to one of the few jounin that had remained with him in Wave, overseeing the final exodus back to their village now that the last of their wounded and their supplies had left. Find a ship and a crew that'll set sail by tomorrow morning, I don't care what you have to do to get it. The jounin nodded before he vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving Jiraiya with the Chunin messenger. Turning back to the younger male, the Toad Sannin spoke up again. Anyway, other than that, I want to know, what news of Kakashi's assault on Kyuubi? Though the question was offered in something of a simple, conversationalist tone, even Jiraiya couldn't really hide his anticipation over the answer. If Konoha had lost that fight, he wasn't sure if they could hold the empire together after such a defeat, let alone recover and win the war. The Chunin paused for a moment, taking a second or so to think of his answer. Well, Kakashi and the regiment he led hadn't arrived in Konoha yet, so details are sketchy, sir, but from what I heard just before I left, Kyuubi has fallen to us, sir. Jiraiya released a breath he hadn't even really known he'd been holding as he absently nodded. Good. Looking to the Chunin again, the Toad Sannin spoke. Thanks, kid, you can go now. The Toad Sannin turned to leave when he heard a slight intake of breath, as though the younger man was going to say something before he reconsidered. Pausing mid-step, the white-haired legend looked at the Chunin over his shoulder. You got something to say, kid? Ah. The Chunin began, hesitating as he averted his eyes. Well, come on, kid, out with it. Jiraiya stated quickly, losing his patience as the young man stammered out his hesitance. Opening his mouth, the man hesitated for a moment before he blurted out his question. What's he like? The incredulity on Jiraiya's face was absolutely priceless. What's he like? What the hell are you talking about, kid? I don't swing like that. If Jiraiya's expression was priceless, the young Chunin's expression was downright comical. What? Wait, no, you got it wrong, I mean, Hokage-sama. What is he like? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, eyes narrowing minutely. How old are you, kid? 17, I'll be 18 in 7 months. The Chunin answered. 17, that was 5 years too young to have been a ninja when Naruto took control of Konoha, and 3 years too young to have ever met him in a mission briefing. Unlike Sarutobi, Naruto did not attend or brief personally any missions below B rank. As his territory expanded, so too did the administrative staff, allowing Naruto to handle only the highest priority assignments and delegations. Most likely, this kid had never even glimpsed at the man he now served. After a few moments of silence, the Chunin grew somewhat nervous, shuffling from foot to foot. I mean, I've heard stories and such, hell who hasn't, but, you know. I mean, you've spoken with him personally, you're probably one of the people that can tell me something that isn't an overly exaggerated rumor or something. Jiraiya let out a small huff, a bitter-sweet smirk crossing his lips. Kid, believe me, those rumors. Probably understatements. He stated before turning on his heel, leaving the rather small room he had adopted as his temporary office while in Wave, heading off to complete his preparations to leave in search for Konoha's currently stranded commander. Akina stuffed what little provisions and weapons she'd managed to pilfer from the local marketplace during her somewhat regular visits to the location under her advanced henge, including small bags of rice, kitchen and common hunting knives, and finally a change of clothing. The rice she could make easily with the small pot she had, though since it provided no protein her energy would begin to suffer, a dangerous fact considering that she had to make it into the desert. So hunting some animals or getting her hands on some fish was a must while she traveled. The knives she had were crude, blunt things, not nearly as durable, sharp or as aerodynamic as kunai knives. She'd probably be able to use them to kill some animal, but if she was discovered by a hunter nin or even chunin that may recognize her, it won't be a very good melee outcome. She'd have to rely on jutsu and taijutsu. But the clothes were the worst thing. In Kyuubi, and especially later in Suna, her clothes were interwoven with very light chain mail, allowing her to resist slashes of kunai and or swords. The spider-weave silk it was made from breathed easily and allowed her to move with great flexibility, unobstructed. The civilian clothing she wore now, however, was thick, cumbersome, and was generally made for civilians. Unless you were a ninja you really wouldn't notice the difference, but to someone of her rank, it felt like she was wearing an iron suit. Wave had no ninja stores either. She had gathered from asking around a bit that apparently, all ninja equipment sold was primarily in the 3 largest villages under Konoha's custody: Kiri, Konoha itself, and Iwa, and was monitored heavily, requiring special permits and security pass codes to access greater quality equipment. It was one of the things Naruto guarded heavily. Possibly to deter deserters. Gone were the days where every town had rudimentary ninja equipment, gone was the time that anyone could buy a kunai or a weapon with chakra channeling capability. He wanted you in his army, or to join his enemies so he could kill you then. Speaking of enemies, vague whispers had begun dotting the market of Wave. Kyuubi fell. She wasn't sure if it was true, or just hopeful dreams of a people sick of the war. But, if it was true, then that meant Suna was next, making her need to get to her new home all the more imperative. Suna, if Gaara chose to fight, would need every man, woman and child able to even use a rudimentary knowledge of the ninja arts. The door to her room opened with a click, bringing her attention to Tsunami as the older woman's eyes found the bag. "Oh, you're leaving?" Akina nodded. "Yes. I've found a way to sneak past the bridge patrols." The dark-haired woman finished for her. At Akina's silence, Tsunami entered the room a little more, stepping up close to the blonde. "I wasn't sure when you first arrived, but it became clearer and clearer as time went on. You're a ninja. And, you're a ninja, that is an enemy of Konoha?" Akina paused, taking a moment to think before her lips pursed. "Well, you wouldn't have come here if you were gonna turn me in. So, if you've known, why have you been helping me all this time? If I was discovered here, we would be tried as traitors or conspirators." Tsunami finished sitting down on the bed. "But, while Konoha's Kage may have helped us be rid of Gato, the truth of the matter is," she paused, taking a breath, "that we have merely traded one dictator for another. While not as oppressive as Gato, he's taken control of the bridge and the docks. We are merely a giant port and nearly 35% of our money goes to his tax, while our trade is cut off from any territories Konoha may deem hostile. The pirates he hired and brought here to make port, 3 murders, and 7 other individuals in the hospitals with injuries. Yet not one of those pirates were arrested or even questioned. We're expendable to him." Pausing for a moment, the older woman turned her gaze to look at the blonde, giving her full attention. "Unlike you, dear, we do not have the strength to fight him. And we get no political points for being the only port in the eastern shore he controls. Because we do not have the ability to fight him for it. So, the reason you helped me is because this is the only way we know how to fight back." Akina didn't know what to say to that, pausing before she finished stuffing everything into the bag, hefting it over her shoulder before she bowed to the woman who remained sitting on the bed. "Thank you, for everything." Before she turned on her heel and left, closing the door behind her, leaving the lifelong Wave civilian alone in her home. Temari's eyes trailed across the darkened cave, the biting chill of the night making her shiver despite herself. Since the night that she had seen the rain moment as she'd taken to calling it, the Sabaku's mind had refused to let the cogs stop turning in her own mind. Sleep was a difficult, fitful thing that she barely reached on the best of nights, and downright impossible on the worst. You see, the problem with this rain episode changed virtually everything about him. Because if he had some kind of humanity, some kind of emotion, then he wasn't just some mindless killing machine bent on world conquest anymore. Some inhuman monstrosity that knew only battle and the ability to take a life, and other doubts began to surface in her mind. But one particularly stood out to her. One above all the others, and it had happened so long ago she had nearly forgotten about it. The attack on Konoha during the Chunin exam a decade ago. He had spared them. Both Gaara and herself. He'd let them go. He'd let both of them go. When they were clearly the enemy, when his village was still under attack, when killing them, at that point, more than any other was at its most justified. The fact that he didn't do it showed one of two things: either he was foolish, or he'd shown them mercy. Either one meant that he wasn't always the omnipotent monster he was today. That meant that he was human at one point. A part of her tried to once again reassure her hostility, saying that what he was before doesn't change or affect who he is now, but this part of her was hollow, the words having lost their conviction that had spoken them once before so strongly to the dying Hyuga who lay now in the cave. She had felt that they were simply Hinata's way of deluding herself. To convince herself that serving a man this uncaring, this inhuman was justified. Lies she and others like her fed themselves in order to avoid facing the ugly truth that they were simply cowards who were under the boot heel of a monster and were too weak to pull themselves out of it. Now she wasn't so sure. The Sabaku sighed tiredly, rubbing her eyes and face before she rested her cheek against her open palm. Why does everything seem so complicated? A sound to her right brought her attention to Naruto, laying asleep within the niche of rocky stalagmites he'd taken for himself. The space between the rock formations making it seem like a cage of some sort. Had he chosen that to further alienate himself from others, even if the act was an unconscious one, it was still disturbing in a way. Either way, she could still see his face, at least, the part that wasn't covered by his mask, through the gaps in the stalagmites. His eyes were scrunched up as if in pain, a cold sweat glistening his forehead as his head thrashed left and right. He was dreaming or having some nightmare. A growl, lower than his normal one, still tore itself from his throat, and she had to wonder if the man couldn't escape battle even in his dreams. Why? The Kage growled through his mask, his voice, altered as it was only barely reached her at the distance between herself and him, but she could still hear it. Channeling a little more chakra to her ears, the Sabaku hoped to catch more of what was going on in his dream. Apparently even he couldn't control his subconscious. After several more seconds of his insistent thrashing, the Sabaku was just about ready to go and wake him up, under the belief that no more information was forthcoming. But before she stood up or even moved to do so, his voice again reached her ears, and this time, it rose many more questions. Tell me why, Yoshino. Chapter 88, Complexity. I don't understand. From what I know of human metabolism and poisons, it should have already been broken down after so much time. Temari's worry reached her voice clearly, eyes taking in Hinata's pale, sweat-soaked form as she lay on the floor. Her moments of consciousness had been becoming less and less frequent of late, until, for nearly 3 days or so, she hadn't woken up at all. Between herself and Naruto, they'd had to bathe her, feed her, and maintain her with what little they could in this state. It was a grueling process, and one that was unfortunately, seemingly fruitless. It may have already been metabolized. Naruto answered, placing the feather blanket over her, having finally killed enough of the local birds to put together the new barrier against the cold, finally being able to remove his red hood and cloak from atop her. Her body is now simply too weak to fight the sickness that afflicts her now. Temari nodded. It made sense, and if that were the case, it increased her chances of survival by a lot. Though dangerous, it was much easier to survive a fever than a poison actively attacking your immune system. That didn't mean she was out of the woods, far from it. Her temperature was through the roof, she could already suffer brain damage, and if it went any higher she could become a vegetable. It was frustrating to her, being caught in this situation where all her skills as a ninja was utterly worthless. But even though the Sabaku felt frustrated, it paled in comparison to Naruto's own agitation. He was angry, a seething anger that seeped into his bones and gnawed onto his flesh. He was no stranger to the emotion, but before it was focused, it held a purpose, a function. Here it did not, a completely irrational sentiment that would do nothing for him in this situation. It certainly would not give him an infused knowledge of medical arts. As much as he tried to suppress the feeling though, to discard it, even to ignore it, every glance towards the deathly pale Hyuga sent the familiar burning red into his eyes, and the anger returned with startling ease. He wasn't sure why, but something about Hinata, a woman he had fought beside for a decade, strong, confident, and sure in her convictions. To be laying there like some weak, shriveled husk of her former self, it was utterly disgusting. He stood, taking hold of the red shroud which had previously shielded his former teammate's weak form from the biting cold. He marched out of the cave, leaving Hinata alone with Temari as the Sabaku stoked the fire within. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX nonchalant, his expression was anything but sharp brown eye watching as the Kage from IWA and his nephew marched into the command tent he currently resided in. His memory wasn't so faulty that he did not remember the former Tsuchikage's near-successful suicide run against him and Guan. It also appeared as though his nephew Toyohisa remembered their, until recent, status quo as enemies, judging by how his fingers tightened around his spear as his eyes fixed themselves on the copy ninja. Taiyuya, who stood at his side, openly glared at the younger IWA nin, eyes narrowed in something akin to suspicion. Ironically enough, the one person that didn't seem at all angry, suspicious, or tense in this situation was the former Tsuchikage himself, easily pulling out a seat and propping his legs on a nearby table while allowing his warhammer to fall onto the ground. Hataki Kakashi. The large senior greeted with a nod and a ready smirk. I suppose the rumors are true then. Depends what rumors you're talking about. Kakashi said calmly, with a slow incline of his head. Kumo's been beaten. the Shimazu said as though it were obvious. Most of your men aren't injured, and they're not dragging their feet around like a bunch of beaten dogs. You succeeded, didn't you? You got the job done. Despite himself, Kakashi smiled. Oh yeah. Kyuubi is a pile of rubble now. No way they can muster any kind of considerable manpower for the next 10 years. Yoshihiro smirked. Good. Though, one thing. On my way in here I noticed very few prisoners. I noticed some, but not many. The fact that I noticed some indicates that you did take prisoners, but for a major village like Kyuubi there should be a lot more. Care to elaborate? Kakashi sighed, his smile dimming. That's the only sour note. Mid-battle the forces you all fought at sea arrived, and most managed to escape onto the ships. No doubt heading for Suna now. It's safe to assume that the pirate navy was destroyed then? Yoshihiro nodded. Yeah. We arrived in Wave a week and a half ago, shipping out the wounded and supplies before me and my boys left about 4 days ago to head back to IWA. Kakashi nodded. He had expected that. Though for a normal ninja team getting from Konoha to Kyuubi took about a week, the sheer size of their host, the fact that they were carrying prisoners, as well as the spoils of their conquest slowed them considerably. As it was, they were about 3 days' march from Konoha at their current pace. Yoshihiro's smile faded for a second though. Got some bad news though. In the naval battle, the big guy in red went missing. Big guy in, you mean Naruto? Kakashi questioned with a raise of his eyebrow. A tenor in his voice that wasn't completely masked. Yoshihiro nodded once. Yes. The copy ninjas. I narrowed. The cogs in his mind turning and locking into place as he contemplated the ramifications of not being able to find the conqueror soon. It was then that Yoshihiro's eyes caught sight of a familiar set of armor and sword at the end of the tent. Standing up, the Tsuchikige's eyes narrowed as he marched over to the assorted pieces of metal. This armor. It's that Jinchiko girl's, right? Kakashi stood, marching next to the Tsuchikige with a nod. Yes, we also found Mika's body nearby. It appears they both died fighting against other ninja near the coast. Yoshihiro looked to the copy ninja, head shaking. No. They were fighting each other. Kakashi started, single visible eye now wide open in curiosity, Tayuya and Toyohisa not too far behind. What do you mean? In the battle, Mika betrayed us. When Naruto was negotiating Suna's surrender in exchange for the Kazekage's sister. She stabbed our bargaining chip, threw her overboard, and then attacked the others before making her escape on a water dragon. They most likely fought and killed each other. Kakashi shook his head. That can't be. Yoshihiro rolled his eyes. Oh please, copycat. Surely you're not so naive as to believe your union is infallible. Ninjas betray its part dash. No, you don't understand. Kakashi interrupted with a shake of his head. The damage around the battlefield was caused by high-level water jutsu. So? They're both Kirinin, aren't they? Jinchiko was a lightning element, and Mika, from what I've seen, is an assassination and stealth specialist. She uses precision strikes, not high-level destruction techniques. A heavy silence descended over the four in the room. It was Tayuya that spoke up. What are you saying, Cyclops? Kakashi turned to her, but before he could answer, Yoshihiro spoke up for him. That someone wanted to make it look like they fought each other. Someone that wants the villages to stay at each other's throats. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX screeching through the empty streets and empty homes. Its former occupants, now dead. Deemed a hindrance by their leader, Pain. There was always silence before a battle, he knew. Some strange, freak act of nature, but there was always this hush before a fight. In the environment, in those around them. As if the sense of danger transcended to every aspect of the individual's lives, telling them to keep quiet. But this was oppressive, almost bordering on physically painful. He was no stranger to mass murder. He had, after all, killed his entire family in a single night, so his unease was not due to recent actions or trauma. He realized that it was due to anxiety. He was nervous. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd been nervous, the last time he'd ever felt as though he was truly in danger from an opponent. Not even when he stood before Pain himself for the first time, had he felt this way, even knowing he may have to take on the wielder of the Rinnegan alone if he deemed him unworthy. And yet here he was with other individuals that held enough strength, chakra and power within their bodies to destroy entire villages by themselves, each, in order to fight him. And he was still fearful, still nervous. The only experience he held with the so-called Devil King was years ago, just after he'd taken control of Konoha. He and Kisame had attempted to capture him then, and had failed. And though he knew that both he and Kisame had been forced to hold back due to the fact that they had wanted their presence to remain a secret, the fact that he could only have become stronger since then did not sit well with him. If at the age of 12, this boy was able to fight two S-class criminals to a withdrawal, just how much stronger was he now? How many of those rumors and stories and garbled, fear-induced accounts of his power were true? And how many were false? It was a terrible wrath indeed that held an entire country together through fear alone. And it was a wrath that he and his fellow Akatsuki members would soon be subject to. They were all strong, they all held their strengths and distinct abilities, each more than enough to defeat any one Jinchuriki they had previously fought against. But this was different, wasn't it? This was a Jinchuriki unlike the others. And he knew that in the end the question it came down to could be stated very simply. Were they strong enough to break the man whom had broken the world? XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Kumo. Toyohisa put in, watching as Kakashi paced and his uncle held a fist beneath his chin in silent contemplation. But how did Zhuge Liang know his spy would be on the ship? I mean, we didn't even know. I'm not even sure anyone outside of Wave knew. Taiyuya responded. Even I don't think this Liang guy could have a spy network that quick and sophisticated, especially with us actively looking for spies from Kumo? Could it have been someone inside of Konoha then? Yoshihiro put in. No. Kakashi said, shaking his head. Everyone in Konoha just wants to end the war. I don't think there's anyone who'd want to expedite it. Then she was acting independently. Toyohisa put in. From the accounts while she was staying at Sakai, many of the men felt that the kunoichi Mika was unstable, insatiable bloodlust and a love for battle. She could have simply wanted to expedite the fighting as long as possible. Kakashi shook his head again. She may have been crazy, but Mika was never stupid. Attacking Temari made her not only our enemy but Gaara's and by default Zhuge Liang's as well. She wouldn't have put herself in the middle of everyone's wanted list. So you're thinking a third party altogether? Someone not in Konoha or involved with Kumo and Suna? Yoshihiro put forth. Yes, but who? Kakashi said, continuing his pacing. You guys made a lot of enemies over the years. Any groups you may have failed to put down completely? Yoshihiro questioned. Actually, Kakashi, now that he mentions it. Taiyuya spoke. Don't you remember a few years ago, back when we were still subduing the central marshlands? We'd been receiving sporadic reports of some guys wearing red clouds. Kakashi nodded. Yes. Akatsuki. But those reports ended years ago. Why? Yeah. The former Oto Kunoichi interrupted. They just ended. We didn't hunt down those missing nins, and they've all just fallen off the grid since, pretty hard considering just who they were. So you think they've just been laying low this whole time? Kakashi responded. If so, then what's changed? Why act now? Taiyuya's features soon became irritated. How the hell should I know? I'm just tossing shit out there, and that group just vanishing always seemed weird to me. Akatsuki. Yoshihiro hummed. That sounds familiar to me as well. Do you remember what they were, Toyohisa? The younger man shook his head. No, uncle. They had always been extremely elusive to our spy networks. If they are active now, Kakashi continued, then they can only have one reason to have manipulated Mika. They want us to keep fighting each other, to keep everything in chaos. To keep our eyes away from them. That means they're planning something big. How big are you thinking? Yoshihiro said as he crossed his arms in front of himself. Real big. Something that may lead to the massive destabilization over both factions. They obviously have no love for Suna or Konoha. Maybe they're even planning to make an entirely new faction of their own. That's insane. Taiyuya said with a shake of her head. Naruto-sama would stop them before they were finished even giving their opening speech. You know how brutal he is against uprisings. Kakashi's eyes widened for a moment before he rushed over to the map. Yoshihiro. Where exactly was it that you all fought at? Show me on the map. The older Tsuchikage stepped forward, easily pointing out their coordinates. Right here. Kakashi blinked for a moment. If I recall correctly from my travels to Kiri, there's a very strong underwater current near those coordinates. If Naruto was caught in it, then he could have easily been washed to any of Kiri's small islands further east. Okay, and how does that help us? Yoshihiro stated with a shrug. All you've given us is a lead to Naruto's location, not any insight into this Akatsuki group's plans. If Akatsuki is as bold as I think they are, then they may just try to assassinate Naruto himself. As Taiyuya said. If they hope to succeed in bringing in another faction, they'd have to fight and get rid of him before they could even hope to get started with any modicum of success. Taiyuya, from her place, scoffed, showing what she thought of the notion clearly. Good fucking luck with that one. Stupid, I know, but you remember who was in that group when they were last active, right? Sasori of the Red Sands, Deidara from IWA, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshikage Kisame. He emphasized the last two. If Kisame deduced Naruto's whereabouts as well, then they may try to reach him. Even he can't take on half a dozen S-class nuke Nin on his own. You know that. We need to reach him first, and guard him once he makes landfall in wave. Kakashi stated towards the redhead. Yoshihiro sighed in aggravation. Well, at least our bags are already packed. The statement brought Kakashi's single eye towards him. You're coming? Of course I'm coming. Think I'm gonna pass up a chance to fight S-class criminals? The Tsuchikage stated with a haughty air. Toyohisa. You're in charge of the men. Make sure they get back to IWA safely. But uncle. The younger man began to protest, only for Yoshihiro to level him with that familiar chiding gaze. Toyohisa. He warned. Kakashi thought for a moment before turning to Tayuya. Tayuya, the same goes for you. You're in charge. Get the army back to Konoha? She nodded. All right. A smirk soon spread over her features, no doubt already cracking the proverbial whip over her teammates. I promise to get him back in one piece. The copy ninja nodded before turning to Yoshihiro. All right. I'll meet you at the eastern edge of the camp in an hour. The Tsuchikage nodded before smirking. Good to be working with you. Copycat. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, wondering just how sound it was to leave, alone with this, so-called ally. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX that, with its isolation, this place held one of the most beautiful sunsets she'd ever seen. It was one of the few pleasures she could derive from this place, seeing as how most of her days consisted of doing nothing, or helping take care of Hinata. She made towards her usual spot when she spotted none other than Naruto standing on the beach, the familiar red shroud of his cloak now flapping in the ocean breeze, his hood shadowing his features once again as he stood with his arms crossed in front of himself. Temari paused in her stride, the sands beneath her feet crunching softly as they shifted beneath her weight. Though she hadn't spoken or given any indication as to what she had heard him mutter in his sleep, the name he had released from his lips while he'd been unconscious, it was not as though she hadn't pondered over it. I mean, how the hell could she not? The man known throughout the world as a cold-hearted murderer, responsible for the genocide of thousands, said to be more monster and beast than man, had actually dreamt of someone. Of a woman no less. The possibilities ran rampant through her mind, every scenario from an enemy ninja, to a former teammate that had betrayed him to someone he had loved. That last one was particularly outrageous in her mind. Not only that any woman could fall in love with him, but especially, that he could love them back. Pointless speculation had succeeded in nothing but giving her a headache, and an overly taxed imagination. Standing there as he was now though, muscles coiled tight in barely restrained aggravation, she couldn't help but wonder if he really could care for someone. It was Hinata's condition that was the seeming cause for him being so high-strung. If he could care about her, it wasn't so unbelievable that he could care about someone else, right? Her legs carried her closer towards him, eroding the distance previously between them. He didn't move, he didn't look, merely stood there, completely still except for the movement of his cloak as it caught the wind. "Why are you here?" She opened her mouth, pausing awkwardly as she realized that she really had no answer for the query. No real reason to be here, other than, "Do you want to talk?" she offered. Perhaps, if she got him to engage in conversation over this situation with Hinata, she could see if the man actually had something other than a cold slab for a substitute to his heart. "What would I desire to converse about, Sabaku?" he questioned blandly, not turning to speak to her, seemingly content to keep his eyes fixed on the horizon. More than accustomed to his dismissive, borderline rude manner on the best of days, the answer didn't faze her as she sat down, turning her eyes to mimic his own gaze out towards the sunset. "Don't you want to talk about Hinata?" she offered, shifting her eyes to glance upwards towards him. "She is ill, dying, and I do not have the medical knowledge to cease her deterioration. I do not see how our discussing it would change these facts," he stated calmly. "No, but it'll help you," she stated calmly. This time he did turn to look at her, eyes glinting beneath the hood as his head turned to look over his shoulder. "Help me." His tone was dangerous, and it made her muscles tense beneath her clothing. "And why?" he continued, still not turning to face her. "Would you want to do that?" she swallowed, not turning away from him. She licked her lower lip rather nervously before shrugging. "I don't know, guess, maybe you shouldn't be beating yourself up over the fact that you can't help someone you care about," she ventured carefully. "Care." The word escaped his lips with a scoff. "Why do you humans choose to relate such a useless emotion to so many situations that have nothing to do with one another?" "We humans?" she questioned incredulously. "What? You think you're not human? Do you regard me as human?" he questioned calmly. "Aren't you?" she shot back. "That doesn't answer my question," he replied calmly. Silence was her response, causing her to look away from him. Something akin to guilt lining her face. You do not hold me as one of your own. Why should I? The blond male questioned rhetorically as he too looked away, returning his gaze to the horizon. Turning back to him, eyes narrowing she spoke, voice a strange mixture of heat and compassion. A tone that reminded him far too much of Yoshino. She had always spoken in a similar way whenever she spoke to him. Then you're saying you don't care about anyone? Attachments are weaknesses in our world, Sabaku. I would think that a person of your rank and current predicament would realize this. If your brother was not so attached to you, then it would not be so easy for Liang to manipulate him as he does. My brother is not weak. Temari defended, anger now in her voice. The fact that you become angry will not change anything. Naruto replied calmly. He is still very much in the dark over Liang's role in your and your other siblings' injuries. And with no inclination to discern the truth simply because he is too blinded by a desire to gain you back from me. So you don't care about anybody? No one but yourself and this megalomaniac dream of yours to rule the world? She asked with easily discerned disbelief. Myself? He questioned, turning to face her over his shoulder again. No, foolish Sabaku, it is not for me that I do what I do. Now that caught her attention, eyes now wide and mouth slightly parted. Not for you? Then who are you doing it for? He didn't answer, standing like some red-shrouded monolith beneath the orange and brightly colored sky. Are you? She paused, contemplating the possible consequences of her next words if she chose to utter them. Are you doing this for Yoshino? He rounded on her so fast Temari couldn't react before he grasped the front of her shirt and hauled her to her feet, gasping in fright at the fury she saw behind those eyes. How do you know of her? He hissed, his tone laced with such venom it made the kunoichi tremble within her clothing. I speak. He roared, bringing her closer to his face, so that her nose was almost touching the dark metal of his mask. You said her name in your sleep. She said hurriedly, swallowing as she looked into his eyes. Gripped by some sensation, unable to look away. For his own part, Naruto himself was uncertain what he was feeling. Anger was there certainly. But its source was lost to him. No one knew of Yoshino. Those that had fought during that short campaign certainly speculated. But their speculations were worthless and in most cases, wordless. And so, meant nothing. For her to speak of her so directly, so bluntly. To be confronted with her, so directly, so bluntly, it was something that drove strong emotions through him, emotions in which he only knew how to express in a single way, anger. He scented no deception from her, and through her fear it was easy to read her regardless even if he could not detect such things. He released her, watching as she caught herself on unsteady legs, ironing out her shirt with her hands as she took a few steps back, away from him. She swallowed, eyes narrowing as she refused to allow this opportunity to pass her by. She repressed her fear, and ignored the part of her mind which screamed for her to simply let the subject die, given his previous reaction, as she spoke again. So you can feel something for someone. I did not dash. What? Didn't care about her? Sorry, but a reaction like that doesn't come from someone that doesn't care. She interrupted with some vehemence. Naruto's eyes narrowed beneath the veil of his hood, glaring down at the much shorter kunoichi as she stared back up at him, the usual fire of her defiance stoked and now kindled into a rapidly growing inferno as she realized that she had caught him off balance. So who was she? A former teammate? A sensei? Some enemy kunoichi? A traitor? Naruto remained silent, his slow, even breathing calm beneath his mask. He gave no answer, because there was no answer. She was all of those to him at some point in his life. After several seconds of his silence, Temari had to fight the urge to growl her impatience. This man was so insufferable. Everything in this emotionally deadening experience had to revolve and end solely in conflict. In conflict. The thought struck Temari like an epiphany, blindsiding her from nowhere. Perhaps she could get answers from him using a different approach. He was used to fighting, verbally and physically. She wouldn't get anything out of him using those methods. Placing a soft expression over her features, the kunoichi spoke again, her tone more pleading than aggressive, her body language more submissive than demanding. Was she special to you? It was a tactic he knew well regardless of his ability to detect her deceit through his sharp sense of smell. Fool girl. He said, voice emerging from the mask like a growl. Do not think your false concern and falser empathy will garner you hidden knowledge over me. You will gain no leverage on this day. Temari blinked, her features soon becoming confused before becoming truly pitying. A similar expression to the one she had given him shortly before she died as well. Is that the first thing that comes to your mind? That someone is going to take advantage of you. Do not claim it to be false, kunoichi. He hissed out the last word, as if reminding her just who and what she was. You seek knowledge to learn more of me. To learn of my possible weaknesses. My vulnerabilities. Temari lowered her eyes from him, expression now genuinely sad as far as he could detect. Is that how you feel about everyone around you? She questioned. Even with Hinata and your other ninja? To do otherwise would be to deserve death, Sabaku. You should know that. He answered. It must be such a miserable experience. To be so closed, so isolated, from everyone and everything. To feel as though you always had to have your guard up. To not have one person you could confide in. You could trust and feel safe with. Did she make you like this? Temari asked softly, eyes once again traveling upwards to look into his own, as he stood there, with arms crossed in front of his chest, guarding himself. Those eyes of silver gray gripped him, made him pause as she seemingly tried to bore right through him with her gaze. As though her answers would come if she looked deep enough within the ice blue. Did she betray you after you'd given her your trust? Is that why you're like this now? Naruto straightened just a little bit more, allowing Temari to see that she'd hit very close to home in her guess. But there was no smug satisfaction. No feeling of accomplishment here. The fact that she may be the only living person with this knowledge gave her no rush. It only filled her with pity. As she looked at him now, standing there, he was no more than 3 feet away, but he was still alone. Even the physical distance between ourselves and the mainland seemed to pale in comparison to just how far apart he held himself, and was held, to the rest of humanity. You really did love her, didn't you? He remained silent, unmoving for several seconds, as if contemplating whether he should answer or not. Finally, he said. Once again, you associate useless emotions to me, Sabaku. She is dead now, regardless. His eyes returned to the horizon after that, gaze narrowing. It appears Hinata may survive after all. Her eyes followed his, soon settling over a ship that approached this desolate place. Their rescuers? Chapter 89, The Die is Cast. Gaara's disbelieving green eyes blinked several times more than necessary as he stared down upon the missive currently clenched between tight fingers, the letters scrawled onto its surface bouncing within the walls of his head, echoing almost tauntingly. In his office currently, was Baki, Zhuge Liang, and technically, Suna's newest head medic Tsunade. Gaara had met the woman when he had gone to Suna initially, before Temari had been captured and Kankuro had been injured, and could say, from his assessment anyway, that she was nothing like her former self. She was thin, too thin, in his opinion, forehead settled in a constant crease of either anger or morose sorrow, her cheeks were knot and her skin sallow, no longer the vibrant shade it had once been. She seemed perfectly content with healing others while allowing herself to wither and decay. He suspected, because of this, that the rumors that she had lost a student were true then. Or had lost a daughter. Stories were mixed in the retelling of Kumo's fall, differing whether she had lost a student or daughter, or both, so he couldn't be sure, but one needed to be true for her to appear like this. Her medical expertise had gotten her the posting of head medic, along with her reputation. However, given another 2 weeks, if she did not show signs of improvement, he would have to take matters into his own hands, perhaps even going as far as removing her from active duty. He hoped, truly, that it didn't come to that. Tsunade was a well-known medic, and showing that she could crumble under the stress of the recent events, though admittedly understandable, was horrible for the men's morale. But regardless, whatever morale they may lose by his interfering with Tsunade's duties, and doubts as to her continued effectiveness would be more than made up for if what he held in his hand was true. Glancing up to Baki, the Kazekage swallowed the saliva that had gathered in his mouth before he spoke. Are you sure you've verified this, Baki? If you've gotten my hopes up for dash. Yes, we did. Baki interrupted with a smile, ignoring Gaara's previously warning countenance. 13 times we ran it through our tests. All agree that the message not a forgery. Gaara's eyes returned to the script, passing over the words once more. To the Godame Kazekage, Sabakuno Gaara? We hope that this message finds you well, Kazekage. The news that has reached us is grave indeed. While, in the past, we have elected to stand aside and allow the conflict within the main continents and villages to spread abound, and the war machine of Konoha to march forward, we find that we can do so no longer. In view of the recent annihilation of the White City of Kumo, we find that we can stand by no longer as this demon, this Devil King, continues to advance his armies. We believe now that we face a man who will not be negotiated with, and merely wars for his own blood lust rather than conquest. Such a man cannot be allowed to rule this country. Though the hour is late, know that we already prepare our armies to marshal against this foe, and behind this messenger bird which carries our message, one of our Umbu commanders is already on his way to meet you, and shall be upon Mikoku Plateau, just east of your village upon October 28th. If you do not arrive by October the 31st to meet him, then we shall assume that you have no wish for our assistance, either because you are already planning surrender, or no longer have the will or resources to fight. In which case we are regretful in our late hour. At the bottom of the scroll was the seal of the daimyo of Snow Country, far in the north. A land, as of yet, untouched by this war, whose ninjas were few but whose resources and remarkable sources of iron may indeed be invaluable towards the war effort. This seems too convenient. Zhuge Liang spoke up from his place in the room, bringing Gaara's and Baki's attention towards him. With all due respect Reikage-sama, Baki began. At this point we need all the help we can get. No. He's right. Gaara said as he straightened, why offer an alliance now? When we're at our weakest, well after Kyuubi has fallen. Even if they thought before Kyuubi that he could be reasoned with, it still makes no sense. We stand a much greater chance of losing this war than ever before. They're throwing in their lot with the losing side. No daimyo who actually cares about his nation, as his previous statement seemed to imply, would do that. Liang nodded, taking a moment to clear his throat before he spoke. Exactly, not only that, but he is asking to meet you, in a location not an hour away from your village. Why not simply come here? Yuki ninja have always been known for their secrecy though. Tsunade spoke up for the first time. To this day no one but their daimyo is given the location of their village, it's how they hide considering their fewer numbers. Yes, that itself is something to take into consideration. Yuki ninja rely on ambushes, traps and speed, they cannot engage Konoha's forces in a straight battle, much less on foreign territory and hope to have a chance of victory. Everything about this proposal for an alliance screams falsehood. Liang said with a shake of his head. But the seal is real. Baki put in. We cannot dispute that. And even, if this is a trap, if it is some kind of falsehood, forgive me, Kazekage if I speak out of turn, but it is your duty to make sure that this is not genuine if it does prove to be so. Are you suggesting that your commander, regardless of the obvious evidence that points to the contrary, follow this lead as if it were genuine, arrive at the meeting spot as though there was no merit to suspicion of a trap? Tsunade spoke, rounding on Baki. No, of course not. Baki stated with an affronted air. All I am saying is that this could be the difference between our winning and losing the war. We cannot ignore this just because it might be a trap. She seemed to move to speak once again before Gaara interrupted the medic. He's right. We cannot ignore this. The Kazekage stated. I will go. At the very least. You cannot go alone, an escort of your guard should accompany you. After a moment's hesitation, however brief, he added. I as well will go. If anyone noticed his pause, they did not comment. His deteriorating condition due to the chakra poisoning he had suffered at the hands of Naruto was still a matter well between himself and the medic that had attended him on that ship weeks ago. No one, not even his beloved Ewing, knew, and he intended to keep it that way for as long as possible. Gaara nodded. I never intended any different. I may not have your penchant for tactics and strategy, Zhuge Liang, but I assure you I'm no fool. The Reikage bowed his head, of course Kazekage Dano. Turning to Baki, Gaara spoke. Baki, make sure teams are kept on standby for quick deployment. If something does happen up there I don't want to be caught without backup, understood? Baki nodded. Yes sir, I'll start making the necessary preparations. The Jounin stated before turning and leaving. Turning to Tsunade, the Kazekage opened his mouth but soon closed it, not really certain how to address the woman at this point. Have medical teams on standby as well please. He finally said after a moment, watching as the blonde medic gave a simple, curt nod before following Baki out of the office. I'm uncomfortable with this. Liang stated after a moment or so in silence. So am I. Gaara stated. But we can't let this hope, even faint and dangerous as it is, go unchecked. We have 3 days to prepare ourselves for the possible fight, Master Liang. Let us use it wisely. Liang nodded, though his expression was still grim. 3 days, 3 days more for the pain to increase, for his vision to darken, his feeling of touch and hearing to dim. For his reflexes to dull, for his bones to further ache, and for his slow, arduous deterioration to continue. 3 days. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX lone Chunin tend to his fallen general. It was by far not what he wanted in a medic. The Chunin had only begun rudimentary training in the field. Not only had the medics already left when Jiraiya had gone on this expedition, but, by his own admittance, the Toad Sannin did not even believe that a medic was necessary for him, and so, even if they had still been in wave he may not have even brought one. Naruto found himself in a damnable situation, once again loathing the circumstances that rendered him useless in these circumstances. He stood at the doorway, arms crossed over his chest, red shroud once again firmly over his shoulders. Temari stood not far behind him, apparently worried over the Hyuga's condition as though they didn't stand on opposite ends of the battlefield at the end of the day. Jiraiya stood at his other side, just as worried for Hinata as Temari, possibly more so. Though he'd never trained Hinata, he had known her for as long as he had known Naruto, and thus, being one of the few others which could relate to Konoha's alienated Kage, she was one of the few he could ever express his concerns with. Her death would only further increase this long-held feelings of isolation among his peers due to his station, in both rank and Naruto's personal opinions. Besides Hinata, and perhaps, though less so, Kakashi, there was no one he trusted more than him. It was not a role he relished. Being much more aware of than most of the various acts he had committed and Naruto had sanctioned in the name of peace. The three watched in silence as the would-be medic worked on her. Jiraiya allowed his eyes to trail curiously towards their hostage Suna Kunoichi. He knew that sometimes, captured individuals developed bonds with their captors, so it was truly no surprise to note the, as far as he could tell, genuine concern for Hinata on her face. But what was surprising was Naruto's tolerance of her presence. She was still their enemy, and her concern for Hinata would barter no pity or quarter from him. Seeing Hinata in thus vulnerable state was not something he'd allow from an enemy normally, so what had changed? Naruto, apparently satisfied, or growing increasingly angry at the scene, turned away from it with a flare of his red robe, giving Jiraiya the silent order to follow. It surprised the Toad Sannin that it had taken this long actually. Usually Naruto was all business, and personal things came never. The fact that he'd been watching this Chunin dutifully run whatever few tests and medial remedies he knew for nearly an hour was equivalent to a world record for him. Temari watched them go, knowing that what they would discuss was not for her ears, and neither would it be if Naruto had anything to say about it. She sighed, allowing herself to slide down the wall and sit outside the door in the cramped hallway, continuing to watch as the Chunin tended to Hinata as best he could. The two made their way through the hall silently, with many of the crew hastily making scarce as they saw the towering figure make towards the captain's quarters, which Jiraiya, and most certainly Naruto, was more than willing to make theirs as they made use of the ship. The captain had been less than pleased. But, even though he wasn't Naruto, Jiraiya was more than enough to shut up a single untrained captain. And so they had the place all to themselves. Naruto opened the door, stepping through the portal and around the old, half-rotten desk the captain kept in his quarters for his own use, and took a seat, Jiraiya following his example a moment later, only he took a seat across from the blonde. "Report." "Oh sure, nice to see you too." The Toad Sannin began sarcastically. "I know it's been nearly 2 months since we've seen each other, Naruto, but we really shouldn't waste time with the pleasantries, since our ship will somehow gain the speed of a rampaging leopard summon and be across the ocean in a matter of seconds. We have no time to waste with hellos and, how have things been, and are you Auri dash? Jiraiya." Naruto cut in quickly, losing patience with the older man's tirade. The Toad Sannin for his part, rolled his eyes. And he'd been worried. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed the bridge of his nose before speaking. "Well, most of the ninjas you took with you on those ships are fine. The pirate and mercenary population isn't too happy with you, but it's to be expected. We only had 16 or so dead, or MIA, including yourself. A few others sustained injuries, some serious, but most were minor. All in all, the elites you brought with you got out relatively okay. What happened to Kyuubi?" The Kage questioned without pausing. "Reports are just garbled rumors from the messengers and you common passerby. But we won apparently. Kyuubi is completely destroyed, from what I hear." Naruto nodded but did not comment, mind now no doubt taking in this event and plotting his next move. Jiraiya wondered if he even took a moment to find satisfaction in what he'd accomplished, what they stood upon the cusp of creating. Or if he simply moved on like clockwork. Eventually he stood from his chair, marching to look out of the stained glass window towards the rear of the ship, opening it in order to see the greenish sea's foamy surface left in the boat's wake. "Once we make landfall, Jiraiya, you must send out messages to all of our armies, and all of our villages to amass their forces for a final campaign." Jiraiya stood, straightening almost subconsciously. "So you really think this is it then? This is where it will all end?" "Yes," Naruto stated after a brief pause. "And as such we must make a statement with this final conquest. We cannot suffer defeat, as we did in Sakai before I arrived, and this victory cannot be Pyrrhic, as was recently against Kyuubi. This must be absolute. They could surrender." The Toad Sannin said, hoping to keep Naruto from getting too far ahead of himself. "They could," he admitted after a very long pause. "But if they do not? I intend to destroy Suna, I intend to break Suna." Jiraiya didn't know what it was. But something in his voice then changed. He was always cold, always teetering on that edge of callous apathy and impatient aggression, but this was different. This was chillingly cold, dangerous. And it chilled even Jiraiya in a way he'd thought had long been past them. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Sakura sighed as she followed Ino and Shikamaru into the dingy little bar at the edge of Suna's own red light district. A scene that had become more familiar as of late, much more so than what she appreciated. They entered to the smell of tobacco, alcohol, cheap perfume, and even cheaper sex. The patrons were what she expected, middle-aged men, stumbling over each other in their own sweat and grime, loud and rambunctious. Some with women draped over their laps like trophies or simple pieces of meat. For a kunoichi who took pride in both herself and those of her sex, it was an utterly disgusting sight. And of course, there he was, right in the middle of it, sitting at the bar, screaming profanities at the bartender, demanding another bottle of the rice wine. Only the stool and his hands on the counter top keeping him upright at this point. "Damn it, Kiba!" Ino roared in front of the other two, marching up to the shaggy-haired boy's back. A fury held her sympathy out of sight as she made her way closer. "How many times are we gonna have to get your ass out of this shithole?" She grabbed his prosthetic arm. Surprised, the Inuzuka pulled away, losing his balance and falling flat on his back, bringing the cursing of several patrons he disturbed, but all were silenced quickly and effectively by a single glare from Shikamaru. Kiba blinked, dazed from his place on the ground as he blinked up to the ceiling, finding Ino's platinum blonde hair and scowling visage in his peripheral vision before he smiled, wide and clearly drunk. "No-chan," he slurred, beginning to stumble back up to his feet, nearly falling over again before said blonde helped him. "Come on, you oaf," the kunoichi said with a grunt. "Let's get you home again," she growled. "And no." Kiba stuttered, drunk, pulling himself free and stumbling into several other of the patrons, ignoring their indignant shouts of anger. "I don't wanna go home. I wanna say fear." "Kiba, you're not staying here," Ino said, mounting frustration over his recent behavior as well as increasing impatience, giving her a very limited tolerance this night. "Now let's just get you home already so that I can get home and get some damn sleep." She stepped forward again only for Kiba to suddenly draw one of his kunai, bringing Shikamaru to stand in front of his old teammate rather protectively. His eyes were wild, like a frenzied animal, cornered and looking to attack the predators that had cornered it. "Kiba," the shadow wielder began somewhat placatingly, watching as many of the other drunk patrons gave the Inuzuka a wide berth, while some outright left the establishment. Sakura took the opportunity to circle behind him, the previous lethargy she had come in with now free of her bones, eyes alert and waiting for the opportunity. He could stop this with his cage mane, but let her get into position first. It looked like she wouldn't get the chance though. Tears glistened the taller male's eyes as he clenched the blade in his hand. His voice wavered, though it was now due more to its choked nature rather than his drunken state. "You don't understand. Why you don't understand?" he yelled, lunging toward Shikamaru, blade in hand. Drugged and unfocused as he was, it was a simple matter to disarm him, twisting his arm behind his back before slamming the Inuzuka down to the ground, digging his elbow right below his ribs, his other hand holding tightly onto Kiba's apprehended wrist, thanking whatever god existed that he wasn't in the proper state of mind to focus that prosthetic puppet arm of his beyond simple motions. "Calm down, damn it. Troublesome idiot. It's us, Kiba, we're your friends. Don't wanna go home?" he sobbed, tears now trailing freely down the side of his face, down the cheek that was pressed against the floor. "Don't wanna go home," he repeated. She's not there anymore," he finished, broken sobs shaking his entire body. Ino, Shikamaru and Sakura each shared a knowing look, unable to look upon their friend with anything but deep pity. Ino ran a hand through his brown mane of hair, swallowing down her own tears. "It's all right, Kiba, it's all right. We know." Shikamaru quickly removed Kiba's weapons before lifting him off the ground, organic arm slung over his shoulder, wooden one hanging limply from his side, either not having the will or the concentration to muster the chakra strings necessary to wield it properly. Ino wrapped an arm around his waist, helping to keep him upright before she looked back to Sakura. "Hey, Sakura," she said solemnly. "You go on home. Shika and I can handle things from here." The puppeteer/part-time medic nodded, eyes never leaving Kiba's back as they dragged him out the front door, noticing only now that almost all the patrons had left. All but one, and that alone made her easy to spot, whereas before she had been nothing more than a face in the crowd. A face she now recognized. "Tsunade-sama?" The pink-haired kunoichi questioned uncertainly, having only met the woman somewhat briefly during the naval battle where they had fought together. The platinum-haired legend sighed, her shoulders sagging. "What is it?" she questioned, her tone biting and impatient as she turned her chocolate-brown eyes onto Sakura. Sakura's mouth opened and closed, fishing for words that came with hesitation. "What are you doing here?" "Drinking. What does it look like?" she questioned bitterly, taking a rather long gulp of sake for emphasis. "Budash," she began. "Why here?" Sakura was certainly no stranger to the bottle in her 2 decades of life, but there were certainly much nicer places when one wanted to get a drink. She didn't think someone of Tsunade's status would be in a place like this. It's as good a place as any. Tsunade shrugged. You got something you want to ask, because I really would rather get back to my drinks. How long will you be here then? Is that any of your business? The medic asked. No Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry. She said quickly before bowing and leaving. Tsunade didn't even watch her go, uncaring as to her presence or absence. She came here for a simple reason. None recognized her. There were certainly ninja bars, all of which had sake that tasted 1,000 times better than this, but she didn't want to be pestered like this Kunoichi had clearly been doing. Just her luck that her friend had chosen to find her refuge from home to adopt as his own. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX needed. There was nowhere she could really go at this point, and so she was left mainly to her own devices, leaving her, once again, rather bored. The pirates were intimidated, the ninja didn't care, Hinata was unconscious, and Naruto certainly wouldn't care. So, here she stood, eyes fixed on the moon hanging high in the sky, reflecting off the sheen of the ocean's glassy, inky black surface. Enjoying the view? Temari spun around, finding Jiraiya standing on the deck, leaning heavily on his cane, a small, somewhat forced smirk on his features. She shrugged, attempting to act as nonchalant as possible while not seeming rude. It's better than most. Jiraiya walked up to her side, passing her, beckoning her to follow onto the front of the ship. She did so, if only because she had nothing better to do. And pissing off the second in command was highly inadvisable. When he reached the front, Jiraiya lifted himself to sit on the railing, positioning himself rather comfortably before he began speaking. So tell me, what happened while you guys were on the island then? She raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? And what makes you think anything happened in the first place? I wasn't exactly with the most sociable of people. Jiraiya nodded in acceptance, lips pursing before he spoke. Well, for one, you didn't immediately leave their side when you arrived. Something many of his own friends would want to do after only a few hours. We saw you both talking on the beach as we made our approach, something that hardly ever happens unless it's business related. And, he shrugged. Don't know. Just a feeling really. Temari's eyebrow raised in open skepticism. Sure. And I'm supposed to believe this, carefree, unpressurized attitude of yours? Think that's gonna endear me to you or something? Jiraiya in response offered a deadpan look before pointing with his cane. We can't all be as serious as your previous two roommates. Some of us do want a social life outside of the job, he said. And it was true too. At least in Naruto's case. Though Hinata wasn't a bucket of laughs, giggles and smiles, she did attend to parties Kakashi, Enko, or some of the other ninja elite held. Even cracking a smile or two while she'd been there. Naruto, however, you'd be lucky if you even caught him at a meeting beyond his home, the training grounds or the Kage Tower. Temari shrugged in something akin to acceptance before walking over to the other side of the railing and planting her rump over it, legs dangling. Nothing happened. Just a lot of sleepless nights, cold showers, cleaning Hinata, and dead birds. Then, what were you talking about while on the beach? He questioned, fishing. Something had to have happened. Temari smirked in remembrance, though the smile was somewhat bitter. Me and my overactive imagination. At that, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, clearly stating, do you honestly expect me to believe that, with merely his expression alone? You talked about your imagination? Temari rolled her eyes, chuckling. Of course not. Just the things it made me think up. I? She laughed, though in truth, it sounded more like a disdainful snort. Though, at the time of their conversation, she had believed that he merely denied her assumptions out of habit, or simply because he felt insecure with her knowing, over the course of the last day or so, as she ran the memory over and over in her head once again, she couldn't help but second-guess herself and how true she felt her assumptions towards his emotions were. I thought he'd actually loved a woman once. Lady called Yoshino. She laughed, but the sounds died in her throat at Jiraiya's back going ramrod straight, muscles tensing, and the cane faltering from his grip, almost falling to the floor before he caught it. How do you know that name? And with that statement, all her suspicions, imaginings, wonders and general thoughts over this woman returned in a blinding and dizzying speed, one after another going through her head before she responded to his question, stuttering her response. He said her name once. In his sleep. Jiraiya swallowed thickly, knitting his hands together as he stared straight at her. And you, confronted him with this? She nodded. Do you know who she is? Jiraiya sighed, running a hand through his white mane of hair, a shuddering breath escaping him before he spread his senses outward, making absolutely certain that Naruto was nowhere near earshot. Yeah, I do. I think I may be the only one other than him who does. Now Temari's curiosity was eating her up. Leaning heavily forward, she gulped, swallowing to moisten her suddenly dry throat before she spoke. Who was she? Jiraiya looked at her then, debating in his own mind if he should tell her anything about Yoshino. It was one of those few things Naruto kept close, that Naruto kept closer than anything else, even some of the village's greatest secrets. The only reason he even knew was because he'd investigated old records and files which spoke of Naruto's psychological debriefing after the mission he undertook, aiding the AIM and Taki ninja, saying he may have gained some attachment towards the two allied generals Kenpachi and Yoshino, and because he had noticed some changes in the young man when he returned, after killing them. He wished sorely that he had been present at that battle, instead of having mere second-hand accounts. I can't tell you much, he admitted after a long tense moment. Only that she had once been his ally, then, years ago, his enemy. So she betrayed him? Jiraiya shrugged. I can't say what happened, I'm not clear on all the accounts. Naruto had many of those records sealed or destroyed. He doesn't speak of it. It's more of an unspoken rule than anything. Temari paused, remembering the question that had plagued her since learning of Yoshino's name. Did he love her? The Toad Sannin shook his head. I'm not sure. Temari sighed, shoulders sagging slightly in disappointment. Jiraiya continued, though bringing her attention back towards him. I think that if he could have loved anyone in his life, it would have been her though. Temari averted her eyes, memory returning to those last few words exchanged before the ship arrived. You really did love her, didn't you? Once again, you associate useless emotions to me, Sabaku. She is dead now, regardless. And it occurred to her. He didn't deny her statement. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX two individuals ready to depart, along with their escort. What the hell? She roared, marching up towards them, fists clenched at her side, body coiled with restrained anger. Kazekage, sensei wh. Yujito. Liang began calmly interrupting her, already knowing the source of her anger. You are needed more here than with us. The village cannot be left unprotected. The Nibi Jinchuriki growled in displeasure. Despite the fact that, as of late, she had begun to distrust her master more and more, he was still one of the few people she really had left. Shizun was dead, Tsunade was a wreck, and Akina was missing, possibly dead as well. Many of her other friends had died when the village was attacked. Liang and Yuing were all she had left, and not going on a mission that was jeopardizing his safety was disconcerting. She knew he was still stronger than her in many respects, and could probably beat her, but she still wanted to be there just in case. She was better than the umbu he was taking with him at any rate. But Sensei she began only for him to, once again, cut her off. Yujito. He said, turning to look at her with those coal-black eyes, a blank gaze firmly in place. Even if I could take you, your personal attachment to me alone is something that would put you in more danger than necessary and thus non-viable for this mission. She finished with a displeased sigh. Fine, just be careful, she said before turning on her heel and marching down the street once again. She should have known better. He always had his mind made up. Gaara watched her go, some strange mix of apathy and amusement over his features before Liang turned to face him once again. Let us go. The Raikage stated towards his red-haired counterpart, watching as Gaara and the umbu escort nodded before the 8 of them vanished in plumes of smoke. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX it came closer and closer. Naruto stood on deck, the sea breeze once again flaring out his robe behind him. Jiraiya wondered if he did that on purpose somehow. The clouds hung heavy in the sky, darkening the midday sun with a hue of gray shadows as though it were dusk rather than noon. As they approached, the city of Wave was silent, lights, all off, nothing moved, no people traversed the docks, ghosts did not even dwell in these streets. There was nothing. This isn't right. Temari stated beside him, eyes traveling from left to right. Naruto eyed her over his shoulder, nodding once before looking to Jiraiya and the other Chunins on the ship. You men, guard Hinata, Jiraiya, remain close to Temari. They all nodded, with the Chunin quickly scrambling down the deck stairwell to reach their charge. As they made their way to port, the deathly stillness and silence seemed to blanket the area, the graying shadows of the clouds only accentuating the foul feeling emanating from the previously bustling city of Wave. The docks creaked as the men tied the ship to the beams, even the sounds of the sloshing waters seemed inadvertently hushed here. A thick mist seemed to creep up their legs and into the air, creating a veil of gray all around them. The hidden mist technique. Jiraiya pushed Temari further behind him, strategies running through his mind as to what he could do to keep her safe, while also defending himself. A chakra pulse to their right dispelled the mist around the ship, rendering its protective veil of stealth unavailable to their would-be assailants. "Wait here," the blonde stated calmly, making his way towards the side of the ship where they were connected to the dock. He stepped over the railing, several of the crew scrambling to get out of his way. "Be careful." He paused, craning his neck to look back towards Temari, whom had uttered the plea, blue gaze searching for something. Who knew what? Falseness, greed, sarcasm. The list ranged from person to person. He leapt down to the docks without a word, marching across its wooden planks with easy strides. Though he did not have his blades, his kunai would be more than enough for whatever rabble had gathered here. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX length, give or take, 30 across. Gaara, Zhuge Liang and the Umbu that accompanied them, now found themselves at this location, all in various states of anxiousness, wondering if the messenger would even show at all. Though the Umbu had quickly established a perimeter, and line of sight given their high ground advantage was good, they still had yet to see hide nor hair of the supposed individual. Gaara in particular was anxious. Though passive and patient by nature, he was still young, and so sitting here, when he could be doing productive work in the tower was obviously not something that sat well with him. Unlike Liang, whom could seemingly remain content to stand on the arid desert plateau all day. Which is essentially what they had been doing. Kazekage-sama. One of the Umbu stated, turning to face his commander. Perhaps it would be best for a henge. One of us to take both your and Reikage-sama's place, while you pretend to be one of us. Zhuge Liang nodded, though Gaara seemed displeased by the notion. Badger, I don't believe dash. The skies suddenly rumbled above them, a deep, resonating growl which vibrated through their chests, and down their legs, as if seeking to shake the earth itself. The skies, clear and blue overhead, darkened, becoming dark and black at an astonishing speed. In mere minutes a heavy downpour began, drenching the men and women standing on the plateau, soaking their clothing straight through. I've never seen a storm gather this fast. One of the Umbu said over the roaring rain. Zhuge Liang closed his eyes, senses gathering around him before his eyes opened, zipping left and right in search of someone. This is no storm. How right you are, Reikage Dano. The voice brought everyone's attention towards the end of the plateau. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX desolate melody that trailed over the empty streets, its only traveler. The mist was thick, heavy, and even with his advanced vision he could not see beyond his own hand. But he sensed them. Shadows and shapes, the rustling of dirt, the shifts in the mist, the vibrations underfoot, their brief silhouettes. He knew they were there, and he knew they merely followed him, they did not trail back for the boat. The people here were gone, most likely dead. But there was no smell, no trace, no obvious signs of violence. This was all done in silence, in moments, a city wiped clean with a mere whimper scarcely escaping it. They were good, but they would not defeat him. His hand lashed out, a silvery gray chain and sickle attachment wrapping around his gauntlet before he yanked. It gave resistance for a moment before giving completely, the counterweight thudding to a stop near his feet. He tossed the weapon aside, its thud compounded by 3 others, which were the kunai thrown into the general vicinity of where the sound had emerged. He could not see them, but just the same they could not see him. He clicked his gauntlets rather loudly, the screech alerting the marksman to his presence where he threw the weapons. Naruto watched their trajectory, dodging the 3 before rushing through the mist, vanishing into its gray depths. For a moment, there was nothing but silence before the clashing of blade upon blade, the ringing, high-pitched echoes and screeches distorted amongst the wooden houses and the density of the mist before a crash ended the skirmish. Now, they had no choice. They could not identify by sound which one he was and which was their comrade. They needed to dispel the mist, and thus, reveal themselves. Naruto watched, standing on the lip of an opening, where the mist began to dissolve, finding the silhouette of an individual, becoming clearer and clearer in the dim view. The individual stood, arms hidden beneath a cloak, face hidden behind a spiral mask. The mask was obscure, a spiral, unfamiliar. But the cloak he recognized. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX terrifying. And at once Gaara's and the others' eyes watched as a man, seemingly short due to his hunched posture, face obscured by a simple cloth and a wooden scorpion-like tail, emerged from the sands like some demonic desert scarab. Sasori of the Red Sand. Zhuge Liang said, eyes narrowing in recognition, lips thinning in unease at the sight of the cloak with the red cloud design. You are not completely ignorant. The Suna Nuke Nin said with a smirk as he finished shaking off the sand from his shoulders. You're the only ignorant here. One of the Umbu stated, drawing his blade. Revealing your position before you attacked. Revealed? Or merely distracted? The ninja shot back with clear amusement dancing in his eyes before 5 others exploded from the ground behind them, each having the same red-rimmed eyes that fixed themselves upon a singular target. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX with the mask he'd knocked down. One of short stature and long hair, the blue-skinned, monster of the mist Hoshikage Kisame, and lastly, he was met with the blood-red eyes of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 90, Defeat. They circled and attacked like pack animals, small creatures, attacking and retreating, harassing a more powerful one, attempting to wear him down. Kisame was their heaviest hitter, moving in with his massive blade, striking with powerful blows that made him stagger where he stood even as he blocked the strikes. Itachi's Gen and ninjutsu aided the blue-skinned Kiri ninja. The one in the mask moved across the battlefield like a snake, using quick strikes that were enough to wound but not to kill, distracting and hampering his movements. The ninja's strikes were slicing tendons, muscle and nerves, delaying him while the wounds mended beneath his healing flesh. Whenever he appeared to get the upper hand, the Iwa Nin, the clay user, would use his explosives to, once again, injure, but not kill. These people wanted him alive, and they sought to wear him down with these tactics. Flames burst from the Uchiha's cupped mouth, searing the air as they approached his exposed back. They licked at his blood-red cloak, dancing over his shoulders as he growled. He lunged through a nearby window, smashing through with the crash of shattering glass. He landed into a former living room, bloodstains still drenching the seats where they had killed the previous residents. A familiar brown bird followed through his entry point, going to the center of the room. Naruto rolled out of the room, lunging through the doorway into the kitchen shortly before the clay creature exploded. The explosion destroyed the entire portion of the house where he had been, as wooden shrapnel pelted his back. He was thrown across the room from the shock wave, and his lower ribs were smashed across a countertop. He growled, regaining his bearings as he moved to straighten, shortly before he felt multiple slashes across his back. He let out a roar before he lashed out with his clawed gauntlet, catching sight of the, now, extended fingertips of Tobi's gloves. 10 black, razor-edged, 6-inch-long claws. The ninja ducked beneath his swing, slashing at his Achilles tendon, severing it. Naruto's leg buckled beneath him at that, falling onto one knee as Tobi pulled away once again. Kisame exploded from the wall beside him, Samahita raised in a wide arc. Naruto scarcely had time to raise his arms to his defense, before the metal of his gauntlet scraped against Samahita with a terrible screech of metal scraping metal. The clothing on his forearms began peeling away, as did his skin, the multi-layered blade shaving the flesh off his bones before he was smashed through the wall back onto the street again. Plaster and wood formed a dust cloud over his exit point. The snapping sound of lightning brought the blonde's attention to his right. He watched as the electric currents danced over Itachi's fingertips before its blinding luminescence shot down the length of road towards him. Wind chakra gathered in his palm, a concentrated vortex, kicking up the loose items in the road before it moved to intercept the electrical blasts. The lightning shuddered in its trajectory before its various lines were diverted outwards, several hitting the dirt or going straight through the wooden homes. A kunai found its way to Naruto's hands, once again reaching his feet, as his previously severed tendon was healed before another blast, to his side, knocked him off his feet once again. Fire and superheated ash scalded the side of his face and arms. He fell flat, unsettling the earth around him. He was dazed but not defeated, and he began to stand once more. However, the home that the explosion had affected groaned, its foundations buckling as the entire structure shifted. It was in a leaning position now. Naruto glanced over his shoulder from his kneeling position just before the entire wooden mass collapsed. Broken beams, shards of glass and twisted metal smashed down on top of him before he could move out of the way. The four Akatsuki formed up down the road, their cloaked forms standing shoulder to shoulder. "Is that it?" Kisame questioned, disappointed at all the fuss that had been made for nothing. "So much for the man who can't be killed, ya?" was Deidara's sardonic query. "Fools," Itachi stated shortly before the broken remnants of the house exploded, sending shrapnel flying in every direction. A red haze soon became visible behind the veil of uplifted dust. Deidara and Kisame both smirked, seemingly satisfied that the fight was not yet over, while Itachi remained apathetic. Tobi, on the other hand? "Do we have a plan B?" XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Their attackers were quick and relentless, striking and killing two of the Umbu guard in seconds before they could bring their blades to bear. The others, along with their two Kages, were more prepared. Sand shifted beneath Gaara's feet, sluggish and heavy. The recent downpour would have made it as such, but this was too much. The sand was hard to grasp, hard to mold, it crumbled even as he focused on creating its form. He knew immediately why. This storm, this rain, it was created. It oozed of chakra, the chakra of another, as the rain soaked the sand. It soaked it in this attacker's chakra with it, creating a conflicting force with Gaara's own chakra as it attempted to control the sands. They had come here, obviously prepared to fight and defeat him. This was an assassination team, but from who? They did not look like Konoha, and Sasori was one of their missing ninja. A particularly dangerous one. They would have known if he had joined Konoha. He had no time to focus on his questions, however, as one of the attackers rushed him. He had several of those trademark black piercings on his bald head, giving it a spiked appearance. A dark, black blade emerged from his sleeve, attempting to jab the Kazekage in the chest while his defenses were down. Gaara backpedaled, latching onto his attacker's wrist, barely holding him at bay. His arms began shaking under the strain. His taijutsu was horrendous, a fact that Kankuro and Baki always berated him for. But having neither the time, the need for, or the ability to practice due to the concentration it took to willfully stop his automatic defense, he had never improved. He was finding himself sorely regretting his lack of skill in the art. Nevertheless, he pulled the arm forward, his movements awkward and less graceful than what other ninjas would have been. He was moving with the simple familiarity of maneuvers he'd seen over 1,000 times performed by others. He twisted the arm before he gathered chakra in his fist and punched the man's extended elbow. The appendage snapped with a gut-wrenching crack and Gaara drew a kunai in order to jab it into the man's throat. A look of surprise graced Gaara's features when the broken elbow, which was bent the wrong way at nearly 90 degrees, snapped back into place before bending properly and smashing into the Kazekage's throat. The force knocked the redhead off his feet and he gagged and sputtered as he moved to get air back into his lungs. The large man stepped forward, his four other allies fighting his Umbu guard. Gaara's hand reached out, towards the ground beneath their feet. As the man took another step, the soil of the plateau gave way, making him sink into it like a lead brick. Soggy as it was, even with his decreased ability to manipulate it, it did not take much for him to turn this into a quagmire of simulated quicksand. He stumbled, predictably, giving the Kazekage time. He turned to Liang, whom was currently busy squaring off against Sasori. Neither appeared to have attacked the other yet, but it would not take long for the mayhem to commence. Liang! He barked at the rakeage. Right. The sleeping dragon responded before making a simple, one-handed seal. Chakra, gathered in his palm, soon flared into a bright, white luminescent light, brightening the darkened evening with blinding intensity before the rakeage launched the flare into the sky. The battle never ceased during this encounter, with the Umbu still fighting their opponents as the flare signaled for help. If anything, the Pains fought with even more fervor, knowing that they had a limited amount of time before reinforcements arrived. As the flare dimmed and eventually died in the night sky, Liang refocused on the task at hand. He began molding his chakra beneath the surface of his skin, as he prepared to fight the legendary puppeteer. With the normally exhilarating surge of energy and strength that came with the channeling of his chakra came the strain, the ever-present debilitating feeling since his encounter with Naruto. He felt thin and transparent as though his muscles and organs had lost their sustenance and were now merely weakly tugging strings instead of the tendons of sinew that had fought countless battles in the past. The rakeage watched as Sasori threw away his cloak, revealing his mechanical body of wood and steel rather than muscle and flesh. Immediately Liang knew that his trouble had deepened considerably. For one to catch another in genjutsu, he needed to tap into the other individual's coil systems. When one ceased the flow unexpectedly, the illusion was dispelled. An artificial body had no coils, and thus, was immune to such illusions. They came prepared, they knew who they were targeting, they knew their strengths, and their weaknesses, and had eliminated any advantages their opponents had. Gaara-san and his own genjutsu were now nullified in the face of this. Beside him Gaara stood, drawing a kunai before rushing forward, intent on driving the blade through his sunken opponent's throat. Tearing cloth brought him to a halt, however, as flexible plate of sheet metal with a serrated saw-like edge unfolded from the sunken Pain's back, lashing out against the approaching Kage. Gaara almost didn't react, the years of reliance on his sand shield had dulled his instincts. He awkwardly blocked the strike, stumbling before he shoved it away. He leapt up, to avoid any following attack. The Kazekage kept his blade poised and ready, as he descended upon the Azura Pain, ready to drive the knife through his heart. The half-machine creature twisted its neck, as its head opened up to reveal more of his inner weaponry. Gaara's eyes widened, as the pain gathered chakra in the absorption plate shortly before a beam of pure chakra tore through the air, directly towards the Kazekage. Vanishing seconds before the attack hit, the Kazekage reappeared behind the creature, swiveling on his heel and drove the kunai into his throat. He watched as blood sprayed from the opening, the blade apparently having pierced the carotid artery before Gaara drew another kunai and drove it into the man's skull. Sparks, smoke and wiring leaked from this injury instead of blood. The Kazekage turned his eyes towards his four umbu, whom were still engaged against the enemy. Moving to help, he stopped rather abruptly as a sharp pain raced up and down his side. His turquoise-green eyes looked down to his ribs as he instinctively jerked away. He found a kunai lodged firmly within his flesh. Bringing his eyes upwards, he watched as his assumed deceased opponent pulled himself up from the ground. The ever-present smile remained on his face as his ringed eyes turned to the Kazekage again. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX and missed. Temari and Jiraiya watched from the deck of the ship, the indistinct flashes and disembodied sounds reaching them, some so powerful they vibrated through their chests and down their knees. Turning to the Toad Sannin, she spoke. Are you just gonna sit there? Aren't you going to help him? Jiraiya shook his head. We don't know how many enemies are out there, we don't know their strengths or their weaknesses. There are few people that I know of that can match or counter the sheer destructive powers Naruto has. If we go in there to help, we limit that ability. Temari averted her gaze, an explosion making her tremble with its force. You just sent him out, to fight alone. He did not miss the disgust in her voice, nor the anger directed at him. They went hand in hand really. The beneficiary of these emotions she felt, however, surprised him. You think it's wrong? He questioned, raising an eyebrow as he looked over the top of her head searching for her answer. Of course not. She drawled, sarcasm dripping from every word as she crossed her arms. You just send him off, without any backup, just expecting him to win every time, relying on him, or just not giving a shit. What's wrong about that? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and moved to speak before Temari interrupted him by continuing. In our village we protect our Kage as much as he protects us. Jiraiya began only to be interrupted by the kunoichi again. Doesn't need protection. The tone of her voice made it difficult to discern if this was a true question or a simple statement. Hinata said once that people in his past made him what he is today. When they sought to make him a weapon. How are you all any different? Now that gave Jiraiya pause, though only momentarily. You think that because we rely on who he is, a killer, that we're as bad as the people who made him what he was, a monster? XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The unyielding metal of his gauntlet locked around Tobi's wrist with vice-like strength. The spiral mask Nin hissed in pain before Naruto's free hand smashed against the side of his face. The side of his mask cracked beneath the force of the blow. Naruto did not release him, however. He yanked on the apprehended appendage, brining Tobi back towards him. The bladed extensions on the other man's fingertips writhed and coiled like snakes, before the tips sank into his forearms. Naruto growled, the shock of the 5 claws piercing his arm in different locations making him reflexively relinquish his grip on his opponent, giving Tobi room to move away. As he looked at his arm for a moment, he noticed that there was no blood, no damage. Genjutsu. The blonde glanced up, finding 3 more of the clay explosives rushing towards him. Launching 3 wind blades, the Kage watched as the 3 explosives were intercepted, exploding in mid-air before they could reach him. The shockwave made him stumble, and it was enough for Kisame. The Kiri Nuke Ninja rushed through the flames, landing in front of Naruto before swinging his blade again. Taking a full hit across his stomach, Naruto again felt the chakra leached from his body. Blood freely poured from the injury, leaving a trail on the ground even as he flew through the air. He came to a stop down the road. Naruto growled once again, getting to his hands and knees before he moved to stand. 2 hands emerged from the ground beneath him, kunai in hand. Both blades were plunged into him, one in his stomach, the other into his right shoulder. Naruto grunted, as the arms continued to push, shoving him upwards and onto his back. Itachi rose from the ground, twisting the blades before he moved to leap away. Naruto caught the edges of his cloak. It teetered on the edge of tearing and held in place as he pulled, finally yanking Itachi back down to the earth, off balance. Naruto wasted no time with the blades before lunging for his opening, grabbing the Uchiha by his face and smashing it down against the concrete. He yanked the blade in his stomach from where it was with a savage jerk, looking to stab the Uchiha in the throat where he had fallen. Itachi swiveled his upper body, narrowly avoiding the weapon as its point drove itself almost a full inch into the ground. Lashing out, he punched the Kage across the jaw, wincing as his mask dug into the crevice between his knuckles. Though his head jerked to the side with the impact, the Kage did not move otherwise. He pulled the blade free before moving to slash the Uchiha across the throat, only for Itachi to grasp the weapon with his own hand, ignoring its biting edge and the blood that dripped onto the floor at the side of his neck. Naruto moved to slash at the nuke nin with his free hand when, a piece of clay, no larger than a marble, struck his arm. It exploded seconds later, knocking him off of Itachi, giving the Uchiha his escape. Naruto rolled with the explosion, smothering the flames that ate away at his cloak with the movement. He ignored the torn and burnt chunk of his arm, already regenerating, before he used both hands to block Samahita, knocking it away as more chakra was leached from him. A Rasengan formed in his hand, as he moved to strike at the massive swordsman in the chest. Tobi appeared suddenly, hand on his fellow nuke ninja's shoulder before the two both vanished. Not even Naruto's eyes were able to track them. The Rasengan dispelled as he swiveled about, finding Tobi and Kisame on a rooftop to his back. Tobi was kneeling on one knee, breathing heavier than before, while Kisame stumbled as though he was dizzy or ill. Space-time techniques, taxing, both in chakra and physical strain. Judging by his body language, the one with the spiral mask may be able to do one or two more. That was all Naruto needed, just for one to tire. The other three would follow, in time. He had also noticed something. They fought him one at a time. They attacked, and drew back, allowing another to fight before he drew back as well. They did not know how to fight as a team. They knew how to coordinate. But such powerful warriors were used to fighting alone, and thus, could not adapt their styles to fight with an ally at their side. That was the key to defeating them, fighting more than one at a time. The reddish hue of the Kyuubi's chakra around him intensified until a full bubbling outline coalesced around him before it receded back into his body. "You are not the ones to bring me down," the Kage said, voice growing deeper, a growl vibrating through his chest and seeping into the ground. His hands fisted at his sides before he rushed the two nuke ninja, ignoring the explosions that attempted to bar his path. Liang stumbled, narrowly avoiding Sasori's crushing tail. He swiveled on his heel, kunai in hand and wind blade extension emerging as he slashed the wood. The blade sank deep, but not deep enough. The puppet was resistant to such manipulations. The tail moved to bat at him and the sleeping dragon leapt upwards, avoiding the strike before landing on the ground. He hit the desert floor, and dodged several shuriken launched from one of the puppeteer's hidden compartments. He rolled onto his back watching as the tail moved to crush him again. He sunk into the ground, once again avoiding the blow. A wind blade emerged from the ground in front of Sasori and pierced the nuke nin's shoulder. However, being a creature of metal and wood, Sasori paid it no mind. He pulled himself free, as the blade sliced through the upper portion of his shoulder before he slithered beneath the soft sandstone and grainy sands. Shortly after, Liang emerged from the earth in a lunge as he leapt upwards. Sasori's extended claws screeched and squeaked with every attempted grab, nicking the edges of his white Kage robes. Forcing chakra through his arms, Zhuge Liang made several seals before thrusting his arms forward. A gust of wind drove Sasori back, smashing his wooden body into the hard stone. The wood and metal groaned beneath the sudden strain before Liang too descended, landing on the ground with a soft rustle of sand and dust. He moved a step forward, as another wind blade emerged in his hand before a crippling pain once again gripped his chest. The sleeping dragon gasped, as the blade fell from his hand with a clatter. He clutched at his heart, hunching over as a new sheen of sweat marred his forehead. His knees shook from the sudden weakness. No. No, not now. Not again. It shouldn't have progressed this much, not yet. His legs buckled beneath him, as he fell onto his knees. His pupils dilated, and his breathing became erratic. Liang! Gaara suddenly slammed into the Kage's side, narrowly escaping Sasori's stinging tail. Its bladed edge, however, still caught Liang's shoulder. The two Kages rolled in the ground, with Gaara soon throwing the older man behind him as he got to his feet. He wasn't sure what had happened. One moment he had been fighting the Azura realm pain and the one that summoned, the so-called animal realm, the next, he turned, and Liang was on his knees while Sasori was on the ground. He looked back now, watching as his last three Umbu were killed by the two opponents he had left to rescue Liang, taken by surprise at their sudden appearance. Gaara felt guilt well up in his stomach, watching as their dead bodies were thrown onto the arid desert sands. But it was an emotion that was quickly smothered as he drew back. He reached down, he hefted Liang onto his feet, never removing his eyes from the approaching mob. "Can you move your legs?" the Kazekage asked, watching as the raven-haired ninja swallowed thickly, eyes clenched tightly shut against the pain before he nodded. I believe so, yes," he answered, his breathing heavy as his free hand continued to clutch his chest. Gaara nodded as the 6 nuke ninja surrounded him, Akasuna no Sasori at their center. Surrender Kazekage Dano, you must realize, you cannot win here. I don't need to win. Gaara answered before pressing his hand down on the ground. The hard stone beneath the plateau destabilized, the earth destabilizing beneath their feet, crumbling. The 6 enemies stumbled, looking for stable footing on unstable ground. Gaara, prepared as he was, took the opportunity, and leapt away towards his escape. The downpour of water roared almost as loudly as the collapsing earth. He landed with a roll, kicking up sand before he ran, slowed by his burden but none the less fast. He needed to escape, because, they were right, in this state he could not beat them. As he rushed through the haze of rain and sand, Gaara could feel them pursuing, moving to catch up as best they could. Their speed, though, was lax, uncaring, as though they truly didn't mind if he ran. Soon, it became apparent why, as he caught sight of a silhouette. A specter stood standing on the edge of the rain's boundary. He was like the others, with orange hair, and the same ringed eyes. But he seemed different from them. It wasn't simply more powerful, he felt, more, true, than the others. He raised his hand, and Gaara felt a pulse. The minuet warning gave him mere seconds to throw the rakeage to the side before he was hit by this force. The wind was knocked out of him, as an entire pressure exerted was on his body that launched him backwards. He skid across the desert floor, and was slammed into one of the dunes. The pressure continued to crush him. Gaara's teeth clenched, unable to even scream out in pain due to the sheer pressure on his lungs. Suddenly it was gone. His strained muscles feeling drained of strength as he slumped, catching himself before he fell. He breathed heavily, struggling to take in much-needed air. A rustle of unsettled grains alerted him of another's presence. Green eyes, obscured slightly by wet, dripping red bangs looked up towards the man. He was standing atop the dune, gaze carefully blank. The others soon joined him, Sasori now taking up the rear, clearly giving this new arrival the lead. Gaara was unwilling to wait though, he'd seen the rain's boundary. He knew that there was sand not coated with this individual's chakra. And so he channeled it, molded it, keeping the sand beneath the surface, deep beneath the surface, gathering it there as he prepared to strike. The leader stepped forward, one hand now glowing a dim gold, ready to seal the demon's chakra from him. The ground shook beneath them, as Gaara stood, a golden aura of chakra emerging from him as his hands formed a simple seal. "I'll bury you!" Gaara roared as sand rose up in front of him, a massive, ever-growing wall of unyielding earth. The rain pelted its surface, but just as Pain's chakra had fought his control before, Gaara was able to fight his effects now. The sand avalanche surged forward, making a sound not unlike a true avalanche in its roar, towering over the nuke ninja. Pain, the true one, raised his hand once again, the familiar pulse of chakra emerging as his power rose within him. The shock wave tore through the sands, punching straight through Gaara's avalanche, parting the sea of grains and slamming into Gaara. The Kazekage was smashed against the unyielding dune, too massive to be moved by this small fraction of force Pain could exert. Gaara strained against the assault, struggling to breathe. The pressure against his skull, his temples and his brain, caused his eyes rolled into the back of his head as he slipped into unconsciousness. Ribs and bones snapping beneath the unyielding pressure. Soon the pressure was released and Gaara slumped against the ground. Only this time, he did not get back up. Pain watched his fallen opponent with apathy. Looking towards one of the other bodies, Animal Realm. "Seal the creature." The body nodded before it set about to accomplish its task. "Sasori," the man said, watching as the legendary puppet master walked up next to him. "Yes? I entrust you to keep him hidden. Myself and the others will make the enemy scramble, searching for him through sightings of us. We shall leave obvious trails, allowing you to take him back to the fortress." The Tsunanuke Nin nodded. "I understand." XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The 4 black figures emerged from the fiery explosion, barely a blur to the naked eye. Their cloaks were singed and some burned altogether. Tobi, Kisame, Itachi and Deidara's backwards movement came to a skidding halt on the dirt road of Wave Country. The 4 watched with trepidation as the fireball was obscured by pitch-black smoke that rose high into the air. At the base of the fire another figure soon shot forward, flames clinging to the shoulder and back of his cloak before his high speed extinguished them. Searing red chakra shrouded him completely, suffocating and intense in its own right as his right gauntlet glowed red-hot. Deidara reached into his clay pouch chakra focusing into the pliable object as he prepared to throw it. Naruto suddenly speed up, his body simply shooting forward as if propelled by some kind of force, appearing directly in front of the Iwa Nin before the blonde could even gasp at the concept. A fist smashed into Deidara's jaw sending the blonde crashing through the side of a building. A large amount of wood, stone debris and rubble soon crumbled onto the street. Naruto's left hand rose up, the gauntlet smashing against Samahita, intercepting it. Naruto shifted his wrist and grabbed hold of the blade itself, feeling a pull on his chakra again but ignored it as he shoved it downwards so its tip was now touching the stone street. Reaching across with his other hand, palm open, he held it towards Kisame's face. A deep orange glowing flame soon emerged from the center of his palm before it expanded outwards, engulfing his entire hand. Kisame's eyes widened before the flames shot forward from the ninja's hand. The Kiri ninja's scream died in his throat as fire entered his mouth with the sharp intake of breath. The shock and pain made him reflexively release Samahita as he raised his hands to his face. Naruto threw the weapon aside with his free hand. A kick launched forward with crushing force and smashed into Kisame's ribs. The large blue man hunched over as the air left his lungs, leaving behind only the agonized burning sensation that spread across his chest and upper abdomen. Naruto seemed to vanish for a moment before appearing a few feet directly behind where he'd been standing. He was now behind Tobi, his larger form dwarfing the Akatsuki member before an elbow smashed into the side of the man's head. He turned, sending him to the floor in a heap as the ninja let out a groan. Itachi suddenly leapt over the blue-skinned Kiri ninja, using his back as a springboard, kunai drawn. Naruto crossed his arms in front of him, blocking the kunai with a screech of metal against metal. His hands worked fluidly, blocking the next several strikes, seeking his opening against the Sharingan wielder. Eventually, Itachi attempted to sweep his legs out from under him, only for Naruto to leap back. Itachi halted his leg sweep and leapt with the ninja. He attempted a flying kick in midair, only for Naruto to catch his shin with one hand. Swinging the former leaf nin like a sack of bricks, Naruto smashed him into the now recovering Kisame, sending both ninja to the floor as well. Fire once again gathered in his palm as he landed and vanished again before reappearing above the two. He was poised to incinerate them before a large explosion directly behind him knocked him off his feet. Rolling with the momentum, he was upright again in a second as he turned around, finding Deidara. The blonde had crawled out of his hole and sent another bomb already mid-flight towards him. The Kage of Konoha crossed his arms in front of him just before the clay exploded. Digging in his heels, he didn't budge from his spot dutifully as he ignored the feel of the flames burning away some of the skin on his face before it was quickly replaced again. When the dust cleared, however, his four opponents were nowhere to be found. Eyes glancing upwards, he found a massive clay bird to be hovering in the sky, with Deidara and the others perched on its back. Heh! The Iwa nin huffed as he took in a few deep breaths. Let's see you catch us up here. Don't be so confident. Itachi stated as he stood up fully, glancing down at the ninja. This reprieve will not last long. What, can he fly? Deidara questioned sarcastically. Naruto drew his arm back, red chakra coiling around his wrist and hand like a snake before he thrust it upwards towards the artificial animal. The Kyuubi's dark chakra shot out like a spear, its aim true and the tip nearly invisible with its blinding speed before it pierced the creature through and through. What in the dash? Deidara began but paused as a shadow fell over him, bringing his and everyone else's gaze upwards. They found Naruto descending on the bird. Just had to open your mouth, didn't you? Kisame snarled, grabbing his sword as he ignored the searing pain in his face. Blisters were already forming on his raw reddened skin from where Naruto had burned him. Itachi said nothing as he gathered chakra in his lungs and mouth before spitting out a blast of fire towards the descending Kage. The fire slammed into Naruto, consuming him utterly. Itachi's eyes narrowed before his attention was drawn to the spear of black/red chakra in the middle of the group. Realization dawned on him, but before he could speak, Naruto suddenly burst out from the chakra spear. Apparently he had used it to transport himself up here like some vacuum from beneath them. Red chakra whipped out around him and burned them all with its simple proximity. Itachi, having realized the attack was coming, recovered quicker than the others and was soon on the offensive. He approached Naruto from the right, kunai drawn. As he approached, Naruto's form blurred behind him, the Sharingan barely catching sight of it but unable to do anything. Naruto's claws lashed out, tearing sinew and flesh as they tore into Itachi's back. Warm blood bleed through the joint pivot points of his gauntlets as Itachi vanished in a cloud of smoke a moment later. Naruto's crouched a little before his foot lashed out at an upwards angle behind him, slamming into Itachi's throat. The force of the kick was enough to lift the Uchiha off the ground several feet. Naruto vanished before appearing above the genocidal Uchiha, an axe kick slamming down on Itachi's chest. The Uchiha was slammed downwards harshly as he hit the solid clay below him. Naruto, still in mid-air, lashed out with his open hand. He caught Tobi in the lower jaw, claws screeching as they scraped over the man's face mask, before a roundhouse kick slammed into his ribs, sending him to join Itachi on the bird's back. Naruto finally landed on the edge of the creature, almost on its wing, before his left hand was held out to his side. Futon, Shoha. A shock wave of compressed wind energy stopped the approaching Kisame in his tracks, small cuts appearing on his arms and legs before a second, stronger shock wave knocked him off his feet. Deidara reached into his pouch, ready to throw another bomb at the Kage, only for Naruto to suddenly appear in front of him with a cloud of smoke, just as he threw it. The Jinchuriki's hand lashed out, catching Deidara's clay as he threw it. The Iwa Nin's eyes went wide before the bomb exploded right in front of him, knocking him clear off his creation and falling to the earth below. A burn over his cheek, a concussion caused by the blast, a broken his left wrist and left rib, were just a few of the injuries Deidara incurred. With his clone destroyed in the blast, Naruto's eyes turned back to Itachi as the Uchiha stood. Two clones coming to life at his side before they both attacked him, the original staying behind. Kunai in their hands and Sharingan spinning in their eyes, Naruto's own defenses were brought to bear the attack, dodging and blocking the attacks before he found his opening. Slipping between both clones, he rushed the original. He watched the Uchiha's eyes widen as his hands paused mid-seal. Naruto's fist lashed out, smashing right into the Uchiha's exposed stomach before delivering an uppercut. He then leapt upwards and kicked Itachi in the face, knocking him on his back. Landing on the ground, he quickly spun around, a kunai being thrown from his hand and catching one of the approaching clones in the throat. It vanished in a cloud of smoke before Naruto lashed out with a kick to its counterpart, his foot slamming into its ribs, making it vanish as well. Kisame appeared behind him suddenly, Samahita reared back and ready to swing. The shark's eyes were bloodshot, holding a wild frenzy within along with no small amount of satisfaction. The razor skin of the off-blade dug into the blonde side, consuming his chakra at a staggering pace. Kisame's grin widened in triumph before Naruto vanished in a cloud of smoke and something stomped on his back, the force of the blow slamming him down onto the floor face first. Naruto stood on Kisame's prone body before his chakra extended outwards, forming something that vaguely resembled a claw. It caught Itachi in midair as the Uchiha genius attempted to approach him from behind. The searing agony of the Kyuubi's burning chakra coiled around him forced a scream from the Uchiha's throat before the world spun in his eyes and he was slammed into a staggering toby. The two were knocked off the clay bird as they went crashing towards the ground. Naruto reached down, grabbing Kisame by the back of the neck before he got off of him and threw him high into the air. The disoriented Kiri ninja couldn't gather his wits before Naruto appeared in front of him. Naruto's claws tore through blue skin, tearing muscle and rending flesh from bone in a flurry of strikes that reddened his already blood-stained clothing. Naruto appeared above Kisame, this time smashing his elbow into the swordsman's chest, sending him crashing down towards the clay bird. A bolt of fire gathered in his palm before he thrust his hand downwards, the ball of flame shooting downwards. It flew past Kisame towards the artificial beast, piercing it just as Kisame fell onto its surface. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. The blood pounded against his ears, its blinding pressure bringing a groan from his throat before he felt someone cradling his head. ZHGE-, the voice was faint, broken to his ears, he couldn't understand it. Others joined it in this disembodied chorus. He felt tired, drained, but something held him here. He needed to do something. There was something he had to do, something he needed to ensure. What, where? His eyes opened, colors and shapes melding, blurred, indistinguishable in this dull haze of shades and distorted outlines. Finally, a face came into view. He recognized her. Ing. He rasped, voice dry and strained. Liang. She said, voice still distant despite her proximity. Where is Gaara? What happened? Her voice was choked, as though fighting back her tears. Gaara. He recognized that name. And suddenly everything returned to his addled mind, his breathing quickened, as his energy returned to him, and what little clarity remained in this state came to him with ease. Akatsuki. He said, wincing. Who? Kankuro now leaned over him, his voice, deeper now that he was clad within the full body armor that was his puppet. He leaned forward, grasping Liang's coat as if to pull him closer as well. What happened? Zhuge Liang? What happened to my brother? He seemed distraught enough to actually shake the dying man, and so it was Yujito's voice that ceased his hysterics and calmed the young man. Kankuro, stop, he can barely speak. All the more reason for him to get it out before he loses consciousness again. Liang. He yelled. The sleeping dragon struggled, reaching into the folds of his Kage robe before pulling out a scroll. Unrolling it, Kankuro soon found arrows, which pointed north, south, east and west. The ink seals that composed the arrows pointing to their north, however, glowed bright red, like fire. Its dash, Liang began before he had to swallow. If it was blood or saliva it could not be said. A seal, took a sample of Gaara's blood and chakra. In case of his capture, it will lead you to him. Kankuro needed no other encouragement. Looking towards the umbu that had come with him, he roared out to each of them. Move out! Follow me. Rushing across the dunes, he spared Liang no further glance as he moved to catch up with his brother. Yu-ing, 2 other Umbu, and Yujito remained with Liang. Looking to Yujito, the Raikage spoke out his order. Go, they will need you. Yujito seemed to hesitate, pausing with trepidation, before she nodded. She moved to leave, only for Liang's hand to snake out, latching onto her wrist and halting her progress. Save Gaara. He said, features pinched in pain. Rescue him. He repeated. Everything relies on him. Yujito was confused by his assessment of the Kazekage but could spare it no further thought. I will sensei. Releasing her, Yujito took several steps back before rushing to follow Kankuro and his squad. The 2 Umbu moved, unsealing a stretcher, to carry the Raikage back to the village for treatment when he spoke. No. Stop that, it's already too late. Ing, at that point, brought his eyes to hers as she cupped his cheek. You're not a medic. She said, eyes hard, holding an edge to them. Your condition isn't that bad yet, we can save you. Zhuge Liang smiled, in that same, infuriating way he always did, the one that said he knew something you didn't. The one that always made her temper flare, only now brought her a terrible ache in her chest, at the mere idea that she wouldn't see it again. Liang once again reached into the folds of his robe, pulling another scroll. The Kage placed the parchment into her hand. My final orders. These aren't your final orders. She yelled, frustrated tears glistening her eyes. You frustrating man, you don't know everything. Liang smiled again, reaching up to cup her cheek, running a thumb under her eye, wiping away a stray tear. He knew Sasori's reputation, he knew his methods, his kill tactics. 1 cut, 1 kill. And Sasori's tail had cut a full inch into his shoulder. Perhaps, without Naruto's influence he would have survived. But, with his deteriorating condition, he wouldn't make it back to the village. Leaning up with his remaining strength, the Raikage pressed his lips to hers, tasting her lips for one last time. She responded, and it was only the bitter taste of her tears that alerted him to her crying. Pulling away, the Raikage opened his eyes, staring into her brown ones. I'm sorry. She looked stricken for a moment, and all the blood seemed to drain from her features before she shook her head. No. She said, swallowing thickly before she looked to the 2 Umbu. Get him on the stretcher. We're getting him back to the village. The men nodded, moving fast. They placed and strapped him to the makeshift bed. Liang did not protest, did not fight their actions, knowing that as inevitable as his approaching death was, so was the inevitability of her trying to save him. She was always stubborn like that. Strong, he supposed, in her own way. Yu-ing. My, Yu-ing. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The resulting explosion shook the earth with its force, deafening and intense. It drowned out all other sounds around it. Buildings below were blown off their foundations, debris and garbage was sent sailing through the street as the shock wave passed over them. Kisame's limp body fell onto the street with a dull, gut-churning thump, vicious cuts covering his whole body along with blackened, burned skin. His Akatsuki comrades pulled themselves from the respective junk piles that had buried them, worse for wear as they tried to regain their bearings. Kisame as well, despite his injuries, slowly began to stagger to his feet, the vicious tears and slashes crisscrossing his body, darkening his skin with dark red blood. Using the blade to support himself, he picked himself off the ground. His breathing, shuddering as it was harsh and heavy as he glared at the approaching Kage, who now made his way towards them from his landing site down the road. Itachi stepped up to his side, looking as indifferent and aloof as the situation would allow. Can you still fight, Kisame? It'll take a lot more than this to stop me. The monster of the mist answered through clenched teeth. Glancing back, Itachi found the eyes of Deidara. If he gains the advantage, distract him the moment we're clear from a potential blast radius. I'm running low on clay, but let's give it a shot. The Iwa Nin answered. Tobi. Itachi continued. With us. No mistakes this time. He stated simply. Yes, Itachi-senpai. Tobi is a good boy, the spiral-masked ninja stated as he walked over to Itachi's other side. As one, the 3 criminals rushed forward with the fastest, Itachi reaching Naruto first. When he was only a few feet away, the Uchiha leapt upwards, flipping and twisting in mid-air over the Kage. Naruto's eyes followed the Uchiha with ease, watching as his hands flashed through a series of seals shortly before a fireball descended on him. Dodging the attack, Naruto was soon forced to turn in order to block Tobi's clawed fingers with his own gauntlets. The Akatsuki member's bladed fingers seemed to writhe like live snakes for a moment as he continued to swing, the screeching of metal against metal ringing loudly in everyone's ears. Naruto soon dispelled the genjutsu over Tobi's weapons shortly before he saw Kisame approaching his side. The former swordsman of the hidden mist swung at the Kage's knees. Naruto, in response, brought one foot forward and used the bottom of his boot to stop the blade, before he used it as a platform to leap over it, and Kisame, hoping to gain some distance between himself and Tobi. As he rose over the shark-like man, however, he found Itachi to be standing a short distance behind the former mist ninja. Two shadow clones appeared next to the nuke nin, each doing their own hand seals. Sanju so jutsuhon fukai no suppai. With that said, both the clones and the original spewed out different substances from their mouths. Of the three, one was fire, the second water, and the third a cloud of poison. The three elements collided in the space in front of him, barely a foot away. The water from the technique pelted his face and body, and almost instantaneously a blinding, searing, unimaginable pain enveloped every single nerve that came in contact with the liquid. Even he couldn't prevent the scream of agony that tore itself from his throat. Despite the pain, or perhaps because of it, Naruto had the presence of mind to avoid the area where this ungodly substance was being created. Twisting his body in mid-air, he landed heavily on his shoulder, writhing in what could only be described as sheer agony. Even so, he rolled onto his chest and tried to stand once more. The acid trailed down his face, seeping beneath his mask as other droplets finished burning their way through his clothing, now reaching the skin of his arms and chest. Naruto succeeded in standing, only for the pain to bring him down to his knees again. He yanked off the metallic mask as the smell of burning flesh invaded his nostrils, almost suffocating in its intensity. I need to focus the chakra onto the damaged areas, counter the acid. Are you insane? You'll kill him. Deidara yelled in a rage. While seeing the so-called Devil King beaten at their feet was satisfying, failing their mission after so long a preparation and effort was something that did not sit well with him at all. In response was Itachi's languid tone. Not if Kisame washes away the acid with one of his Suetun jutsu. With pleasure. The Kiri swordsman answered with a bone-chilling smile as he stabbed Samahita into the ground, forming his hand seals. Mind too clouded with pain to even hear their words, let alone pay attention to them, Naruto would never even see the attack coming. Kisame's throat seemed to stretch before a virtual flood of water exploded from his mouth, spreading out before him. The artificial tide rushed towards Naruto, smashing into the ninja's side with the force equivalent to a 2-ton elephant. Naruto was washed away in the current, bones breaking under the concentrated pressure. His body was continually pummeled by the debris of demolished houses, torn down by the rush of water, brickwood and household items, all striking him within this vortex. A safe distance behind the water current source, Itachi's slowly spinning Sharingan followed the Kage's movements in the water, feeling nothing but apathy towards the injuries inflicted on the Kage. For shuriken found their way into his hands, held tightly between his fingers before he threw them into the relentless tide. His accuracy was proven impeccable as the tiny steel blades, despite being washed up in the current, still hit their targets with enough force to drive them several inches deep. The water finally began to die away, leaving a slightly panting Kisame wiping away whatever water had dribbled onto his chin with a smirk on his face. "Oh yeah?" the shark man stated with a dry chuckle. "He's down this time." They slowly made their way forward. Broken, flooded houses knocked off their foundations, some washed completely away, others leaning dangerously on their sides stood before them. In a pile of rubble that had gathered at the side of one of the few brick buildings down the road they could see him, half buried beneath the shrapnel and junk. Their trepidation was evident in their stances, but as they approached closer and closer, the four caught sight of his full condition. They each, one by one, dropped their guard. For kunai dug deep into his chest and shoulders, and small patches of flesh visible beneath the holes burnt into his clothes revealed horrifying burns that reached deep, tendons of muscle and even bone visible beneath the blood that still seeped from the injuries. But the worst was his face. The acid had burned off several patches of skin along his right cheek, lower left jaw, up to the left side of his mouth, revealing some of the teeth, and beneath another bloody carve from his forehead down to his right eyebrow. The blonde ninja's eyes were closed, clearly unconscious, from either his injuries or the horrifying pain. It didn't matter. Deidara was the first to approach, hands reaching out to check the fallen ninja's pulse. "He's alive," he stated, looking back to the three. Itachi nodded. "Good, now hurry, let's prepare the seal around him. We need to make sure he's fully subdued before he awakens again." The blonde's eyes chose that moment, however, to snap open again, glowing an angry red with mist seeping from beneath his lids. Kyuubi's chakra re-emerged with a staggering vengeance, sinew and flesh mending itself with startling speed. His hand shot forward, grabbing a startled Deidara by the throat with a crushing grip. The IWA ninja barely had time to open his mouth before the blonde slowly began to stand, the pressure around the clay wielder's larynx growing increasingly dangerous by the second. As the towering Jinchuriki stood to his full, imposing height, the gruesome, horrifying visage of his wounded and scarred face only adding to the Akatsuki members' fear. Deidara suddenly vanished in a cloud of smoke, a log of wood in his place barely a second before the solid wood became splinters beneath the unyielding grip. Naruto glared at the four Akatsuki with such seething hatred that even Itachi took a step back, the flesh of his face and arms still rebuilding itself before their very eyes. The red chakra whipped around the blonde, its red veil solidifying into black skin over the bleeding injuries. The genocidal Uchiha could understand now why it was claimed that this thing, yes, thing. This was no human. It could not be. Humans could be killed, this could not be. Because it would never stop. It wasn't because it held some raw power that it could use to completely overwhelm his opponent in mere seconds, it wasn't because he could not be injured, it was simply because he would not stop. Every injury, no matter how grievous or horrifying, was healed. Every jutsu was matched with another of its own. This thing would fight until you could fight no more, letting you kill yourself long before he was in danger of doing so. They had hoped to come here and exhaust him, for opponents to one, and more importantly 4 opponents of their caliber. They had thought that he would exhaust himself trying to quickly eliminate one or more of them, and the others would be able to finish him in this state. They usually used their superior numbers and skills to outlast a Jinchuriki, while it tried to overwhelm them. That was their folly. They were the ones that needed to overwhelm him, not the other way around. Now they were all tired. Already Tobi had been forced to use one of his teleportation techniques and only had 1 or 2 more available to him. Kisame's injuries, loath as he would be to admit it, were more taxing than he let on, and Deidara was running low on his relatively non-lethal arsenal of explosive clay. They needed to regroup. This Jinchuriki would not be caught on this day. We leave now. The Uchiha stated before leaping backwards, onto a nearby rooftop before the others hastily followed. You will not leave here. Naruto growled as the Ninetails chakra expanded, the heat making the air simmer around him, distorting his image and his eyesight before he gave chase. They ran, the 4 members of the Akatsuki fled as though the hounds of the underworld were upon their heels, but it was not enough. Itachi and his 3 comrades were brought to a screeching halt as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of them, standing on the rooftop. His entire body seemed to tense, his back hunching as he began to go into a crouch, his hands forming tight fists as his arms crossed in front of each other as though gripping his stomach. The Kyuubi's chakra simmered, boiling with heat before it was reined in, the red chakra tightening over his skin, its nearly transparent haze becoming a bright, dark red outline over his body. Tobi! Itachi yelled just before Naruto's head jerked, his hunched back going ramrod straight before his arms flew to his sides, outstretched with a roar before a bright red light blinded them all. A pillar of dark red chakra shot into the sky, like some gruesome, foreboding lighthouse, as a wave of fire extended from its dark center, consuming everything in its path. Whatever had not been destroyed by Kisame and Deidara's earlier attacks was purged away by this bright, cleansing fire. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Get down. Jiraiya suddenly yelled shortly before he tackled the stunned Sabaku to the deck of the ship, seconds before the shock wave rocked the boat. Wood and steel groaned with the gale force winds, the mast toppled over, its ropes snapping beneath the strain, wooden shrapnel and glass shattered, pelting the Toad Sannin in the back as he used his own body to shield his ward, his own yells and Temari's screams drowned out by the roar above them. Suddenly it died away, and when the two opened their eyes again, it was to the sight of a blood-red sky, previously white clouds now a deep, inky black. The sun was obscured by the haze of red that seeped through the air around them. Temari remained immobile only for a moment before she scrambled to her feet, pushing Jiraiya off of her with a rough shove. She looked over the edge of the railing, eyes widening with unabashed horror at the sight that greeted her silver eyes. What is it? Jiraiya groaned, getting to his feet before he too looked upon the devastation spread out before him. Everything was charred ruins, smoking husks of smoldering wood, soot-covered stone, ash, backslash was thick in the air, replacing the mist that previously shrouded the now destroyed city. There was a ring of destroyed homes that surrounded a now desolate and soot-black ground where the flames had touched. Black charred wood, twisted metal and glass littering the ocean surface where the debris had flown farther than most. The land within this ring was black, like a dark pit, unmoving, desolate, dead. Look! The Sabaku said before pointing. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, squinting through the ashen fog, finding 5 silhouettes within the center of this destruction. Temari moved to leap onto the railing and rush in, before Jiraiya grabbed her by the back of her blouse. Are you insane? The Toad Sannin yelled as he yanked her back down. We can clearly see how many he's fighting and he can't have much chakra after that last attack. What the hell are you waiting for? She yelled, struggling against his grip. Jiraiya stared at her, a perplexed light in his eyes as though he was looking at an animal behaving in a way that completely contradicted its natural instincts. Temari for her part, couldn't really identify why she wanted to fight their attackers, for all she knew they may even be her rescuers. But she just knew that this was wrong. There was no other way to put it, it was simply wrong. This man was alone, so very alone, and none of these people seemed overly bothered by this simple fact. As though it didn't matter. It was something that absolutely disgusted her. As a woman whom had seen firsthand people's treatment of Jinchuriki, she knew better than anyone just how bad things could have been. If her father had been a bastard, if he hadn't had any standing in their village, if Gaara hadn't tried so hard to gain the acceptance of others, everything could be much different, much worse than what they were. Gaara could have been like him, and she could have been like them. And that, more than anything, terrified her. She didn't want to be like these people. She didn't want Gaara to be like him. He shouldn't have to be the way he was, he didn't deserve it. No one deserved this. Something fell into her hand. Lowering her eyes, she found it to be a kunai pouch. Looking up towards Jiraiya, she saw him smirking down at her. "Can't go without weapons," he said before leaping over the railing himself, headed straight for Naruto and the other 5? XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The man known as the Devil King took in deep ragged breaths, his body hunched over, legs shaking under the strain of holding him up, shoulders and arms hanging limply at his side as his red eyes looked to his 4 heaving opponents. Correction, 3. The one with the mask, Tobi, was unconscious, and the other 3 apparently teetering upon that precipice as well. He must have been correct in assuming the man's ability to use space-time techniques, extraordinary, but in this case, saving himself, as well as his teammates, was not enough. The Kage rose to his full height once again, his insides burned and his lungs and muscles protested the strain. Never before had he used so much of the demon's chakra. He needed to end this now. Kisame, the only one who seemed to have regained some form of his mental capacities from the strain that came from these abilities. No doubt his countenance due to his unique physical condition is what allowed him to do so. This was one reason that space-time techniques were so rare. Because, firstly, even grasping simple theories was difficult, second, the strain upon the chakra coils, and the amount of chakra required was too great for a human body to handle more than 3 at any time. It served, at best, as escape techniques, as Tobi had shown, or if one was truly skilled, assassinations. The only person that had mastered space-time techniques to an extraordinary degree, and had taken the secret to his grave was the Yondaime Hokage. He stepped forward, his steps heavy as he did, tired. Kisame stood to his full height, his sword clutched tightly in his hands. Raising it up, over his head, the Kiri Nuke Nin roared as he sought to bring the near 30-pound weapon straight down onto the blonde man. In response, Naruto raised his hand, metal gauntlets latching onto the mass of metal and chakra-absorbing minerals, halting its progress before he slashed at Kisame's abdomen with the clawed metal in his free hand. Tendons and muscle easily parted in its wake, blood flowing freely from the Nuke Ninja's now bleeding wound. Naruto threw Samahita aside, punching Kisame across the jaw, knocking him to the floor. Naruto raised his hands, beginning to form his hand seals in order to kill the 4. Itachi began to struggle to his feet, hissing in pain as he did, single Sharingan turning to glare at the still-standing Kage. Before another seal could be formed, however, 7 rust-red chains suddenly sprang out from the earth around him. What? Naruto barely had time to say before the 7 chains ran him straight through, one going through each of his forearms, 2 more piercing the back of his knees, making his legs buckle beneath him, while 2 more wrapped around his ribs and stomach, tightening almost to the point of suffocation. The last wrapped around his throat, shortly before the 7 chains pulled taut, shackling him down to the earth, unable to move. Naruto growled, concentrating through the pain. He attempted to summon more of the evil chakra of the Nine Tails, only to realize that as he summoned it, was it absorbed by these 7 red chains, making them simmer and glow with heat. A shadow fell over him, causing both he and the others to glance skyward, finding a woman with blue hair and wings, hovering just out of reach, the red-hazed sun at her back. His vision was beginning to darken, numerous internal injuries, previously stable and healing due to his chakra, now detracting from his strength. His eyes shifted, from animal red to human blue, his body giving in to the encroaching blackness while his mind stubbornly refused, glaring at the apathetic woman with the last vestiges of what venom he could muster. "Release me," he warned, a tone that would send lesser men cowering. "And your death shall be quick," he continued. "Do not, and your end will come through such torment your name shall be a mere byword and warning among the future generations of this world." In response, the Angle woman landed from her place in the sky, marching up to his immobilized form. She stared at him a moment, and he at her, before she leaned down and kissed the top of his head. "You shall be released." She pressed a palm to his chest and black runes spread over his exposed skin, hissing and burning as they spread. Naruto's head jerked, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as he shuddered and began to convulse, shaking as the seal spread throughout his body. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Miles away, a woman froze where she stood, an agonizing burn spreading from the seal on her stomach, even as her hand clutched her heart. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. His movements came to an end, eyes sightless and unrecognizing before he fell forward, chains rattling as he fell, unmoving. Konan, and the other Akatsuki members, whom were now beginning to regain themselves, all stood over his unmoving form, all taking a second or two to bask in this moment. This satisfaction, this silent, unspoken pride that they had accomplished what no other had before them. Their moment was broken, however, as 7 massive toads suddenly descended around them. The ground shook beneath their feet and Konan raised her eyes up, to the head of the largest of the toads, finding a white-haired man who looked at her with surprise superseding all other emotions visible upon his features. "Konan," he whispered. The blue-haired woman didn't say anything, merely stared upon the white-haired ninja with as much disdain as she could place into her gaze. A blur caught her attention, bringing her eyes towards a blonde-haired kunoichi as she threw dozens of kunai and shuriken through the air. The black projectile spun, coated with wind chakra, small slivers of the invisible blade scattering through the air, threatening to turn everything in their path to ribbons and diced meat. Konan's wings scattered, thousands of sheets of paper catching themselves in invisible currents wrapping around every one of her allies, obscuring them from their attackers' vision. They vanished within the storm, hiding among the disorienting slivers of white. Hidden as they were, Konan turned her eyes to Itachi, whom she knew could still see her. He had Tobi over his shoulder, while Deidara formed one of his signature clay birds to carry himself, Naruto, and the half-conscious Kisame. "Take them back to the fortress, I shall follow shortly." Itachi nodded before he was once again, unseen even to her. She looked to Jiraiya and the young kunoichi, her kunai diverted by her own natural wind chakra which coated her papers. She tensed, preparing herself to attack before the sound of 1,000 screeching birds reached her ears. Swiveling on her heel, she found herself staring into the single Sharingan eye of Hatake Kakashi, bright, silver lightning coating his hand and wrist. "Chidori!" he roared as his hand pierced her through and through. Her wound didn't bleed, papers crumpled and tightened, before her entire visage crumbled into a pile of static compressed pages which quickly caught flame. The whirlwind of pages and stark white fell away, leaving Kakashi, Jiraiya, Temari, and a solemn Yoshihiro standing among the desolate and burnt landscape. Jiraiya looked towards the horizon, where 2 large blobs, which vaguely resembled some bird, continued to make their escape. He looked down towards Kakashi, Yoshihiro and Temari, and was about to give the 3 the order to get on the frog when agony raced up the back of his legs, causing them to buckle beneath him before he collapsed, falling over Bunta's nose. "Jiraiya!" The boss summon yelled, startled before he reflexively caught the middle-aged ninja. Jiraiya yelled, reaching down for his leg before the pain forced his spine ramrod straight against Gamma Bunta's hand. Glancing upwards onto the toad's head, he barely caught sight of a man, half his features white, the other black, his upper body encased in some sort of plant before this one vanished just as quickly as he had come. "Jiraiya!" Kakashi yelled as Gamma Bunta set him down. "Damn it!" The toad Sannin yelled, frustrated before he looked to Kakashi and Yoshihiro. "Get on the toads. They'll make it easier to catch up." Kakashi looked like he was going to say something before he realized what little window they actually had. Rushing up Gamma Bunta's side, Yoshihiro soon followed the copy ninja's example. As Yoshihiro reached the top, however, a third presence made both men turn. Temari's silver eyes met the Sharingan's blood red. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Kakashi said, voice not entirely unsimilar to that of his captured leader. "I'm going to help save him." She answered as though he were stupid. "Like hell you are," Kakashi said. "Quiet." Yoshihiro spoke up, placing himself between Kakashi and the younger woman. "I don't know if you just noticed, but those 4 guys just took down our strongest. We'll need all the help we can get." Kakashi straightened, as if only now fully grasping the severity of this situation. "Take her, Kakashi." Jiraiya yelled from below, bringing Kakashi's eyes down towards him. "You will need all the help you can get?" Kakashi turned his eyes back onto Temari, narrowed in suspicion before he soon threw her his spare kunai pouch. One wrong move. He let the thread hang, watching as she nodded in acceptance before strapping the weapon holster to her thigh. With their conversation over, Bunta leapt through the air, doing his best to swiftly swallow the distance that had been made between them. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX surrounded by his colleagues and fellow missing ninja as they rode Daidara's creature towards their base, where the final ritual could begin. He looked down on the man, taking a deep breath, as though he were taking in this accomplishment, this proof of his own skills. The proof that he had tested his own limitations and passed. Though it is true that he had not fought this ninja alone, and that without Conan's timely intervention he may very well be dead, he was alive, which was more than thousands, perhaps millions of others who had fought this man could boast. And, single-handed victory or near defeat, regardless of how it was viewed, both he and his teammates could claim one thing: no other being in their world could. Naruto, the man that could not be killed, the Devil King of Konoha, the enemy of all those who stood upon the boundaries of this land, lay at their feet. Defeated?